The third episode of Vathek by Clark Ashton Smith, 1937. The story of the Princess Zulkais and the Prince Kalila. My father, Lord, can scarcely be unknown to you, inasmuch as the Caliph Mutassim had entrusted to his care the fertile province of Masre, nor would he have been unworthy of his exalted position if, in view of man's ignorance and weakness, an inordinate desire to control the future were not to be accounted an unpardonable error. The Emir Abu Taha Ahmed, however, for such was my father's name, was very far from recognizing this truth. Only too often did he seek to forestall providence and to direct the course of events in spite of the decrees of heaven. Ah! Terrible indeed are those decrees. Sooner or later their accomplishment is sure. Vainly do we seek to oppose them. During a long course of years, everything flourished under my father's rule, and among the emirs who have successfully administered that beautiful province, Abu Taha Ahmed will not be forgotten. Following his speculative bent, he enlisted the services of certain experienced Nubians, born near the sources of the Nile, who had studied the stream throughout its course and knew all its characteristics and the properties of its waters, and with their aid, he carried out his impious design of regulating the overflow of the river. Thus he covered the country with a too luxuriant vegetation, which left it afterwards exhausted. The people, always slaves to outward appearances, applauded his enterprises, worked indefatigably at the unnumbered canals with which he intersected the land, and, blinded by his successes, passed lightly over any unfortunate circumstances accompanying them. If, out of every 10 ships that he sent forth to traffic, according to his fancy, a single ship came back richly freighted after a successful voyage, the wreck of the other 9 was counted for nothing. Moreover, as, owing to his care and vigilance, commerce prospered under his rule, he was himself deceived as to his losses and took to himself all the glory of his gains. Soon Abu Taha Ahmed came to be convinced that if he could recover the arts and sciences of the ancient Egyptians, his power would be unbounded. He believed that, in the remote ages of antiquity, men had appropriated to their own use some rays of the divine wisdom, and thus been enabled to work marvels. And he did not despair of bringing back once again that glorious time. For this purpose he caused search to be made, among the ruins abounding in the country, for the mysterious tablets which, according to the report of the sages who swarmed in his court, would show how the arts and sciences in question were to be acquired, and also indicate the means of discovering hidden treasures and subduing the intelligences by which those treasures were guarded. Never before his time had any Mussulman puzzled his brains over hieroglyphics. Now, however, search was made, on his behalf, for hieroglyphics of every kind, in all quarters, in the remotest provinces, the strange symbols being faithfully copied on linen cloths. I have seen these cloths 1,000 times, stretched out on the roofs of our palace. Nor could bees be more busy and assiduous about a bed of flowers than were the sages about these painted sheets. But as each sage entertained a different opinion as to the meaning of what was there depicted, arguments were frequent and quarrels ensued. Not only did the sages spend the hours of daylight in prosecuting their researches, but the moon often shed its beams upon them while so occupied. They did not dare to light torches upon the terraced roofs, for fear of alarming the faithful Mussulmans, who were beginning to blame my father's veneration for an idolatrous antiquity and regarded all these painted symbols, these figures, with a pious horror. Meanwhile, the emir, who would never have thought of neglecting any real matter of business, however unimportant, for the pursuit of his strange studies, was by no means so particular with regard to his religious observances, and often forgot to perform the ablutions ordained by the law. The women of his harem did not fail to perceive this, but were afraid to speak, as, for one reason and another, their influence had considerably waned. But, on a certain day, Shaban, the chief of the eunuchs, who was very old and very pious, presented himself before his master, holding a ewer and golden basin, and said, "The waters of the Nile have been given for the cleansing of all our impurities. Their source is in the clouds of heaven, not in the temples of idols. Take and use those waters, for you stand in need of them." The emir, duly impressed by the action and speech of Shaban, yielded to his just remonstrances, and instead of unpacking a large bale of painted cloths, which had just arrived from a far distance, ordered the eunuch to serve the day's collation in the hall of the golden trellises and to assemble there all his slaves and all his birds, of which he kept a large number in aviaries of sandalwood. Immediately the palace rang to the sound of instruments of music, and groups of slaves appeared, all dressed in their most attractive garments, and each leading in leash a peacock whiter than snow. One only of these slaves, whose slender and graceful form was a delight to the eye, had no bird in leash, and kept her veil down. "Why this eclipse?" said the emir to Shaban. "Lord," answered he with joyful mien, "I am better than all your astrologers, for it is I who have discovered this lovely star. But do not imagine that she is yet within your reach. Her father, the holy and venerable Imam Abzendaroud, will never consent to make you happy in the possession of her charms unless you perform your ablutions with greater regularity and give the go-by to the sages and their hieroglyphics." My father, without replying to Shaban, ran to snatch away the veil that hid the countenance of Gulendi Begum, for such was the name of Abzendaroud's daughter, and he did so with such violence that he nearly crushed 2 peacocks and overturned several baskets of flowers. To this sudden heat succeeded a kind of ecstatic stupor. At last he cried, "How beautiful she is! How divine! Go, fetch at once the Imam of Susuf. Let the nuptial chamber be got ready, and all necessary preparations for our marriage be complete within 1 hour." "But Lord," said Shaban in consternation, "you forget that Gulendi Begum cannot marry you without the consent of her father, who makes it a condition that you should abandon." "What nonsense are you talking?" interrupted the emir. "Do you think I am fool enough not to prefer this young virgin, fresh as the dew of the morning, to cartloads of hieroglyphics mouldy and of the colour of dead ashes? As to Abzendaroud, go and fetch him if you like, but quickly, for I shall certainly not wait a moment longer than I please." "Hasten, Shaban," said Gulendi Begum modestly. "Hasten. You see that I am not here in case to make any very effectual resistance." "It's my fault," mumbled the eunuch as he departed, "but I shall do what I can to rectify my error." Accordingly, he flew to find Abzendaroud. But that faithful servant of Allah had gone from home very early in the morning, and sought the open fields in order to pursue his pious investigations into the growth of plants and the life of insects. A death-like pallor overspread his countenance when he saw Shaban swooping down upon him like a raven of ill omen, and heard him tell, in broken accents, how the emir had promised nothing, and how he himself might well arrive too late to exact the pious conditions he had so deeply pondered. Nevertheless, the Imam did not lose courage, and reached my father's palace in a very few moments, but unfortunately he was by this time so out of breath that he sank down on a sofa, and remained for over an hour panting and breathless. While all the eunuchs were doing their best to revive the holy man, Shaban had quickly gone up to the apartment assigned to Abu Tahir Ahmed's pleasures. But his zeal suffered some diminution when he saw the door guarded by 2 black eunuchs, who, brandishing their sabres, informed him that if he ventured to take one more step forward, his head would roll at his own feet. Therefore he had nothing better to do than to return to Abzendaroud, whose gaspings he regarded with wild and troubled eyes, lamenting the while over his own imprudence in bringing Gulendi Begum within the emir's power. Notwithstanding the care my father was taking for the entertainment of the new sultana, he had heard something of the dispute between the black eunuchs and Shaban, and had a fair notion of what was going on. As soon, therefore, as he judged it convenient, he came to find Abzendaroud in the hall of the golden trellises, and presenting Gulendi Begum to the holy man, assured him that, while awaiting his arrival, he, the emir, had made her his wife. At these words, the Imam uttered a lamentable and piercing cry, which relieved the pressure on his chest, and rolling his eyes in a fearful manner, he said to the new sultana, "Wretched woman, dost thou not know that rash and ill-considered acts lead ever to a miserable end? Thy father would have made thy lot secure, but thou hast not awaited the result of his efforts, or rather, it is heaven itself that mocks all human provisions. I ask nothing more of the emir. Let him deal with thee, and with his hieroglyphics, as he deems best. I foresee untold evils in the future, but I shall not be there to witness them. Rejoice for a while, intoxicated with thy pleasures. As for me, I call to my aid the angel of death, and hope, within 3 days, to rest in peace in the bosom of our great prophet." After saying these words, he rose to his feet, tottering. His daughter strove in vain to hold him back. He tore his robe from her trembling hands. She fell fainting to the ground, and while the distracted emir was striving to bring her back again to her senses, the obstinate Abzenderowd went muttering from the room. At first it was thought that the holy man would not keep his vow quite literally, and would suffer himself to be comforted, but such was not the case. On reaching his own house, he began by stopping his ears by cotton wool, so as not to hear the clamour and adjuration of his friends. And then, having seated himself on the mats in his cell, with his legs crossed and his head in his hands, he remained in that posture speechless, and taking no food, and finally, at the end of 3 days, expired according to his prayer. He was buried magnificently, and during the obsequies, Shaban did not fail to manifest his grief by slashing his flesh without mercy, and soaking the earth with little rivulets of his blood. After which, having caused balm to be applied to his wounds, he returned to the duties of his office. Meanwhile, the emir had no small difficulty in assuaging the despair of Gulendi Begum, and often cursed the hieroglyphics which had been its first efficient cause. At last his attentions touched the heart of the Sultana. She regained her ordinary equability of spirits, and became pregnant, and everything returned to its accustomed order. The emir, his mind always dwelling on the magnificence of the ancient pharaohs, built, after their manner, a palace with 12 pavilions, proposing, at an early date, to install in each pavilion a son. Unfortunately, his wives brought forth nothing but daughters. At each new birth he grumbled, gnashed his teeth, accused Mahomet of being the cause of his mishaps, and would have been altogether unbearable, if Gulendi Begum had not found means to moderate his evil temper. She induced him to come every night into her apartment, where, by 1,000 ingenious devices, she succeeded in introducing fresh air, while in other parts of the palace the atmosphere was stifling. During her pregnancy, my father never left the dais on which she reclined. This dais was set on a large and long gallery overlooking the Nile, and so disposed as to seem about on a level with the stream, so close, too, that anyone reclining upon it could throw into the water the seeds of any pomegranate he might be eating. The best dancers, the most excellent magicians, were always about the palace. Every night pantomimes were performed to the light of 1,000 golden lamps, lamps placed upon the floor so as to bring out the fineness and grace of the performers' feet. The dancers themselves cost my father immense sums in golden-fringed slippers and sandals, a-glitter with jewelry, and, indeed, when they were all in motion together, the effect was dazzling. But notwithstanding this accumulation of splendours, the Sultana passed very unhappy days on her dais. With the same indifference that a poor wretch tormented by sleeplessness watches the scintillations of the stars, so did she see pass before her eyes all this whirl of performers in their brilliancy and charm. Anon she would think of the wrath, that seemed almost prophetic, of her venerable father. Anon she would deplore his strange and untimely end. 1,000 times she would interrupt the choir of singers, crying, "Fate has decreed my ruin. Heaven will not vouchsafe me a son, and my husband will banish me from his sight." The torment of her mind intensified the pain and discomfort attendant on her condition. My father, thereupon, was so greatly perturbed that for the first time in his life he made appeal to heaven, and ordered prayers to be offered up in every mosque. Nor did he omit the giving of alms, for he caused it to be publicly announced that all beggars were to assemble in the largest court of the palace, and would there be served with rice, each according to his individual appetite. There followed such a crush every morning at the palace gates that the incomers were nearly suffocated. Mendicants swarmed in from all parts by land and by river. Whole villages would come down the stream on rafts, and the appetites of all were enormous, for the buildings which my father had erected, his costly pursuit of hieroglyphics, and his maintenance of the sages, had caused some scarcity throughout the land. Among those who came from a very far distance was a man of an extreme age and great singularity, by name Abu Gabdol Gihaman, the hermit of the great sandy desert. He was 8 feet high, so ill-proportioned, and of a leanness so extreme that he looked like a skeleton, and was hideous to behold. Nevertheless, this lugubrious and forbidden piece of human mechanism enshrined the most benevolent and religious spirit in the universe. With a voice of thunder he proclaimed the will of the Prophet, and said openly it was a pity that a prince who distributed rice to the poor, and in such great profusion, should be a lover of hieroglyphics. People crowded around him, The imams, the mullahs, the muezzins did nothing but sing his praises. His feet, though ingrained with the sand of his native desert, were freely kissed. Nay, the very grains of the sand from his feet were gathered up and treasured in caskets of amber. One day he proclaimed the truth and the horror of the sciences of evil in a voice so loud and resonant that the great standards set before the palace trembled. The terrible sound penetrated into the interior of the harem. The women and the eunuchs fainted away in the hall of the golden trellises. The dancers stood with one foot arrested in the air. The mummers had not the courage to pursue their antics. The musicians suffered their instruments to fall to the ground, and Gulendi Begum thought to die of fright as she lay on her dais. Abu Taher Ahmed stood astounded. His conscience smote him for his idolatrous proclivities, and during a few remorseful moments he thought that the avenging angel had come to turn him into stone, and not himself only but the people committed to his charge. After standing for some time, upright, with arms uplifted, in the gallery of the daisies, he called Shaban to him and said, "The sun has not lost its brightness, the Nile flows peacefully in its bed. What means then this supernatural cry that has just resounded through my palace?" "Lord," answered the pious eunuch, "this voice is the voice of truth, and is spoken to you through the mouth of the venerable Abu Gabdol Gehaman, the hermit of the sandy desert, the most faithful, the most zealous of the servants of the Prophet, who has, in 9 days, journeyed 300 leagues to make proof of your hospitality and to impart to you the knowledge with which he is inspired. Do not neglect the teachings of a man who in wisdom, in piety, and in stature surpasses the most enlightened, the most devout, and the most gigantic of the inhabitants of earth. All your people are in an ecstasy. Trade is at a standstill. The inhabitants of the city hasten to hear him, neglecting their wonted assemblies in the public gardens. The storytellers are without hearers at the margins of the public fountains. Yusuf himself was not wiser than he, and had no greater knowledge of the future." At these last words, the emir was suddenly smitten with the desire of consulting Abu Gabdol with regard to his family affairs, and particularly with regard to the great projects he entertained for the future advantage of his sons, who were not yet born. He deemed himself happy in being thus able to consult a living prophet, for, so far, it was only in the form of mummies that he had been brought into relation with these inspired personages. He resolved, therefore, to summon into his presence, nay, into his very harem, the extraordinary being now in question. Would not the pharaohs have so dealt with the necromancers of their time, and was not he determined in all circumstances to follow the pharaoh's example? He therefore graciously directed Shaban to go and fetch the holy man. Shaban, transported with joy, hastened to communicate this invitation to the hermit, who, however, did not appear to be as much charmed by the summons as were the people at large. These latter filled the air with their acclamations, while Abu Gabdol stood still, with his hands clasped and his eyes uplifted to heaven in a prophetic trance. From time to time he uttered the deepest sighs, and after, remaining long wrapped in holy contemplation, shouted out in his voice of thunder, "Allah's will be done. I am but his creature. Eunuch, I am ready to follow thee, but let the doors of the palace be broken down. It is not meet for the servants of the Most High to bend their heads." The people needed no second command. They all set hands to the work with a will, and in an instant the gateway, a piece of the most admirable workmanship, was utterly ruined. At the sound of the breaking in of the doors, piercing cries arose within the harem. Abu Taher Ahmed began to repent of his curiosity. Nevertheless, he ordered, though somewhat reluctantly, that the passages into the harem should be laid open to the holy giant, for he feared lest the enthusiastic adherents of the Prophet should penetrate into the apartments occupied by the women and containing the princely treasures. These fears were, however, vain, for the holy man had sent back his devout admirers. I have been assured that on their all kneeling to receive his blessing, he said to them, in tones of the deepest solemnity, "Retire, remain peacefully in your dwellings, and be assured that whatever happens, Abu Gabdol Gehaman is prepared for every emergency." Then, turning towards the palace, he cried, "O domes of dazzling brilliancy, receive me, and may nothing ensue to tarnish your splendor." Meanwhile, everything had been made ready within the harem. Screens had been duly ordered, the door curtains had been drawn, and ample draperies hung before the daisies in the long gallery that ran round the interior of the building, thus concealing from view the sultanas and the princesses, their daughters. Such elaborate preparations had caused a general ferment, and curiosity was at its height when the hermit, trampling underfoot the ruined fragments of the doorways, entered majestically into the hall of the golden trellises. The magnificence of the palace did not even win from him a passing glance. His eyes remained fixed, mournfully, on the pavement at his feet. At last he penetrated into the great gallery of the women. These latter, who were not at all accustomed to the sight of creatures so lean, gaunt, and gigantic, uttered piercing cries, and loudly asked for essences and cordials to enable them to bear up against the apparition of such a phantasm. The hermit paid not the smallest heed to the surrounding tumult. He was gravely pursuing his way when the emir came forward, and taking him by the skirt of his garment, led him, with much ceremony, to the dais of the gallery, which looked out upon the Nile. Basins of comfits and orthodox liquors were at once served, but though Abu Gabdol Gihaman seemed to be dying of hunger, he refused to partake of these refreshments, saying that for 90 years he had drunk nothing but the dew of heaven and eaten only the locusts of the desert. The emir, who regarded this diet as conformable to what might properly be expected of a prophet, did not press him further, but at once entered into the question he had at heart, saying how much it grieved him to be without a male heir, notwithstanding all the prayers offered up to that effect, and the flattering hopes which the imams had given him. But now, he continued, I am assured that this happiness will at last be mine. The sages, the mediciners, predict it, and my own observations confirm their prognostications. It is not, therefore, with the purpose of consulting you with regard to the future that I have caused you to be summoned. It is for the purpose of obtaining your advice upon the education I should give to the son whose birth I am expecting, or rather, to the 2 sons, for, without doubt, in recognition of my alms, heaven will accord to the Sultana Gulendi become a double measure of fertility, seeing that she is twice as large as women usually are on such occasions. Without answering a word, the hermit mournfully shook his head 3 times. My father, greatly astonished, asked if his anticipated good fortune was in any wise displeasing to the holy man. Ah, too, blind prince, replied the hermit, uttering a cavernous sigh that seemed to issue from the grave itself. Why importune heaven with rash prayers? Respect its decrees. It knows what is best for all men better than they do themselves. Woe be to you, and woe be to the son whom you will doubtless compel to follow in the perverse ways of your own beliefs, instead of submitting himself humbly to the guidance of Providence. If the great of this world could only foresee all the misfortunes they bring upon themselves, they would tremble in the midst of their splendor. Pharaoh recognized this truth, but too late. He pursued the children of Musa in despite of the divine decrees and died the death of the wicked. What can alms avail when the heart is in rebellion? Instead of asking the prophet for an heir, to be led by you into the paths of destruction. Those who have your welfare at heart should implore him to cause Gulendi Begum to die. Yes, to die before she brings into the world presumptuous creatures, whom your conduct will precipitate into the abyss. Once again I call upon you to submit. If Allah's angel threatens to cut short the days of the Sultana, do not make appeal to your magicians to ward off the fatal blow. Let it fall, let her die. Tremble not with wrath, Emir. Harden not your heart. Once again call to mind the fate of Pharaoh and the waters that swallowed him up. Call them to mind yourself, cried my father, foaming with rage, and springing from the dais to run to the aid of the Sultana, who, having heard all, had fainted away behind the curtains. Remember that the Nile flows beneath these windows, and that thou hast well deserved that thy odious carcass should be hurled into its waters. I fear not, cried the gigantic hermit in turn. The prophet of Allah fears naught but himself. And he rose on the tips of his toes and touched with his hands the supports of the dome of the apartment. Ha! Ha! Thou fearest nothing, cried all the women and eunuchs, issuing like tigers out of their den. Accursed assassin, thou hast just brought our beloved mistress to death's door, and yet fearest nothing. Go, and become food for the monsters of the river. Screaming out these words, they threw themselves all at once on Abu Gabdol Gihaman, bore him down, strangled him without pity, and cast his body through a dark grating into the Nile, which there lost itself obscurely among the piers of iron. The emir, astonished by an act at once so sudden and so atrocious, remained with his eyes fixed on the waters, but the body did not again come to the surface, and Shaban, who now appeared upon the scene, bewildered him with his cries. At last he turned to look upon the perpetrators of the crime, but they had scattered in every direction and hidden behind the curtains of the gallery, each avoiding the other. They were all overwhelmed by the thought of what they had done. Gulendi, who had only come to herself in time to witness this scene of horror, was now in mortal anguish. Her convulsions, her agonizing cries, drew the emir to her side. He bedewed her hand with tears. She opened her eyes wildly and cried, "O Allah! Allah! Put an end to a wretched creature who has already lived only too long, since she has been the cause of so terrible an outrage, and suffer not that she should bring into the world." "Stop, stop," interrupted the emir, holding her hands which she was about to turn against herself. "Thou shalt not die, and my children shall yet live to give the lie to that demented skeleton, worthy only of contempt. Let my sages be summoned instantly. Let them use all their art to keep thy soul from flitting hence, and to save from harm the fruit of thy body." The sages were convened accordingly. They demanded that one of the courts in the palace should be placed entirely at their disposal, and there began their operations, kindling a fire whose light penetrated into the gallery. The sultana rose from her couch, notwithstanding all the efforts made to restrain her, and ran to the balcony overlooking the Nile. The view from thence was lonely and drear. Not a single boat showed upon the surface of the stream. In the distance were discernible reaches of sand, which the wind, from time to time, sent whirling into the air. The rays of the setting sun dyed the waters blood red. Scarcely had the deepening twilight stretched over the horizon when a sudden and furious wind broke the open latticework of the gallery. The sultana, beside herself, her heart beating, tried to plunge back into the interior of the apartment, but an irresistible power held her where she was and forced her, against her will, to contemplate the mournful scene before her eyes. A great silence now reigned. Darkness had insensibly covered the earth. Then suddenly a streak of blue light furrowed the clouds in the direction of the pyramids. The princess could distinguish their enormous mass against the horizon as clearly as if it had been noonday. The spectacle thus suddenly revealed chilled her with fear. Several times did she try to call her slaves, but her voice refused its office. She endeavored to clap her hands, but in vain. While she remained thus, as if in the grip of some horrible dream, a lamentable voice broke into the stillness and uttered these words: "My latest breath has just been exhaled into the waters of the river. Vainly have thy servants striven to stifle the voice of truth. It rises now from the abysses of death. O wretched mother, see whence issues that fatal light, and tremble." Gulendi Begum endured to hear no more. She fell back senseless. Her women, who had been anxious about her, hurried up at this moment and uttered the most piercing cries. The sages approached and placed into the hands of my father, who was in terrible perturbation, the powerful elixir they had prepared. Scarcely had a few drops fallen on the sultana's breast, when her soul, which had seemed about to follow the orders of Azrael, the angel of death, came back, as if in nature's despite, to reanimate her body. Her eyes reopened to see, still illumining the pyramids, the fatal furrow of blue light which had not yet faded from the sky. She raised her arms and, pointing out to the emir with her finger that dread portent, was seized with the pains of childbirth, and, in the paroxysm of an unspeakable anguish, brought into the world a son and a daughter, the two wretched beings you see before you here. The emir's joy in the possession of a male child was greatly dashed when he saw my mother die before his eyes. Notwithstanding his excessive grief, however, he did not lose his head, and at once handed us over to the care of his sages. The nurses, who had been engaged in great number, wished to oppose this arrangement, but the ancient men, all uttering incantations simultaneously, compelled them to silence. The cabalistic lavers in which we were to be immersed stood already prepared. The mixture of herbs exhaled a vapor that filled the whole palace. Shaidan, whose very stomach was turned by the odor of these unspeakable drugs, had all the trouble in the world to restrain himself from summoning the imams and doctors of the law, in order to oppose the impious rites now in contemplation. Would to heaven he had had the courage to do so. Ah, how terrible has been the influence upon us of the pernicious immersions to which we were then In short, Lord, we were plunged, both successively and together, into a hell broth which was intended to impart to us a strength and intelligence more than human, but has only instilled into our veins the ardent elixir of a too exquisite sensibility and the poison of an insatiable desire. It was to the sound of brazen wands beating against the metal sides of the lavers. It was in the midst of thick fumes issuing from heaps of burning herbs that invocations were addressed to the jinns, and specially to those who preside over the pyramids, in order that we might be endowed with miraculous gifts. After this we were delivered over to the nurses, who scarcely could hold us in their arms. Such was our liveliness and vivacity. The good women shed tears when they saw how our young blood boiled within us, and strove in vain to cool its effervescence, and to calm us by cleansing our bodies from the reeking mess with which they were still covered. But, alas, the harm was already done. Nay, if even, as sometimes happened in after days, we wished to fall into the ordinary ways of childhood, my father, who was determined at all hazards to possess children of an extraordinary nature, would brisk us up with heating drugs and the milk of black womans. We thus became unendurably headstrong and mettlesome. At the age of 7, we could not bear contradiction. At the slightest restraint, we uttered cries of rage, and bit those who had us in charge till the blood flowed. Shaban came in for a large share of out attentions in this kind, sighing over us, however, in silence, for the emir only regarded our spitefulness as giving evidence of a genius equal to that of Sarid and Charoba. Ah, how little did anyone suspect the real cause of our forwardness. Those who look long into the light are soonest afflicted with blindness. My father had not yet remarked that we were never arrogant and overbearing towards one another, that each was ready to yield to the other's wishes, that Kalila, my brother, was never at peace save in my arms, and that, as for me, my only happiness lay in overwhelming him with caresses. Up to this time, we had in all things been educated together. The same book was always placed before the eyes of both. Each turned over the leaves alternately. Though my brother was subjected to a course of study rigorous and above his years, I insisted on sharing it with him. Abu Tahir Ahmed, who cared for nothing save the aggrandizement of his son, gave directions that in this I should be humoured, because he saw that his son would only fully exert himself when at my side. We were taught not only the history of the most remote ages of antiquity, but also the geography of distant lands. The sages never ceased to indoctrinate us with the abstruse and ideal moral code, which, as they pretended, lurked hidden in the hieroglyphics. They filled our cars with a magnificent verbiage about wisdom and foreknowledge, and the treasure houses of the pharaohs, whom sometimes they compared to ants, and sometimes to elephants. They inspired us with a most ardent curiosity as to those mountains of hewn stone beneath which the Egyptian kings lie sepulchred. They compelled us to learn by heart the long catalogue of architects and masons who had laboured at the building of them. They made us calculate the quality of provisions that would be required by the workmen employed, and how many threads went to every ell of silk with which Sultan Sorid had covered his pyramid. Together with all this rubbish, these most weariful old dotards bewildered our brains with a pitiless grammar of the language spoken of old by the priests in their subterranean labyrinths. The childish games in which we were allowed to indulge during our playtime had no charms for us unless we played them together. The princesses, our sisters, wearied us to death. Vainly did they embroider for my brother the most splendid vests. Kalila disdained their gifts, and would only consent to bind his lovely hair with the muslin that had floated over the breast of his beloved Zulkais. Sometimes they invited us to visit them in the 12 pavilions which my father, no longer hoping to have that number of sons, had abandoned to their use, erecting another, and of greater magnificence, for my brother and for myself. This latter building, crowned by 5 domes, and situated in a thick grove, was, every night, the scene of the most splendid revels in the harem. My father would come thither, escorted by his most beautiful slaves, each holding in her hand a candlestick with a white taper. How many times has the light of these tapers, appearing through the trees, caused our hearts to beat in sad anticipation. Everything that broke in upon our solitude was in the highest degree distasteful. to hide among the leafage and listen to its murmur, seemed to us sweeter far than attending to the sound of the lute and the song of the musicians. But these soft, luxurious reveries of ours were highly offensive to my father. He would force us back into the cupolaed saloons and force us to take part in the common amusements. Every year the emir treated us with greater sternness. He did not dare to separate us altogether for fear of the effect upon his son, but tried rather to win him from our languorous dalliance by throwing him more and more into the company of young men of his own age. The game of reeds, so famous among the Arabs, was introduced into the courts of the palace. Khalila gave himself up to the sport with immense energy, but this was only so as to bring the games to a speedier end, and then fly back to my side. Once reunited, we would read together, read of the loves of Yusuf and Zelika, or some other poem that spoke of love. Or else, taking advantage of our moments of liberty, we would roam through the labyrinth of corridors looking out upon the Nile, always with our arms intertwined, always with eyes looking into each other's eyes. It was almost impossible to track us in the mazy passages of the palace, and the anxiety we inspired did but add to our happiness. One evening, when we were thus tenderly alone together, and running side by side in childish glee, my father appeared before us and shuddered. "Why," said he to Khalila, "why are you here and not in the great courtyard, shooting with the bow, of else with the horse trainers training the horses which are to bear you into battle? Must the sun, as it rises and sets, see you only bloom and fade like a weak narcissus flower? Vainly do the sages try to move you by the most eloquent discourses, and unveil before your eyes the learned mysteries of an older time. Vainly do they tell you of warlike and magnanimous deeds. You are now nearly 13, and never have you evinced the smallest ambition to distinguish yourself among your fellow men. It is not in the lurking haunts of effeminacy that great characters are formed. It is not by reading love poems that men are made fit to govern nations. Princes must act. They must show themselves to the world. Awake. Cease to abuse my patience, which has too long allowed you to waste your hours by the side of Zulkais. Let her, tender creature that she is, continue to play among her flowers, but do you cease to haunt her company from dawn till eve. I see well enough that it is she who is perverting you." Having spoken these words, which he emphasized by angry and threatening gestures, Abu Taha Ahmed took my brother by the arm and left me in a very abyss of bitterness. An icy numbness overcame me. Though the sun still shed its fullest rays upon the water, I felt as if it had disappeared below the horizon. Stretched at length upon the ground, I did nothing but kiss the sprays of orange flower that Khalila had gathered. My sight fell upon the drawings he had traced, and my tears fell in greater abundance. "Alas," said one, "all is over. Our blissful moments will return no more. Why accuse me of perverting Khalila? What harm can I do him? How can our happiness offend my father? If it was a crime to be happy, the sages would surely have given us warning." My nurse Shamla found me in this condition of languor and dejection. To dissipate my grief, she immediately led me to the grove, where the young girls of the harem were playing at hide-and-seek amid the golden aviaries of which the place was full. I derived some little solace from the song of the birds, and the murmur of the rillets of clear water that trickled round the roots of the trees. But when the hour came, at which Khalila was wont to appear, these sounds did but add to my sufferings. Shamla noticed the heavings of my breast. She drew me aside, placed her hand upon my heart, and observed me attentively. I blushed, I turned pale, and that very visibly. "I see very well," said she, "that it is your brother's absence that so upsets you. This is the fruit of the strange education to which you have been subjected. The holy reading of the Quran, the due observance of the Prophet's laws, confidence in the known mercies of Allah, these are as milk to cool the fever heat of human passion. You know not the soft delight of lifting up your soul to heaven and submitting without a murmur to its decrees. The emir, alas, would forestall the future, while, on the contrary, the future should be passively awaited. Dry your tears. Perchance Khalila is not unhappy though distant from your side." "Ah," I cried, interrupting her with a sinister look, "if I were not fully convinced that he is unhappy, I should myself be far more miserable." Shamala trembled at hearing me speak thus. She cried, "Would to heaven that they had listened to my advice and the advice of Shaban, and instead of handing you over to the capricious teaching of the sages, had left you, like true believers, at peace in the arms of a blissful and quiet ignorance. Nay, it excites my indignation. Be more calm. Abandon your soul to the innocent pleasures that surround you, and do so without troubling yourself whether Kalila shares in those pleasures or not. His sex is made for toil and manly hardship. How should you be able to follow him in the chase, to handle a bow, and to dart reeds in the Arab game? He must look for companions manly and worthy of himself, and cease to fritter away his best days here at your side, amid bowers and aviaries. This sermon, far from producing its desired effect, made me altogether beside myself. I trembled with rage, and rising to my feet like one bereft of reason, I rent my veil into 10,000 pieces, and tearing my breast, cried with a loud voice that my nurse had mishandled me. The game ceased. Everyone crowded about me, and though the princesses did not love me overmuch because I was Kalila's favorite sister, yet my tears, and the blood that flowed from my self-inflicted wounds, excited their indignation against Shamla. Unfortunately for the poor woman, she had just awarded a severe punishment to 2 young slaves who had been guilty of stealing pomegranates, and these 2 little vipers, in order to be revenged, bore testimony against her and confirmed all I said. They ran and retailed their lies to my father, who, not having Shaban at his side, and being, moreover, in a good temper because my brother had just thrown a javelin into a crocodile's eye, ordered Shamla to be tied to a tree and whipped without mercy. Her cries pierced my heart. She cried without ceasing, "O you, whom I have carried in my arms, whom I have fed from my breast, how can you cause me to suffer thus? Justify me. Declare the truth. It is only because I tried to save you from the black abyss into which your wild and unruly desires cannot fail to precipitate you in the end, that you are thus causing this body of mine to be torn to shreds." I was about to ask that she should be released and spared further punishment, when some demon put into my mind the thought that it was she who, conjointly with Shaban, had inspired my father with the desire of making a hero of Kalila, whereupon I armed myself against every feeling of humanity and cried out that they should go on whipping her till she confessed her crime. Darkness at last put an end to this horrible scene. The victim was unloosed. Her friends, and she had many, endeavored to close her wounds. They asked me, on their knees, to give them a sovereign balm which I possessed, a balm which the sages had prepared. I refused. Shamela was placed before my eyes on a litter, and of set purpose, kept for a moment in front of the place where I stood. That breast, on which I had so often slept, streamed with blood. At this spectacle, at the memory of the tender care she had taken of my infancy, my heart at last was moved. I burst into tears. I kissed the hand she feebly extended to the monster she had nourished in her bosom. I ran to fetch the balm. I applied it myself, begging her at the same time to forgive me, and declaring openly that she was innocent, and I alone guilty. This confession caused a shudder to pass among all who surrounded us. They recoiled from me with horror. Shamla, though half dead, perceived this, and stifled her groans with the skirt of her garment so as not to add to my despair and the baleful consequences of what I had done. But her efforts were vain. All fled, casting upon me looks that were evil indeed. The litter was removed, and I found myself alone. The night was very dark. Plaintive sounds seemed to issue from the cypresses that cast their shadows over the place. Seized with terror, I lost myself amid the black foliage, a prey to the most harrowing remorse. Delirium laid its hand upon me. The earth seemed to yawn before my feet, and I to fall headlong into an abyss which had no bottom. My spirit was in this distraught condition when, through the thick underwood, I saw shine the torches of my father's attendants. I noticed that the cortege stopped suddenly. Someone issued from the crowd. A lively presentiment made my heart beat. The footsteps came nearer, and, by the light of a faint and doleful glimmer, such as prevails in the place where we now are, I saw Kalila appear before me. "Dear Zulkais," cried he, intermingling words and kisses, "I have passed an age without seeing you, but I have spent it in carrying out my father's wishes. I have fought with one of the most formidable monsters of the river. But what would I not do when, for recompense, I am offered the bliss of spending a whole evening with you alone? Come, let us enjoy the time to the full. Let us bury ourselves among these trees. Let us from our retreat listen, disdainful, to the tumultuous sound of music and dances. I will cause sherbet and cakes to be served on the moss that borders the little porphyry fountain. There I shall enjoy your sweet looks and charming converse till the first dawn of the new day. Then, alas, I must plunge once more into the world's vortex, dart accursed reeds, and undergo the interrogatories of sages. Kalila said all this with such volubility that I was unable to put in a word. He drew me after him, scarce resisting. We made our way through the leafage to the fountain. The memory of what Shamala had said concerning my excessive tenderness for my brother had, in my own despite, produced a strong impression upon me. I was about to withdraw my hand from his when, by the light of the little lamps that had been lit on the margin of the fountain, I saw his charming face reflected in the waters. I saw his large eyes dewy with love. I felt his looks pierce to the very bottom of my heart. All my projects of reform, all my agony of remorse, made way for a ferment of very different feelings. I dropped on the ground by Kalila's side, and leaning his head upon my breast, gave a free course to my tears. Kalila, when he saw me thus crying passionately, eagerly asked me why I wept. I told him all that had passed between myself and Shamla, without omitting a single particular. His heart was at first much moved by the picture I drew of her sufferings, but a moment after he cried, "Let the officious slave perish. Must the heart's soft yearnings ever meet with opposition? How should we not love one another, Zulkais? Nature caused us to be born together. Has not nature, too, implanted in us the same tastes, and a kindred ardor? Have not my father and his sages made us partakers in the same magic baths? Who could blame a sympathy all has conspired to create? No, Zulkais, Shaban, and our superstitious nurse may say what they please. There is no crime in our loving one another. The crime would rather be if we allowed ourselves, like cowards, to be separated. Let us swear not by the prophet, of whom we have little knowledge, but by the elements that sustain man's existence. Let us swear that, rather than consent to live the one without the other, we will take into our veins the soft distillation of the flowers of the stream, which the sages have so often vaunted in our hearing. That essence will lull us painlessly to sleep in each other's arms, and so bear our souls imperceptibly into the peace of another existence. These words quieted me. I resumed my ordinary gaiety, and we played and sported together. I shall be very valiant tomorrow, Kalila would say, so as to purchase such moments as these, for it is only by the promise of such a prize that my father can induce me to submit to his fantastic injunctions. Ha ha! Cried Abu Taba Ahmed, issuing from behind some bushes where he had been listening. Is that your resolve? We will see if you keep to it. You are already fully paid this evening for the little you have done during the day. Hence. And as to you, Zulkais, go and weep over the terrible outrage you have committed against Shamla. In the greatest consternation we threw ourselves at his feet, but, turning his back upon us, he ordered the eunuchs to conduct us to our separate apartments. It was no scruple with regard to the kind and quality of our love that exercised the emir. His sole end was to see his son become a great warrior and a potent prince, and with regard to the character of the means by which that end was to be obtained, he cared not one tittle. As for me, he regarded me only as an instrument that might have its uses, nor would he have felt any scruples concerning the danger of inflaming our passion by the alternation of obstacles and concessions. On the other hand, he foresaw that indolence and pleasure, too constantly indulged in, must necessarily interfere with his designs. He deemed it necessary, therefore, to adopt with us a harsher and more decided line of conduct than he had hitherto done, and in an unhappy moment he carried that resolution into effect. Alas! Without his precautions, his projects, his accursed foresight, we should have remained in innocence and never been brought to the horror of this place of torment. The emir, having retired to his apartments, caused Shaban to be summoned, and imparted to him his fixed resolve to separate us during a certain time. The prudent eunuch prostrated himself immediately, with his face to the ground, and then, rising to his feet, said, "Let my lord forgive his slave if he ventures to be of a different opinion. Do not loose upon this nascent flame the winds of opposition and absence, lest the final conflagration should be such as you are unable to master. You know the prince's impetuous disposition. His sister has today given proofs, only too signal of hers. Suffer them to remain together without contradiction. Leave them to their childish propensities. They will soon grow tired of one another." And Kalila, disgusted with the monotony of the harem, will beg you on his knees to remove him from its precincts. Have you done talking your nonsense? Interrupted the emir impatiently. Ah, how little do you know the genius of Kalilah. I have carefully studied him. I have seen that the operations of my sages have not been void of their effect. He is incapable of pursuing any object with indifference. If I leave him with Zulkais, he will be utterly drowned in effeminacy. If I remove her from him and make their reunion the price of the great things I require at his hands, there is nothing of which he will not prove himself capable. Let the doctors of our Lord dote as they please. What can their idle drivel matter so long as he becomes what I desire him to be? Know besides, O eunuch, that when he has once tasted the delights of ambition, the idea of Zulkais will evaporate in his mind as a light morning mist absorbed into the rays of the noonday sun, the sun of glory. Therefore enter tomorrow morning into the chamber of Zulkais, forestall her awakening, wrap her up in these robes, and convey her, with her slaves and all that may be necessary to make her life pleasant, to the borders of the Nile, where a boat will be ready to receive you. Follow the course of the stream for 29 days. On the 30th you will disembark at the Isle of Ostriches. Lodge the princess in the palace which I have had built for the use of the sages who roam those deserts, deserts replete with ruins and with wisdom. One of these sages you will find there, called the palm tree climber, because he pursues his course of contemplation upon the tops of the palm trees. This ancient man knows an infinite number of stories, and it will be his care to divert Zulkais. For I know very well that, next to Kalilah, stories are the chief object of her delight. Shaban knew his master too well to venture upon any further opposition. He went therefore to give the necessary orders, but sighed heavily as he went. He had not the slightest desire to undertake a journey to the Isle of Ostriches, and had formed a very unfavourable opinion of the palm tree climber. He was himself a faithful Mussulman, and held the sages and all their works in abomination. Everything was made ready all too soon. The agitation of the previous day had greatly fatigued me, so that I slept very heavily. I was taken from my bed so quietly, and carried with such skill, that I never woke till I was at a distance of 4 leagues from Cairo. Then the noise of the water gurgling round the boat began to alarm me. It filled my ears strangely, and I half fancied I had drunk of the beverage spoken of by Kalilah, and been borne beyond the confines of our planet. I lay thus, bewildered with strange imaginings, and did not dare to open my eyes, but stretched out my arms to feel for Kalilah. I thought he was by my side. Judge of the feelings of hateful surprise to which I was doomed, when, instead of touching his delicate limbs, I seized hold of the horny hand of the eunuch who was steering the boat, and was even older and more grotesquely ugly than Shaban himself. I sat up and uttered piercing cries. I opened my eyes, and saw before me a waste stretch of sky, and of water bounded by bluish banks. The sun was shining in its fullness. The azure heavens caused all nature to rejoice. 1,000 river-birds played around amid the water lilies, which the boat shot through at every moment, their large yellow flowers shining like gold and exhaling a sweet perfume. But all these objects of delight were lost upon me, and instead of rejoicing, my heart filled me with a sombre melancholy. Looking about me, I saw my slaves in a state of desolation, and Shaban, who, with an air at once of discontent and authority, was making them keep silence. The name of Kalilah came at every moment to the tip of my tongue. At last I spoke it aloud, with tears in my eyes, and asked where he was, and what they intended to do with me. Shaban, instead of replying, ordered his eunuchs to redouble their exertions, and to strike up an Egyptian song, and sing in time to the cadence of their oars. Their accursed chorus rang out so potently that it brought an even worse bewilderment in my brain. We shot through the water like an arrow. It was in vain that I begged the rowers to stop, or at least to tell me where I was going. The barbarous wretches were deaf to my entreaties. The more insistent I was, the louder did they roar out their detestable songs so as to drown my cries. Shaban, with his cracked voice, made more noise than the rest. Nothing can express the torments I endured, and the horror I felt at finding myself so far from Kalilah and on the waters of the fearful Nile. My terrors increased with nightfall. I saw, with an inexpressible anguish, the sun go losing itself in the waters, its light, in 1,000 rays, trembling upon their surface. I brought to mind the quiet moments which, at that same hour, I had passed with Kalila, and hiding my head in my veil, I gave myself up to despair. Soon a soft rustling became audible. Our boat was shearing its way through banks of reeds. A great silence succeeded to the song of the rowers, for Shaban had landed. He came back in a few moments and carried me to a tent erected a few paces from the river's bank. I found there lights, mattresses stretched on the ground, a table covered with various kinds of food, and an immense copy of the Quran unfolded. I hated the holy book. The sages, our instructors, had often turned it into ridicule, and I had never read it with Kalila, so I threw it contemptuously to the ground. Shaban took upon himself to scold me, but I flew at him and endeavored to reduce him to silence. In this I proved successful, and the same treatment retained its efficacy during the whole course of the long expedition. Our subsequent experiences were similar to those of the first day. Endlessly did we pass banks of water lilies and flocks of birds, and an infinite number of small boats that came and went with merchandise. At last we began to leave behind us the plain country. Like all who are unhappy and thus led to look forward, I kept my eyes continually fixed on the horizon ahead of us, and one evening I saw, rising there, great masses of much greater height, and of a form infinitely more varied than the pyramids. These masses proved to be mountains. Their aspect inspired me with fear. The terrible thought occurred to me that my father was sending me to the woeful land of the Black King, so that I might be offered up as a sacrifice to the idols, who, as the sages pretended, were greedy of princesses. Shaban perceived my increasing distress, and at last took pity upon me. He revealed our ultimate destination, adding that though my father wished to separate me from Kalila, it was not forever, and that, in the meanwhile, I should make the acquaintance of a marvelous personage called the Palm Tree Climber, who was the best storyteller in the universe. This information quieted me to some extent. The hope, however distant, of seeing Kalila again poured balm into my soul, and I was not sorry to hear that I should have stories to my liking. Moreover, the idea of a realm of solitude, such as the Ostrich Isle, flattered my romantic spirit. If I must be separated from him whom I cherished more than life itself, I preferred to undergo my fate rather in some savage spot than amid the glitter and chatter of a harem. Far from all such impertinent frivolities, I purposed to abandon my whole soul to the sweet memories of the past, and give a free course to the languorous reveries in which I could see again the loved image of my Kalila. Fully occupied with these projects, it was with heedless eyes that I saw our boat approaching nearer and nearer to the land of mountains. The rocks encroached more and more upon the border of the stream, and seemed soon about to deprive us of all sight of the sky. I saw trees of immeasurable height, whose intertwisted roots hung down in the water. I heard the noise of cataracts, and saw the boiling eddies flash in foam and fill the air with a mist thin as silver gauze. Through this veil I perceived at last a green island of no great size, on which the ostriches were gravely promenading. Still further forward I discerned a domed edifice standing against a hill all covered with nests. This palace was utterly strange of aspect, and had in truth been built by a noted Kabbalist. The walls were of yellow marble, and shone like polished metal, and every object reflected in them assumed gigantic proportions. I trembled when I saw what fantastic figures the ostriches presented as seen in that strange mirror. Their necks seemed to go losing themselves in the clouds, and their eyes shone like enormous balls of iron, heated red in a furnace. My terrors were observed by Shaban, who made me understand the magnifying qualities of the palace walls, and assured me that even if the birds were really as monstrous as they appeared, I might trust, in all security, to their good manners, since the palm tree climber had been laboring for over 100 years to reduce their disposition to an exemplary mildness. Scarcely had he furnished me with this information when I landed at a spot where the grass was green and fresh. 1,000 unknown flowers, 1,000 shells of fantastic shape, 1,000 oddly fashioned snails adorned the shore. The ardor of the sun was tempered by the perpetual dew distilled from the falling waters, whose monotonous sound inclined to slumber. Feeling drowsy, I ordered a penthouse to be affixed to one of the palm trees of which the place was full. For the palm tree climber, who always bore at his girdle the keys of the palace, was at that hour pursuing his meditations at the other end of the island. While a soft drowsiness took possession of my senses, Shaban ran to present my father's letters to the man of wisdom. In order to do this, he was compelled to attach the missives to the end of a long pole, as the climber was at the top of a palm tree 50 cubits high, and refused to come down without knowing why he was summoned. So soon as he had perused the leaves of the roll, he carried them respectfully to his forehead, and slipped down like a meteor. And indeed he had somewhat the appearance of a meteor, for his eyes were of flame, and his nose was a beautiful blood red. Shaban, amazed by the rapidity of the old man's descent, uninjured from the tree, was somewhat outraged when asked to take him on his back, but the climber declared that he never so far condescended as to walk. The eunuch, who loved neither sages nor their caprices, and regarded both as the plagues of the emir's family, hesitated for a moment. But, bearing in mind the positive order he had received, he conquered his aversion, and took the palm tree climber on his shoulders, saying, "Alas, the good hermit Abu Gabdul Gehaman would not have behaved after this manner, and would, moreover, have been much more worthy of my assistance." The climber heard these words in high dudgeon, for he had aforetime had pious squabbles with the hermit of the sandy desert. So he administered a mighty kick onto the small of Shaban's back, and thrust a fiery nose into the middle of his countenance. Shaban, on this, stumbled, but pursued his way without uttering a syllable. I was still asleep. Shaban came up to my couch, and throwing his burden at my feet, said, and his voice had a certain ring in it that woke me without difficulty, "Here is the climber. Much good may he do you." At the sight of such an object, I was quite unable, notwithstanding all my sorrows, to help bursting out into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. The old man did not change countenance. Notwithstanding, he jingled his keys with an air of importance, and said to Shaban, in grave tones, "Take me again upon your back. Let us go to the palace, and I will open its doors, which have never, hitherto, admitted any member of the female sex save my great Eglaia, the queen of the ostriches." I followed. It was late. The great birds were coming down from the hills and surrounded us in flocks, pecking at the grass and at the trees. The noise they made with their beaks was such that I seemed to be listening to the feet of an army on the march. At last I found myself before the shining walls of the palace. Though I knew the trick of them, my own distorted figure terrified me, as did also the figure of the climber on the shoulders of Shaban. We entered into a vaulted apartment, lined with black marble starred with golden stars, which inspired a certain feeling of awe, a feeling to which, however, the old man's grotesque and amusing grimaces afforded some relief. The air was stifling and nearly made me sick. The climber, perceiving this, caused a great fire to be lit, and threw into it a small aromatic ball which he drew from his bosom. Immediately a vapour, rather pleasant to the smell, but very penetrating, diffused itself throughout the room. The eunuch fled, sneezing. As for me, I drew near the fire, and sadly stirring the ashes, began to form in them the cipher of Kalila. The climber did not interfere. He praised the education I had received, and approved greatly of our immersions just after birth by the sages, adding maliciously that nothing so sharpened the wits as a passion somewhat out of the common. "I see clearly," he continued, "that you are absorbed in reflections of an interesting nature, and I am well pleased that it should be so. I myself had 5 sisters. We made very light of Mahomet's teachings, and loved each other with some fervour. I still, after the lapse of 100 years, bear this in my memory with pleasure, for we scarcely ever forget early impressions. Thus my constancy has greatly commended me to the jinns whose favourite I am. If you are able, like myself, to persevere in your present sentiments, they will probably do something for you. In the meanwhile, place your confidence in me. I shall not prove surly or unsympathetic as a guardian and keeper. Don't get it into your head that I am dependent on the caprice of your father, who has a limited outlook and prefers ambition to pleasure. I am happier amid my palms and my ostriches and in the enjoyments of the delights of meditation than he in his divan and in all his grandeur. I don't mean to say that you yourself cannot add to the pleasures of my life. The more gracious you are to me, the more shall I show civility to you, and make you the partaker in things of beauty. If you seem to be happy in this place of solitude, you will acquire a great reputation for wisdom, and I know, by my own experience, that under the cloak of a great reputation it is possible to hide whole treasures of folly. Your father in his letters has told me all your story. While people think that you are giving heed to my instructions, you can talk to me about your Kalila as much as you like, and without offending me in any way. On the contrary, nothing affords me greater pleasure than to observe the movements of a heart abandoning itself to its youthful inclinations, and I shall be glad to see the bright colors of a first love mantling on young cheeks. While listening to this strange discourse, I kept my eyes on the ground, but the bird of hope fluttered in my bosom. At last I looked at the sage, and his great red nose, that shone like a luminous point in that room of black marble, seemed to me less disagreeable. The smile accompanying my glance was of such significance that the climber easily perceived I had swallowed his bait. This pleased him so mightily that he forgot his learned indolence, and ran to prepare a repast of which I stood greatly in need. Scarcely had he departed when Shaban came in, holding in his hand a letter, sealed with my father's seal, which he had just opened. "Here," said he, "are the instructions I was only to read when I reached this place, and I have read them only too clearly. Alas, how wretched it is to be the slave of a prince whose head has been turned by much learning. Unhappy princess, I am compelled, much against my will, to abandon you here. I must re-embark with all who have followed me hither, and only leave in your service the lame Muzaka, who is deaf and dumb. The wretched climber will be your only helper. Heaven alone knows what you will gain from his companionship. The emir regards him as a prodigy of learning and wisdom, but as to this, he must suffer a faithful Mussulman to have his doubts." As he spoke these words, Shaban touched the letter 3 times with his forehead, and then, leaping backwards, disappeared from my sight. The hideous manner in which the poor eunuch wept on leaving me amused me much. I was far indeed from making any attempt to keep him back. His presence was odious to me, for he always avoided all conversation about the only subject that filled my heart. On the other hand, I was enchanted at the choice of Muzaka as my attendant. With a deaf and dumb slave, I should enjoy full liberty in imparting my confidences to the obliging old man, and in following his advice, if so be that he gave me advice of which I approved. All my thoughts were thus assuming a somewhat rosy hue, when the climber returned, smothered up in carpets and cushions of silk, which he stretched out on the ground, and he then proceeded, with a pleasant and contented air, to light torches and to burn pastilles in braziers of gold. He had taken these sumptuous articles from the palace treasury, which, as he assured me, was well worthy of exciting my curiosity. I told him I was quite ready to take his word for it at that particular time, the smell of the excellent viands which had preceded him having very agreeably whetted my appetite. These viands consisted chiefly of slices of deer spiced with fragrant herbs, of eggs prepared after divers recipes, and of cakes more dainty and delicate than the petals of a white rose. There was besides a ruddy liquor, made of date juice and served in strange translucent shells, and sparkling like the eyes of the climber himself. We lay down to our meal together in very friendly fashion. My amazing keeper greatly praised the quality of his wine, and made very good use of it, to the intense surprise of Muzaka, who, huddled up in a corner, indulged in undescribable gestures, which the marble reflected on all sides. The fire burnt gaily, throwing out sparks, which, as they darkened, exhaled an exquisite perfume. The torches gave a brilliant light, the braziers shone brightly, and the soft warmth that reigned in the apartment inclined to a voluptuous indolence. The situation in which I found myself was so singular, the kind of prison in which I was confined was so different from anything I could have imagined, and the ways of my keeper were so grotesque, that from time to time I rubbed my eyes to make sure that the whole thing was not a dream. I should even have derived amusement from my surroundings if the thought that I was so far from Kalila had left me for a single moment. The climber, to distract my thoughts, began the marvelous story of the giant Gebri and the artful Sharod, but I interrupted him and asked him to listen to the recital of my own real sorrows, promising that afterwards I should give ear to his tales. Alas, I never kept that promise. Vainly at repeated intervals did he try to excite my curiosity. I had none save with regard to Kalila, and did not cease to repeat, "Where is he? What is he doing? When shall I see him again?" The old man, seeing me so headstrong in my passion, and so well resolved to brave all remorse, became convinced that I was a fit object for his nefarious purposes, for, as my hearers will doubtless have already understood, He was a servant of the monarch who reigns in this place of torment. In the perversity of his soul, and that fatal blindness which makes men desire to find an entrance here, he had vowed to induce 20 wretches to serve Eblis, and he exactly wanted my brother and myself to complete that number. Far indeed was he, therefore, from really trying to stifle the yearnings of my heart, and though, in order to fan the flame that consumed me, he seemed from time to time to be desirous of telling me stories, yet, in reality, his head was filled with quite other thoughts. I spent a great part of the night in making my criminal avowals. Towards morning I fell asleep. The climber did the same, at a few paces' distance, having first, without ceremony, applied to my forehead a kiss that burned me like a red-hot iron. My dreams were of the saddest. They left but a confused impression on my mind, but, so far as I can recollect, they conveyed the warnings of heaven, which still desired to open before me a door of escape and of safety. So soon as the sun had risen, the climber led me into his woods, introduced me to his ostriches, and gave me an exhibition of his supernatural agility. Not only did he climb to the tremulous tops of the tallest and most slender palms, bending them beneath his feet like cars of corn, but he would dart like an arrow from one tree to another. After the display of several of these gymnastic feats, he settled on a branch, told me he was about to indulge in his daily meditations, and advised me to go with Muzaka and bathe by the border of the stream. On the other side of the hill, the heat was excessive. I found the clear waters cool and delicious. Bathing pools, lined with precious marbles, had been hollowed out in the middle of a little level mead over which high rocks cast their shadow. Pale narcissi and gladioli grew on the margin, and, leaning towards the water, waved over my head. I loved these languid flowers. They seemed an emblem of my fortunes, and for several hours I allowed their perfumes to intoxicate my soul. On returning to the palace, I found that the climber had made great preparations for my entertainment. The evening passed like the evening before, and from day to day, pretty nearly after the same manner, I spent 4 months. Nor can I say that the time passed unhappily. The romantic solitude, the old man's patient attention, and the complacency with which he listened to love's foolish repetitions, all seemed to unite in soothing my pain. I should perhaps have spent whole years in merely nursing those sweet illusions that are so rarely realized, have seen the ardor of my passion dwindle and die, have become no more than the tender sister and friend of Kalila, if my father had not, in pursuit of his wild schemes, delivered me over to the impious scoundrel who sat daily watching at my side to make me his prey. Ah, Shaban, ah, Shamla, you, my real friends, why was I torn from your arms? Why did you not from the very first perceive the germs of a too passionate tenderness existing in our hearts, germs which ought then and there to have been extirpated, since the day would come when not fire and steel would be of any avail? One morning, when I was steeped in sad thoughts, and expressing in even more violent language than usual my despair at being separated from Kalila, the old man fixed upon me his piercing eyes, and addressed me in these words: "Princess, you, who have been taught by the most enlightened of sages, cannot doubtless be ignorant of the fact that there are intelligences superior to the race of man, who take part in human affairs and are able to extricate us from the greatest difficulties. I, who am telling you this, have had experience more than once of their power, for I had a right to their assistance, having been placed, as you yourself have been, under their protection from birth. I quite see that you cannot live without your Kalila. It is time, therefore, that you should apply for aid to such helpful spirits. But will you have the strength of mind, the courage to endure the approach of beings so different from mankind? I know that their coming produces certain inevitable effects, as internal tremors, the revulsion of the blood from its ordinary course. But I know also that these terrors, these revulsions, painful as they undoubtedly are, must appear as nothing compared with the mortal pain of separation from an object loved greatly and exclusively. If you resolve to invoke the jinn of the Great Pyramid, who, as I know, presided at your birth, if you are willing to abandon yourself to his care, I can, this very evening, give you speech of your brother, who is nearer than you imagine. The being in question, so renowned among the sages, is called Omultakos. He is, at present, in charge of the treasure which the ancient Kabbalist kings have placed in this desert. By means of the other spirits under his command, he is in close touch with his sister, whom, by the by, he loved in his time just as you now love Kalila. He will, therefore, enter into your sorrows just as much as I do myself, and will, I make no doubt, do all he can to further your desires." At these last words, my heart beat with unspeakable violence. The possibility of seeing Kalila once again excited a transport in my breast. I rose hastily and ran about the room like a mad creature. Then, coming back to the old man's side, I embraced him, called him my father, and throwing myself at his knees, I implored him, with clasped hands, not to defer my happiness, but to conduct me, at whatever hazard, to the sanctuary of Omultakos. The crafty old scoundrel was well pleased, and saw with a malicious eye into what a state of delirium he had thrown me. His only thought was how to fan the flame thus kindled. For this purpose he resumed a cold and reserved aspect, and said, in tones of great solemnity, "Be it known to you, Zulkais, that I have my doubts, and cannot help hesitating, in a matter of such importance, great as is my desire to serve you. You evidently do not know how dangerous is the step you propose to take, or at least, you do not fully appreciate its extreme rashness. I cannot tell how far you will be able to endure the fearful solitude of the immeasurable vaults you must traverse, and the strange magnificence of the place to which I must conduct you. Neither can I tell in what shape the jinn will appear. I have often seen him in a form so fearful that my senses have long remained numbed. At other times he has shown himself under an aspect so grotesque that I have scarcely been able to refrain from choking laughter. For nothing can be more capricious than beings of that nature. Omultakos, mayhap, will spare your weakness, but it is right to warn you that the adventure on which you are bound is perilous, that the moment of the jinn's apparition is uncertain, that while you are waiting in expectation, you must show neither fear nor horror, nor impatience, and that, at the sight of him, you must be very sure not to laugh and not to cry. Observe, moreover, that you must wait in silence and the stillness of death, and with your hands crossed over your breast, until he speaks to you, for a gesture, a smile, a groan would involve not only your destruction, but also that of Kalila and my own. "All that you tell me," I replied, "carries terror into my bosom, but impelled by such a fatal love as mine, what would one not venture?" "I congratulate you on your sublime perseverance," rejoined the climber, with a smile of which I did not then appreciate the full significance and wickedness. "Prepare yourself. As soon as darkness covers the earth, I will go and suspend Muzaka from the top of one of my highest palm trees, so that she may not be in our way. I will then lead you to the door of the gallery that leads to the retreat of Omultakos. There I shall leave you, and myself, according to my custom, go and meditate at the top of one of the trees, and make vows for the success of your enterprise." I spent the interval in anxiety and trepidation. I wandered aimlessly amid the valleys and hillocks on the island. I gazed fixedly into the depths of the waters. I watched the rays of the sun declining over their surface, and looked forward, half in fear and half in hope, to the moment when the light should abandon our hemisphere. The holy calm of a serene night at last overspread the world. I saw the climber detach himself from a flock of ostriches that were gravely marching to drink at the river. He came to me with measured steps. Putting his finger to his lips, he said, "Follow me in silence." I obeyed. He opened a door and made me enter with him into a narrow passage, not more than 4 feet high, so that I was compelled to walk half doubled up. The air I breathed was damp and stifling. At every step I caught my feet in viscous plants that issued from certain cracks and crevices in the gallery. Through these cracks the feeble light of the moon's rays found an entrance, shedding light, every here and there, upon little wells that had been dug to right and left of our path. Through the black waters in these wells I seemed to see reptiles with human faces. I turned away my eyes in horror. I burned with desire to ask the climber what all this might mean, but the gloom and solemnity of his looks made me keep silence. He appeared to progress painfully, and to be brushing aside with his hands something to me invisible. Soon I was no longer able to see him at all. We were going, as it seemed, round and round in complete darkness, and, so as not to lose him altogether in that frightful labyrinth, I was compelled to lay hold upon his robe. At last we reached a place where I began to breathe a freer and fresher air. A solitary taper of enormous size, fixed upright in a block of marble, lighted up a vast hall, and discovered to my eyes 5 staircases, whose banisters, made of different metals, faded upwards into the darkness. There we stopped, And the old man broke the silence, saying, "Chose between these staircases, one only leads to the treasury of Omoltakos. From the others, which go losing themselves to cavernous depths, you would never return. Where they lead, you would find nothing but hunger, and the bones of those whom famine has aforetime destroyed." Having said these words, he disappeared, and I heard a door closing behind him. Judge of my terror, you who have heard the ebony portals, which confine us forever in this place of torment, grind upon their ebony hinges. Indeed, I dare to say that my position was, if possible, even more terrible than yours, for I was alone. I fell to the earth at the base of the block of marble. A sleep, such as that which ends our mortal existence, overcame my senses. Suddenly a voice, clear, sweet, insinuating like the voice of Kalila, flattered my ears. I seemed, as in a dream, to see him on the staircase, the banisters of which were of brass. A majestic warrior, whose pale front bore a diadem, held him by the hand. "Zulkai," said Kalila, with an afflicted air, "Allah forbids our union, but Eblis, whom you see here, extends to us his protection. Implore his aid, and follow the path to which he points you." I awoke in a transport of courage and resolution, seized the taper, and began, without hesitation, to ascend the stairway with the brazen banisters. The steps seemed to multiply beneath my feet, but my resolution never faltered, and at last I reached a chamber, square and immensely spacious, and paved with a marble that was of flesh color, and marked as with the veins and arteries of the human body. The walls of this place of terror were hidden by huge piles of carpets of 1,000 kinds and 1,000 hues, and these moved slowly to and fro, as if painfully stirred by human creatures stifling beneath their weight. All around were ranged black chests, whose steel padlocks seemed encrusted with blood. Muffled hissings appeared to issue from under the lids of some of these chests. From others, groans and cries as of indistinct voices and metallic clinkings. I thought that the voices were those of dives or afrits rather than men. I shuddered and fled on, all the more precipitately because some of them had seemed to call me by name. The chamber was endless, and I saw that I had been mistaken as to its form. It enlarged itself before me, like the perspectives of a hall of ill dreams. Insensibly, and as if by the operation of some enchantment, it assumed a more frightful aspect. The marble pavement was now of that livid color seen in the flesh of bodies after death. Its veinings were dark as if blood had coagulated within them, and were interspersed with mottlings such as would be made on human skin by the contusions of iron maces. Columns, higher than the monumental pillars of the old kings of Egypt, rose round me into gloom that the great taper was unable to pierce. A blue mist, such as might ascend from nether gulfs, wavered like a curtain before the removed walls, and the light flickered woefully in my arms, as it met the dank sighing exhaled by the subterranean reaches. I had need of all my resolution, and was forced to summon up the loved image of Kalila, with all possible clearness before I could proceed any further. The vastness of the room, its dismal character and furnishings, terrified me more and more. A weakness seized upon my limbs and senses. The taper became an almost insupportable burden, and I could scarce uplift it to inspect the curious treasures piled about me. Notwithstanding this, I perceived that there were open caskets, overrunning with divers jewels, with goldwork wrought in the fashion of antiquity, and still untarnished, so that I felt sure at first that I had reached the treasury of Omoltakos, the jinn to whom the Kabbalist kings had entrusted their wealth. But soon doubt came upon me, as I began to note the hideous confusion that prevailed everywhere, the human finger bones and other charnel relics that were heaped without discrimination amid the precious stones, or stored in separate vessels of graven silver, as if they too had been of rare worth. I saw also that some of the larger caskets were really sarcophagi, such as were used by the Egyptians. They had been brimmed with skulls, and the severed members of mummies, and gold coins. Serpents, milk white and wholly scaleless, crept to and fro, bringing in their mouths bright jewels or fragments of bone, which they deposited in certain receptacles that were not yet filled to the rim. A faintness, such as the dying must undergo, would have overcome me at the sight of these horrors, and the musty odors which they emitted. But I was revived by an extraordinary apparition, which, through the speed and brilliance of its descent from one of the topless pillars, I took for a moment to be the palm tree climber. The apparition reached the floor in a flash. It rose up, and I saw my mistake. It was almost more than I could do to refrain from bursting into wild laughter, for the uncommon personage before me resembled, as much as anything else, a mangy baboon whose hair had fallen out in broad patches. His head and face, indeed, were altogether hairless, like those of the ancient priests, but the brows had been painted with kohl to relieve their blank appearance, and the same cosmetic had been applied in large mouches about the jowls. He carried at his side, from a girdle of human gut, a capacious and somewhat tattered pouch, in the form of a stomach sack, from whose rifts unmentionable objects protruded. More amazing than all this, however, was the long tail, seeming to be on fire perpetually, which the remarkable being flourished in my face like a torch. Recalling the injunctions of the climber, I succeeded in smothering my mirth, and maintained a strict silence. It was well, no doubt, that I did so. Omoltakos, for it was indeed the djinn himself, addressed me in a hollow and lugubrious voice that accorded somewhat strangely with his aspect, saying, "Princess, you need carry no longer the immense taper, whose weight has grown so burdensome to you. My tail, which burns with inexhaustible fire, will now serve as a flambeau for us both." He indicated a half-empty sarcophagus, in which, with expressive signs, he told me to deposit the taper, leaving it upright, so that the grease would not gutter upon the rare contents of that reliquary. Then he said to me, "As a fitting reward for your perseverance in daring the shadows of the subterranean labyrinth, I shall show you the many treasures which have been amassed in this chamber during the eras of my custodianship. To the wealth of the Kabbalist rulers, in itself quite prodigious, I have since added much that I prize peculiarly. Iblis, it is true, in his deep-lying halls, has been able to gather together a far more inclusive assortment of terrestrial riches, but I venture to assert that my collection in some ways is a little choicer than his. For example, in this casket, you behold, among other remnants of former delight and beauty, a thigh bone that once belonged to Balkis. He waved his tail, which flared brightly above the relic in question, and then, with a ludicrous and proprietary air, passed on to others. At one time, during our tour, he paused before a small box of green bronze, filled with a dark brown powder, and lifting a pinch of the powder to his nostrils, gave vent to prolonged and violent sternutations. When these had ceased, he remarked with much satisfaction, "There is, to my knowledge, no sneezing powder more efficacious than the one I have just employed, which was obtained through the atomizing of the mummies of antique embalmers." My astonishment and disgust were mingled with a strange propensity to laughter, which I conquered again and yet again, with much difficulty. Omoltakos, in a most extensive circuit of inspection about the chamber, illumined for me with the unfailing light of his appendage an infinite variety of objects that testified to mortal corruption. All the while, he discoursed upon their quondam ownership and their history in a fashion that was no less proud than funereal. He showed me, moreover, certain musical instruments, which he himself had designed during hours of leisure. Among them, I remember that there were lutes fashioned from the ribs and arm bones of women, and stringed with male sinews, and also there were tabors of human skin, that bade a deep sonority. On more than one of these instruments, he played a while for my diversion, and though I thought the airs he extorted from them were more than atrocious, I felt that it would be politic to commend, rather than criticize, his playing. In the meanwhile, I burned with desire to question him regarding the whereabouts of Kalila, and the means through which we might again be united, but mindful of all that the climber had told me, I restrained my eagerness. At last, Omoltakos, who had led me on for a great distance between the columns and the sarcophagi, and had laid aside his unusual instruments of music, turned on me and said, "Think not, O Princess, that all my treasures are things which have come down from antiquity. In the recesses of this unfathomable chamber, objects of more recent date are also conserved. One of them, at least, will interest you. Be patient and follow the illumination of my tale." With this adjuration, he conducted me to an open sarcophagus, gilded and carved from end to end with hieroglyphics, that stood a little apart from the others. In it, with unutterable horror and anguish, I discerned the form of Kalila, lying as if dead, with a mortal pallor on his cheeks, and lips and eyelids. I noted that the bosom of his raiment was torn and bloody, I hurled myself upon him and sought to revive him with kisses, but in vain. Omultakos, at this point, chose to interrupt my efforts by inserting the agile tip of his combustive tail between myself and the face of Kalila. He observed in a severe tone, "There is but one way in which the prince, your beloved brother, can be revived. The method, fortunately, lies at my immediate disposal. First, however, I will explain to you the presence of Kalila in this place. The Emir Abu Tabe Ahmed, in attempting to continue the heroic education he designed for your brother, sent him forth with a small retinue the other day to hunt the ferocious lions of the Nubian desert. These lions, appearing in unwanted number, and with more than their usual rapacity, disposed of the followers of Kalila, and would have served the prince in like manner if some of my subordinate jinns, who were watching over the expedition, had not intervened. Unluckily, they were too late to keep Kalila from being wounded almost to death by the talons of the beasts. They brought him here only a few hours since, and I have permitted him to occupy the sarcophagus of an elder pharaoh, though my wisdom has told me that the tenancy will be of brief duration, and that Kalila cannot be numbered among my permanent acquisitions. If you, Zulkais, will consent to a very simple matter, I will give into your hand, without delay, a supremely sovereign restorative. Anything, anything, I cried wildly. I consent to whatever you ask, if only Kalila be brought back to life. You need promise only one thing, quoth Omultakos. Pledge your fealty to Eblis, the lord of the fiery globe, and the shadowy caverns. It is pledged, I replied hastily. Give me the restorative. Omulkatos, with his apish fingers, began to fumble in the tattered pouch that hung at his girdle. I caught sight of certain highly nauseating oddments, from among which, presently, he produced a pale yellow fruit, having somewhat the form and size of a peach, and laid it in the palm of my hand. This fruit, he informed me, was grown in a garden which, without ever having beheld the sun, is more fertile than the gardens of Iram. If you squeeze it very gently above the lips of Kalila, a single drop of its juice, falling down upon them, will suffice to resuscitate him in all the bloom that you have loved so dearly. The fruit after that is yours to retain, but I trust that you will not be so careless as to devour it at any future time. If you were to do this, the results would be very surprising, since the action of the juice on those who languish at the gates of death and those who exult in the fullness of life is an altogether different thing. Scarcely heeding any of his words, I hastened to squeeze the yellow fruit above Kalila's lips, which were white as those of a cadaver. I was transported with joy when a living ruby returned into them beneath the dripping of the fluid, and the eyes of Kalila opened to give back my ardent gaze. He lifted his arms from the sarcophagus to embrace me, and I quite forgot the presence of Omultakos. That personage, after a decorous interval, observed in a loud voice, "I am sorry to break in upon your reunion, since I cannot do otherwise than approve and admire the fervor which animates you. But it is more than probable that I shall have, before long, another use for the receptacle you are both occupying. For that reason, I shall conduct you to an alcove beyond my treasury. This alcove is fitted with comfortable couches that will serve your purpose fully as well." Kalila, rearing his head at the sound of Omultakos's voice, perceived for the first time the remarkable baboon, who had hitherto been screened from his view by my bosom. He, in his turn, was no less amazed than I had been. However, heeding the injunction of our host, he got up from the sarcophagus. In low tones, I begged him to repress the injudicious laughter that quivered visibly upon his countenance. We both followed Omultakos. As we went, I placed the yellow fruit in the bosom of my garment. Kalila, more impressed by the person of our guide than by the doleful surroundings, could not forbear commenting on the igneous properties of the tail, which emitted showers of sparks on the gloom as the owner flourished it in his progress. He remarked to me in great wonder that the baboon seemed to experience no discomfort whatever from this unique process of combustion. Omultakos, who had overheard him, turned and said, "Know, young prince, that it is the nature of my tail to burn in this manner, and the sensation it affords me is, in its degree, no more painful or extraordinary than that which women experience from the flushing of their checks, or men from an excitement of the blood. After a journey that appeared brief indeed, and which I could not reconcile with my former impression of the vastness of the chamber, we came to an open portal. The flambeau of Omultakos reared aloft, illumined for us a much smaller room, with couches of golden cloth and dark draperies. My father would have loved the draperies, since they were entirely covered with hieroglyphics, but the hieroglyphics, which appeared to change altogether from moment to moment, would have maddened the sages whom he employed. Here the jinn left us, after lighting with his torch the many lamps of brass and copper censers with which the room had been supplied. I thought that this departure was attended by an odd lack of ceremony, but recalled that he had come down from the pillar, on the occasion of his appearance before me, in a manner no less informal. Through the open doorway, Kalila and I continued, for some time, to see the luminosity that he made in his movements about the treasury. He seemed to be very busy, and we caught glimpses of certain peculiar assistants who were bringing in a new lot of treasures. But our joy in being together once more preoccupied us so fully that we paid little heed to these activities and were enabled to disregard for the time being their somewhat sinister import. Between our caresses, we asked each other 1,000 questions and told all that had happened to us severally since the date of our separation. Kalila was much dismayed when he learned the circumstances of my visit to the underground palace, and the promise I had made on his behalf to the jinn. "Alas," he said, "I fear that all this has been prearranged and for no good purpose. The lions who attacked me were of supernatural size and fierceness. No doubt they were the very jinns of whom Omultakos told you, and after their talons had slain my followers and had rendered me senseless, they brought me here. You, Zulkais, through your affection for me, have entered the trap. However, let us try to forget this. No matter how dark and precarious our situation, we have at least the consolation of each other's society." "All that I have done was nothing," I replied. "Gladly would I pledge myself to Eblis 1,000 times for your sake." In such converse, the hours went by, and we began to wonder at the long absence of Omultakos, who had vanished after a while among the pillars of the treasury, and had not returned. He had left us without declaring his intentions as to our future destiny, and it seemed that he had forgotten us. Moreover, he had made no provision for us, beyond lighting the lamps and censers. By the illumination that these vessels yielded, we began to remark the moth-holes in the figured hangings and the great age of the couches, whose coverings might have been exhumed from palaces long buried in the desert sand. We noted also that the lamps and censers were overspread with verdigris. The fumes of the latter vessels troubled us, being both musty and aromatic, like the balms that exhale from the cerements of the pharaohs. We heard, at intervals, equivocal and disquieting sounds, in a direction of which we were not sure. Together with all this, I grew faint with hunger, but there were no viands in the room for my regalement. At last I remembered the fruit which I had placed in my bosom after using it to revive Kalila. Forgetful of the warning of the jinn, I drew it forth. I would have shared it with Kalila, but he, noting my hunger, declined. I devoured it greedily, finding a strange and spicy savor in its pulp. Almost immediately, I experienced a feeling of unbearable heat. An intense ardor of life rose within me, as if it would burst the confines of my heart. The chamber seemed to blaze with a light that was not that of the lamps. My senses burned with a confused delirium of desires. A madness possessed me, and Kalila was lost to my perception, like the shadows of the apartment. Then I thought that a ball of fire, hued with 1,000 colors that changed momently, swam up and floated before me in the air. An extravagant longing seized me to possess the ball, and I sprang to my feet and tried to clasp it, but the globe eluded me and fled swiftly, and I, without heeding the cries of Kalila, pursued it. I ran through a small portal at the rear of the chamber, and down a labyrinth of cavernous corridors, which, save for the illumination of the globe, would have been altogether lightless. Intent only on overtaking the bright ball, I did not notice my surroundings or the route I followed. At last the light disappeared, leaving only a dim glimmer, like the afterglow of the sunken sun, and I came to the verge of a precipice. Far below, the ball receded, plunging into abysses from which the dismal and eternal roaring of lost waters came up to arrest me. However, in my delirium, I should still have followed the globe if it had not seemed, after an interval, to return toward me from the depths. I waited, ready to seize it, but, as the light drew nearer, I perceived its true source. It was Omultakos, climbing nimbly from the gulf by means of the slight projections of the stone. In an instant he stood beside me and said, with an air of reproof, "Princess, why this haste to fling yourself into the underground river that flows eternally toward the realms of Eblis? The destined hour of your departure thither, borne by that doleful tide, is not yet at hand. Fortunately, I met your brother, who was seeking you in the darkness of the caverns, and, learning what had happened, I came without delay, by another route than yours, to intercept you. Kalila, in consideration of this act of succor, has plighted himself to the Prince of the Fiery Globe and the Flaming Hearts. Let us rejoin him, for I fear that he still wanders, lost and distracted, in the darkness. In a sense, I am to blame for what has occurred. Carried away by the duties of my custodianship of the treasury, duties that are often exigent, I forgot the obligations of a host and failed to provide for your natural needs. If I had done as I should, hunger would never have prompted you to devour the fruit that gave rise to your delirium. My madness had abated. I followed Omoltakos, perceiving, as I went, the horrors of the labyrinth of caverns, to which the orb with 1,000 colors had blinded me. At every turn, there were scattered bones and skeletons which had belonged, mayhap, to wretches who had lost themselves in the maze and had perished of famine. Some of the skeletons lay close together, but I could not tell whether the intimacy of their postures had been dictated by human love or anthropophagism. Omoltakos did not enlighten me upon this point, nor did I care to question him. At last we found Kalila, whose joy was little less extravagant than the delirium which had led me to the floating ball. "I must provide more adequately for your entertainment," said Omoltakos. "Eblis permits me to keep you here a while as my guests. My subterranean garden lies not far away, and in it is a pavilion which you may occupy. Food and drink will be served regularly to you, and in plenteous quantities, and I trust that neither of you will be tempted, in view of what has occurred, to sample the fruit of my trees." He conducted us along a short passage, from which we emerged into an immense cavern whose roof was purple like the vault of night, and was starred with effulgent orbs that resembled the planets and the constellations. Here we beheld the garden of which he had spoken. It consisted of fantastic trees, heavily laden with divers fruits and blossoms and cunningly illumined by lamps, which very often I could not distinguish from the fruits. In the midst was a small pavilion, built of a marble mottled with rose and black. It was furnished with luxurious divans and a table on which delicious viands and wines like molten ruby and topaz had been spread for our affection. Omoltakos, after again assuring us of his hospitality, begged leave to excuse himself and departed with the same celerity that had marked his former movements. In the pavilion he had placed at our disposal, Kalila and I dwelt for a period of time that neither of us could calculate. That period, however, in spite of certain forebodings, was the happiest we had known, since our childhood days when the emir was still content to leave us together without interruption. In that place, there was no difference between day and night, for the lamps burned eternally amid the fruited foliage, and the star-like orbs continued to sparkle ever in the vault above us. Often we wandered through the garden, which had a strange beauty, though we did not care, after certain indiscreet delvings, to examine too closely into its hidden particulars. The odors of the blossoms, richer than myrrh and santal, conduced to an agreeable languor, and since the jinn supplied us with an infinity of savorous foods and wines more delicate than those of Persia, we were well content to leave his fruits alone. In the happiness of being together, and in transports renewed perpetually, we almost forgot the rash pledges we had given. Nor were we troubled overmuch by the fact that the attendants who served us were invisible, and gave proof of their presence only by a sound that resembled the noise made by the flittering of great bats. Also, for the most part, we found ourselves able to ignore a sullen roaring that pervaded the garden continually, seeming to issue from subterranean waters at a vague distance and in a direction of which we were never sure. Indeed, we became so accustomed to the sound, mournful and menacing though it was, that it seemed to us little more than a quality of the silence in which we were sequestered. Our host, who was no doubt busily engaged with the care of his acquisitions and the treasure confided to him by the Kabbalist rulers, failed to visit us again. We remarked his negligence, but under the circumstances we did not miss him. Alas! Though we knew it not, or strove to forget it, the malign forces of our destiny were always at work. Our sojourn in the garden of Omultakos was to have a frightful denouement. By virtue of the allegiance we had both pledged to the Lord of Evil, we were to share, at the appointed time, the fate of all others who have thus damned themselves irretrievably. And yet, in order to live again those happy hours, I, and Kalila too, would repeat the same bond without hesitation. Dream not that we repent. We were plighting other vows, as we had done 1,000 times, and were seated upon a divan in the pavilion when the date of perdition arrived. It came without announcement, save an insupportable thunder that seemed to rive apart the foundations of the world. We were tossed as if by earthquake, the air darkened around us, and the ground gave way. Clasped in each other's arms, we had the sensation of falling, together with the pavilion, into a deep abyss. The thunder ceased, the vertigo of our descent grew less, and we heard on every side the woeful and furious noise of rushing waters. A melancholy glimmering dawned about us, and by it we saw the pavilion had become a raft of serpents plaited together in the fashion of reeds that was borne headlong on a dark, tumultuous river. The serpents, large and rigid as beams of wood, had preserved on their skins the black and rosy mottling of the marble, and they had formed themselves into a cabin around us, like the superstructure of the pavilion. As we went, they added a loud and sinister hissing to the sound of the driven waters. In this horrible manner, we were carried through unfathomable caves, ever deeper, toward the accursed realms of Eblis. Night surrounded us. We beheld no longer the least ray or glimmer, and, clasped tightly in each other's embrace, we sought by means of such contact to mitigate the noisome clamminess of the reptiles, and the terror of our situation. Thus we seemed to go on for a length of time that was equivalent to many days. At last a light broke upon us, lurid and doleful, and the clamour of the river deepened, with a thunder of mighty waterfalls before us. We thought surely that the torrent would precipitate us over some fatal verge, but at this point the serpents of our raft began to exert themselves, and swimming vigorously they landed us in the halls of Eblis, not far from that place where the Sultan Solomon listens eternally to the tumult of the cataract, and waits for the release that will come to him only with its cessation. After that, preserving no longer the form of a raft, they re-entered the stream and swam back separately in the direction of the garden of Omultakos. Now, Lord, we await, even as you, the moment when our hearts shall be kindled with the unconsuming fire, and shall burn brightly as the tail of the baboon, but, alas, shall derive unutterable anger. The Invaders, by Henry Kuttner, as Keith Hammond. Strange Stories. February 1939. "Oh, it's you," said Hayward. "You got my wire?" The light from the doorway of the cottage outlined his tall, lean figure, making his shadow a long black blotch on the narrow bar of radiance that shone across the sand to where green-black rollers were surging. A seabird gave a shrill, eerie cry from the darkness, and I saw Hayward's silhouette give a curious little jerk. "Come in," he said, quickly stepping back. Mason and I followed him into the cottage. Michael Hayward was a writer, a unique one. Very few writers could create the strange atmosphere of eldritch horror that Hayward put into his fantastic tales of mystery. He had imitators, all great writers have, but none attained the stark and dreadful illusion of reality with which he invested his oftentimes shocking fantasies. He went far beyond the bounds of human experience and familiar superstition, delving into uncanny fields of unearthliness. Blackwood's vampiric elementals, M.R. James's loathsome liches, even the black horror of de Maupassant's Hauler and Bierce's Damned Thing, paled by comparison. It wasn't the abnormal beings Hayward wrote about, so much as the masterly impression of reality he managed to create in the reader's mind. The ghastly idea that he wasn't writing fiction, but was simply transcribing on paper the stark, hellish truth, It was no wonder that the jaded public avidly welcomed each new story he wrote. Bill Mason had telephoned me that afternoon at the Journal, where I worked, and had read me an urgent telegram from Hayward asking, in fact, begging us to come at once to his isolated cottage on the beach north of Santa Barbara. Now, beholding him, I wondered at the urgency. He didn't seem ill, although his thin face was more gaunt than usual, and his eyes unnaturally bright. There was a nervous tension in his manner, and I got the odd impression that he was intently listening, alert for some sound from outside the cottage. As he took our coats and motioned us to chairs, Mason gave me a worried glance. Something was wrong. Mason sensed it. I sensed it. Hayward filled his pipe and lit it, the smoke wreathing about his stiff black hair. There were bluish shadows in his temples. "What's up, old man?" I hazarded. "We couldn't make head nor tail of your wire." He flushed. "I guess I was a little flurried when I wrote it. You see, Gene, oh, what's the use? Something is wrong, very wrong. At first I thought it might be my nerves, but it isn't." From outside the cottage came the shrill cry of a gull, and Hayward turned his face to the window. His eyes were staring, and I saw him repress a shudder. Then he seemed to pull himself together. He faced us, his lips compressed. "Tell me, Gene, and you, Bill, did you notice anything odd on your way up?" "Why, no," I said. "Nothing? Are you sure? It might have seemed unimportant, any sounds, I mean." "There were the seagulls," Mason said, frowning. "You remember, I mentioned them to you, Gene." Hayward caught him up sharply. "Seagulls?" "Yes," I said. "That is, birds of some kind. They didn't sound quite like seagulls. We couldn't see them, but they kept following the car, calling to each other. We could hear them. But aside from the birds—" I hesitated, astonished at the look on Hayward's face, an expression almost of despair. He said, "No, that's it, Gene. But they weren't birds. They're something you won't believe," he whispered, and there was fright in his eyes. "Not till you see them, and then it'll be too late." "Mike," I said, "you've been overworking. No," he interrupted. "I'm not losing my grip. Those weird stories of mine, they haven't driven me mad, if that's what you're thinking. I'm as sane as you are. The truth is," he said very slowly, choosing his words with care, "I'm being attacked." I groaned inwardly. Delusions of persecution, a symptom of insanity. Was Hayward's mind really crumbling? Why, I wondered, were his eyes so unnaturally bright and his thin face so flushed? And why did he keep shooting quick, furtive glances at the window? I turned to the window. I started to say something and stopped. I was looking at a vine. That is, it resembled a thick, fleshy vine more than anything else. But I had never seen any plant quite similar to the rope-like thing that lay along the window ledge. I opened the window to get a better look at it. It was as thick as my forearm, and very pale yellowish ivory. It possessed a curious glossy texture that made it seem semi-transparent, and it ended in a raw-looking stump that was overgrown with stiff, hair-like cilia. The tip somehow made me think of an elephant's trunk, although there was no real similarity. The other end dangled from the window ledge and disappeared in the darkness toward the front of the house. And somehow, I didn't like the look of the thing. "What is it?" Mason asked behind me. I picked up the whatever it was. Then I got a severe shock, for it began to slip through my hand. It was being pulled away from me, and as I stared, the end slipped through my fingers and whipped into the darkness. I craned out the window. "There's somebody outside." I flung over my shoulder. "I saw." I felt a hand seize me, shove me aside. "Shut that window," Hayward gasped. He slammed it down, locked it, and I heard a gasping, inarticulate cry from Mason. He was standing in the open doorway, glaring out. His face was changing, becoming transfigured with amazement and loathing. From outside the portal came a shrill, mewing cry, and a blast of great winds. Sand swirled in through the doorway. I saw Mason stagger back, his arm flung up before his eyes. Hayward leaped for the door, slammed it. I helped the now shuddering Mason to a chair. It was terrible to see this usually imperturbable man in the grip of what could only be called panic. He dropped into the seat, glaring up at me with distended eyes. I gave him my flask. His fingers were white as they gripped it. He took a hasty gulp. His breathing was rapid and uneven. Hayward came up beside me, stood looking down at Mason, pity in his face. "What the devil's the matter?" I cried. But Mason ignored me, had eyes only for Hayward. "God in heaven," he whispered. "Have I gone mad, Hayward?" Hayward shook his head slowly. "I've seen them too." "Bill," I said sharply, "what's out there? What did you see?" He only shook his head violently, trying to repress the violent paroxysms of trembling that were shaking him. I swung about, went to the door, opened it. I don't know what I expected to see. Some animal, perhaps, a mountain lion, or even a huge snake of some kind. But there was nothing there, just the empty white beach. It was true there was a disc-shaped area of disturbed sand nearby, but I could make nothing of that. I heard Hayward shouting at me to close the door. I shut it. "There's nothing there," I said. "It must have gone," Mason managed to get out. "Give me another drink, will you?" I handed him my flask. Hayward was fumbling in his desk. "Look here," he said after a moment, coming back with a scrap of yellow paper. He thrust it at Mason, and Bill gasped out something incoherent. "That's it," he said, getting his voice under control. "That's the thing I saw." I peered over his shoulder, scrutinizing the paper. It bore a sketch in pencil of something that looked as if it had emerged from a naturalist's nightmare. At first glance I got the impression of a globe, oddly flattened at the top and bottom, and covered with what I thought at first was a sparse growth of very long and thick hairs. Then I saw that they were appendages, slender tentacles. On the rugose upper surface of the thing was a great faceted eye, and below this a puckered orifice that corresponded perhaps to a mouth. Sketched hastily by Hayward, who was not an artist, it was nevertheless powerfully evocative of the hideous. "That's the thing," Mason said. "Put it away." It was all shining, though, and it made that sound. "Where did it go?" Hayward asked. "I don't know. It didn't roll away or go into the ocean, I'm sure of that. All I heard was that blast of wind, and sand blew in my eyes. Then, well, it was gone." I shivered. "It's cold," Hayward said, watching me. "It always gets cold when they come." Silently he began to kindle a fire in the stone fireplace. "But such things can't exist," Mason cried out in sudden protest. Then in tones of despair, "But I saw it, I saw it." "Get hold of yourself, Bill," I snapped. "I don't give a damn what you think, Gene," he cried. "I saw something out there that, why, I've always laughed at such things, legends, dreams, but God, when one sees it, oh, I'm not trying to fool you, Gene. You'll probably see the thing yourself before long." He finished with a curious note of horror in his voice. I knew he wasn't lying. "Still, are you sure it wasn't a mirage?" I asked. "The spray, perhaps, an optical illusion?" Hayward broke in. "No, Gene." He faced us, grim lines bracketing his mouth. "It's no illusion. It's the stark, hideous truth. Even now I sometimes try to make myself believe I'm dreaming some fantastic, incredible nightmare from which I'll eventually awaken. But no. I couldn't stand it any longer, alone. The things have been here for 2 days now. There's several of them, 5 or 6, perhaps more. That's why I sent you the wire." "5 or 6 of what?" I demanded, but Mason interrupted me quickly. "Can't we get out? My car is down the road a bit." "Don't you think I've tried?" Hayward cried. "I'm afraid to. I've my car too. As a matter of fact, I did start for Santa Barbara last night. I thought I might get away under cover of dark. But the noises, those sounds they make, got louder and louder, and I had the feeling somehow that they were getting ready to drop on me. I flagged a man and paid him to send you the wire. But what are they? Mason burst out. Have you no idea? Such things don't just appear. Some hybrid form of life from the sea, perhaps. Some unknown form of life. Hayward nodded. Exactly. An unknown form of life, but one totally alien, foreign to mankind. Not from the sea, Bill, not from the sea. From another dimension, another plane of existence. This was too much for me. Oh, come, Hayward, I said. You can't really mean... Why, it's against all logic. You didn't see it, Mason said, glaring at me. If you'd seen that frightful, obscene thing as I did... Look here, cut in Hayward abruptly. I shouldn't have brought you into this. Seeing what it's done to Bill has made me realize you're still free to go, you know. Perhaps it would be better. I shook my head. I wasn't going to run from a cry in the night. An odd-looking vine, an optical illusion. Besides, I knew what an effort it had cost Hayward to get out those words of renunciation. But before I could speak, a strange, shrill cry came from outside the house. Hayward glanced quickly at the window. He had pulled the shade down. His face was grave. I've changed my mind, he said. You mustn't leave the house tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps. He turned to his desk, picked up a small pillbox. Mutely, he extended his hand, on which he had dropped a few round, blackish pellets. I picked one up, sniffed at it curiously. I felt an odd tickling sensation in my nostrils, and suddenly, for no apparent reason, thought of a childhood incident long buried in the past. Nothing important, merely a clandestine visit to an apple orchard with two youthful chums. We had filled 2 gunny sacks. Why should I remember this now? I had entirely forgotten that boyhood adventure, at least. I hadn't thought of it in years. Hayward took the pellet from me rather hastily, watching my face. That was the beginning, he said after a pause. It's a drug. Yes, he went on at our startled expressions. I've been taking it. Oh, it's not hashish or opium, I wish it were. It's far worse. I got the formula from Ludwig Prinz de Vermis Mysterious. What? I was startled. Where did you? Hayward coughed. As a matter of fact, Jean, I had to resort to a little bribery. The book's kept in a vault in the Huntington Library, you know, but I managed to get photostatic copies of the pages I needed. What's it all about, this book? Mason asked impatiently. Mysteries of the Worm, I told him. I've seen it mentioned in dispatches at the paper. It's one of the tabooed references. We've got orders to delete it from any story in which it appears. Such things are kept hushed up, Hayward said. Scarcely anyone in California knows that such a book exists in the Huntington Library. Books like that aren't for general knowledge. You see, the man who wrote it was supposed to be an old Flemish sorcerer, who had learned forbidden lore and evil magic, and who wrote the book while he was in prison, awaiting trial for witchcraft. The volume's been suppressed by the authorities in every country in which it's been issued. In it I found the formula for this drug. He rattled the pellets in his hand. I may as well tell you, it's the source of my weird stories. It has a powerfully stimulating effect on the imagination. What are its effects? I asked. It's a time drug, Hayward said, and watched us. We stared back at him. I don't mean that the drug will enable the user to move in time, no, not physically at any rate. But by taking this drug, I have been able to remember certain things that I have never experienced in this life. The drug enables one to recall his ancestral memories, he went on swiftly, earnestly. What's so strange about that? I am able to remember past lives, previous reincarnations. You've heard of transmigration of souls. Over 1/2 the population of the world believes in it. It's the doctrine that the soul leaves the body at death to enter another, like the hermit crab, moving from one shell to another. Impossible, I said, but I was remembering my strange flash of memory while I was examining one of the pellets. And why? Hayward demanded. Surely the soul, the living essence, has a memory, and if that hidden submerged memory can be dragged from the subconscious into the conscious, the old mystics had strange powers and stranger knowledge, Jean. Don't forget that I've taken the drug. What was it like? Mason wanted to know. It was, well, like a flood of memory being poured into my mind, like a moving picture being unfolded. I can't make it clearer than that. It brought me to Italy the first time. It was during the Borgia reign. I can remember it vividly, plots and counterplots, and finally a flight to France, where I, or rather this ancestor of mine, died in a tavern brawl. It was very vivid, very real. I've kept taking the drug ever since, although it isn't habit-forming. After I wake up from my dream state, it takes from 2 to 4 hours. Generally, my mind feels clear, free, unleashed. That's when I do my writing. You have no idea how far back these ancestral memories go. Generations, ages, inconceivable eons. Back to Genghis Khan, back to Egypt and Babylon, and further than that, back to the fabulous sunken lands of Mu and Atlantis. It was in those first primal memories, in a land which exists today only as a memory and a myth, that I first encountered those things, the horror you saw tonight. They existed on Earth then, uncounted millennia ago. And I, again the skirling, shrill cry shrieked out. This time it sounded as if it came from directly above the cottage. I felt a sudden pang of cold, as though the temperature had taken an abrupt drop. There was a heavy, ominous hush, in which the crashing of the surf sounded like the thunder of great drums. Sweat was standing out in beads on Hayward's forehead. "I've called them to earth," he muttered dully, his shoulders drooping. The mysteries of the worm gave a list of precautions to be taken before using the drug, the narcotic pentagon, the Kabbalistical signs of protection, things you wouldn't understand. The book gave terrible warnings of what might happen if those precautions weren't taken, specifically mentioned those things, the dwellers in the hidden world, it called them. But I neglected finally to safeguard myself. I didn't foresee, I thought I might get a stronger effect from the drug if I didn't take the directed precautions, improve my stories. I unbarred the gateway and called them to earth again. He stared into space, his eyes blank and unseeing. "I have committed terrible sin by my neglect," he muttered, it seemed to himself. Mason was suddenly on his feet, his whole body shaking. "I can't stay here. It'll drive us all mad. It's only an hour's drive to Santa Barbara. I can't stand this waiting, with that thing outside gloating over us." Was Mason, too, losing his nerve? His mind? In the face of this unseen menace, whatever it was. Seabirds, a mirage of spray. Men, perhaps, were responsible for Mason's fear. I tried to tell myself that. But deep in my heart, I knew that no ordinary fear could have driven my two companions to the verge of craven hysteria. And I knew that I felt a strange reluctance to go out into that brooding, silent darkness on the beach. "No," Hayward said. "We can't. That'd be walking right into the thing. We'll be all right in here." But there was no reassurance in his voice. "I can't stay here doing nothing," Mason shouted. "I tell you, we'll all go crazy. Whatever that thing is, I've got my gun, and I'll stake bullets against it any time. I'm not staying here." He was beside himself. A short time ago, the thought of venturing outside the cottage had seemed horrible to him. Now he welcomed it as an escape from nerve-wracking inaction. He pulled a vicious, flat automatic from his pocket, strode to the door. Hayward was on his feet, stark horror in his eyes. "For the love of God, don't open that door," he shouted. But Mason flung open the door, ignoring him. A gust of icy wind blew in upon us. Outside fog was creeping in, sending greasy tendrils coiling like tentacles toward the doorway. "Shut the door!" Hayward screamed as he lunged across the room. I made a hasty move forward as Mason sprang out into the darkness. I collided with Hayward, went reeling. I heard the gritty crunch of Mason's footsteps on the sand, and something else, a shrill, mewing cry, somehow fierce, exultant. And it was answered from the distance by other cries, as though dozens of seabirds were wheeling high above us, unseen in the fog. I heard another strange little sound. I couldn't classify it. It sounded vaguely like a shout that had been clipped off abruptly. There was a rushing howl of winds, and I saw Hayward clinging to the door, staring out as though stupefied. In a moment, I saw why. Mason had vanished, utterly and completely, as though he had been borne off by a bird of prey. There was the empty beach, the low dunes to the left, but not a sign of Bill Mason. I was dazed. He couldn't have sprinted from sight during the brief time my eyes had been turned away, nor could he have hidden beneath the house, for it was boarded down to the sand. Hayward turned a white, lined face to me. "They've got him," he whispered. He wouldn't listen to me. Their first victim, God knows what will happen now. Nevertheless, we searched. It was in vain. Bill Mason had vanished. We went as far as his car, but he wasn't there. If the keys of the car had been in the dashboard, I might have urged Hayward to get into the car with me, to race from that haunted beach. I was growing afraid, but I dared not admit my fear even to myself. We went back to the cottage slowly. "It's only a few hours till dawn," I said after we had sat and stared at each other for a while. "Mason, we can find him then." "We'll never find him," Hayward said dully. "He's in some hellish world we can't even imagine. He may even be in another dimension." I shook my head stubbornly. I wouldn't believe. There must be some logical explanation, and I dared not lower my defenses of skepticism and disbelief. After a time, we heard a shrill mewing from outside. It came again, and then several sharp cries at once. I lit a cigarette with trembling fingers, got up and paced the room nervously. "That damn drug," I heard Hayward muttering. "It's opened the gateway. I have committed sin." I paused, my attention caught by a word, a sentence, on a sheet of paper in Hayward's typewriter. I ripped it from the platen. "Material for a story," Hayward said bitterly, glancing up at the sound. "I wrote that 2 nights ago, when I first got the memory of the things. I've told you how those damnable pills work. I got the memory in the afternoon, and sat down to hammer out a story from it that night. I was interrupted. I didn't answer. I was reading, fascinated, that half-page of type, and as I read, an eerie spell of horror seemed to settle down over me, like a chill shroud of dank fog. For in that eldritch legend Hayward had written, there were certain disturbing hints of things that made my mind shudder away from their frightfulness, even while I recognized them. The manuscript read, "I dwelt in an archaic world, a world that had been long forgotten when Atlantis and Cimmeria flourished, a world so incredibly ancient that none of its records have ever come down through the ages. The first human race dwelt in primal Mu, worshipping strange, forgotten gods, mountain-tall Cthulhu of the watery abyss, the serpent Yig, Iod the shining hunter, Vorvados of the grey gulf of Yarnak. And in those days there came to earth certain beings from another dimension of space, inhuman, monstrous creatures which desired to wipe out all life from the planet. These beings planned to leave their own dying world to colonize Earth, building their titanic cities on this younger, more fruitful planet. With their coming, a tremendous conflict sprang into being, in which the gods friendly to mankind were arrayed against the hostile invaders. Foremost in that cyclopean battle, mightiest of Earth's gods, was the Flaming One, Vorvados of Bel Yarnak, and I, high priest of his cult, kindled there. The manuscript ended. Hayward had been watching me. That was my dream gene, when I last took the time drug. It wasn't quite as clear as most of them. There are always blind spots, odd gaps where my memory somehow doesn't work. But the drug showed me what had happened in that prehistoric lifetime of mine, so many incarnations ago. We won, or rather our gods won. The invaders, those things. He broke off as a mewing cry sounded, very near, and then resumed in an unsteady voice. They were driven back into their own world, their own dimension, and the gateway was closed so they could not return. It's remained closed through all these eons. It would still be closed, he went on bitterly, if I hadn't opened it with my experiments, or had taken the precautions the mysteries of the worm gave. Now they've got Mason, and that's all they need. I know that, somehow. A sacrifice to open the gate between this world and their own frightful dimension, so that their hordes can come pouring upon Earth. That's how they got in before, by a human sacrifice. Listen. I held up my hand urgently. The mewing cries had died, but there was another sound, a faint, high-pitched moaning coming from outside the cottage. Hayward didn't move. It may be Mason, I jerked out as I went to the door. Momentarily I hesitated, and then swung it open, stepped out on the sand. The moaning grew louder. Hayward slowly came up by my side. His eyes were sharper than mine, for as he peered into the fog banks he gave a startled exclamation. "Good God!" He flung out his arm, pointing, "Look at that!" Then I too saw it, and I stood there glaring at the thing, unable to move. There on that Pacific beach, with the yellow light from the open door pouring out into the fog, something was dragging itself painfully over the sand toward us. Something distorted, misshapen, uttering little whimpering cries as it pulled itself along. It came into the beam of light and we saw it distinctly. Beside me, Hayward was swaying back and forth, making hoarse sounds as though he were trying to scream and couldn't. I stumbled back, flinging up my arm to shield my horrified eyes, croaking, "Keep away! For God's sake, stay back, you're not Bill Mason, damn you, stay back!" But the thing kept on crawling toward us. The black, sightless hollows where its eyes had been were grim shadows in the dim light. It had been flayed alive, and its hands left red marks on the sand as it crept. A patch of bare white skull shone like a frightful tonsure on the crimsoned head. Nor was that all, but I cannot bring myself to describe the dreadful and loathsomely abnormal changes that had taken place in the body. Thing that had been Bill Mason. And even as it crawled it was changing. A dreadful metamorphosis was overtaking it. It seemed to be losing its outline, to sprawl down until it wriggled rather than crawled along the sand. Then I knew. In the space of seconds, it was reversing the entire evolutionary upsurge of the human species. It squirmed there like a snake, losing its resemblance to anything human as I watched, sick and shuddering. It melted and shrank and shriveled until there was nothing left but a loathsome foul ichor that was spreading in a black puddle of odious black slime. I heard myself gasping hysterical, unintelligible prayers, and suddenly a piercing shock of cold went through me. High in the fog I heard a mewing, shrill call. Hayward clutched at my arm, his eyes blazing. "It's come," he whispered. "It's the sacrifice, they're breaking through." I swung about, leaped for the open door of the cottage. The icy, unnatural chill was numbing my body, slowing my movements. "Come on," I shouted to Hayward. "You fool, don't stay out there. There has been one sacrifice already. Must there be others?" He flung himself into the house and I slammed and locked the door. Shrill, unearthly cries were coming from all directions now, as though the things were calling and answering one another. I thought I sensed a new note in the cries, a note of expectation, of triumph. The window shade rolled up with a rattle and a snap, and the fog began to move past the pane, coiling and twisting fantastically. At a sudden gust, the window shook in its casing. Hayward said under his breath, "Atmospheric disturbances, oh my God!" "Poor Mason, watch the door, Jean." His voice was strangled. For a moment I saw nothing. Then the door bulged inward as though frightful pressure had been applied from without. A panel cracked with a rending sound, and I caught my breath. Then it was gone. The metal doorknob had a white rime of frost on it. This isn't real," I said madly, although I was shuddering in the icy cold. "Real enough. They're breaking through." Then Hayward said something so strange that it brought me around sharply, staring at him. Gazing vacantly at me, like a man in a hypnagogic state, he muttered in a queer guttural voice, "The fires burn on Nergu Kunyan, and the watchers scan the night skies for the enemies. Nigan Tharanak Grit." "Hayward!" I seized his shoulders, shook him. Life came back into his eyes. "Blind spot," he muttered. "I remembered something. Now it's gone." He flinched, as a new outburst of the mewing cries came from above the house. But a strange, an incredible surmise had burst upon my brain. There was a way out, a key of deliverance from evil. Hayward had it and did not know it. "Think," I said breathlessly. "Think hard. What was it, that memory? Does that matter now? This," he saw the expression on my face. Its meaning flashed across to him, and he answered, not quickly, not slowly, but dreamily. "I seemed to be on a mountain peak, standing before the altar of Vorvados, with a great fire flaming up into the darkness. Around me there were priests in white robes, watchers. 'Hayward,' I cried. 'Vorvados, look here.' I snatched up the half-page of the manuscript, read from it hastily. The gods friendly to man were arrayed against the invaders. 'I see what you mean,' Hayward cried. 'We triumphed then. But now—' 'Hayward,' I persisted desperately, 'your flash of memory just now. You were standing on a mountain while the watchers scanned the night skies for the enemies, you said. The enemies must have been those creatures. Suppose the watchers saw them.' Suddenly the house shook under an impact that was not the work of the screaming wind. God! Would my efforts bear fruit too late? I heard an outburst of the shrill cries, and the door creaked and splintered. It was dreadfully cold. We were flung against the wall, and I staggered, almost losing my balance. Again the house rocked under another battering ram impact. My teeth were chattering, and I could hardly speak. A black dizziness was creeping up to overwhelm me, and my hands and feet had lost all feeling. Out of a whirling sea of darkness I saw Hayward's white face. "It's a chance," I gasped, fighting back the blackness. Wouldn't there have been some way of summoning the gods, the friendly gods, if the watchers saw the enemies? You were high priest in that former life. You'd know how to summon." The door crashed, broke. I heard wood being torn ruthlessly apart, but I dared not turn. "Yes," Hayward cried, "I remember there was a word." I saw his frightened gaze shift past me to the horror that I knew was ripping at the broken door. I fumbled for his shoulders, managed to turn him away. "You must think, man." Abruptly a light flared in his eyes. He was reacting at last. He flung up his arms and began a weird, sonorous chant. Strangely archaic-sounding words flowed from his tongue fluently, easily. But now I had no eyes for him. I was glaring at the horror that was squeezing itself through the splintered gap it had torn in the wall. It was the thing Hayward had sketched, revealed in all its loathsome reality. My dizziness, my half-fainting state, saved me from seeing the thing too clearly. As it was, a scream of utter horror ripped from my throat as I saw, through a spinning whirlpool of darkness, a squamous, glowing ball covered with squirming, snake-like tentacles, translucent ivory flesh. Leprous and hideous, a great faceted eye that held the cold stare of the Midgard serpent. I seemed to be dropping, spinning, falling helplessly down toward a welter of writhing, glossy tentacles, and dimly I could hear Hayward still chanting, Ea, Rin Tharanak, Vorvados of Belyanak, the troubler of the sands, thou who waiteth in the outer dark, kindler of the flame, Nigashugi Ha. He pronounced a word of power which my stunned ears could scarcely hear, yet hear it I did, and I felt that beyond the borders of human consciousness and understanding, that word was flashing and thundering through the intergalactic spaces to the farthest abyss. And in primeval night and chaos something heard and rose up and obeyed the summons. For, with the suddenness of a thunderclap, blackness fell on the room, hiding from my sight the monstrous glowing thing that was plunging toward us. I heard a dreadful skirling cry, and then there was utter silence, in which I could not even hear the recurrent crashing of the surf. The abysmal cold sent sharp flashes of pain through me. Then, out of the darkness, there rose up before us a face. I saw it through a haze of silvery mist that clung about it like a veil. It was utterly inhuman, for the half-seen features were arranged in a pattern different to mankind, seeming to follow the strange pattern of some unfamiliar and alien geometry. Yet it did not frighten, it calmed. Through the silver mist I made out strange hollows, fantastic curves and planes. Only the eyes were clear, unmistakable, black as the empty wastes between the stars, cold in their unearthly wisdom. There were tiny dancing flames flickering in those eyes, and there were little flames too, playing over the strange, inhuman countenance. And although not a shadow of emotion passed over those brooding, passionless eyes, I felt a wave of reassurance. Suddenly all fear left me. Beside me, unseen in the darkness, I heard Hayward whisper, "Vorvados, the kindler of the flame." Swiftly the darkness receded, the face faded to a shadowy dimness. I was looking, not at the familiar walls of the cottage, but at another world. I had gone down with Hayward into the profundities of the past. I seemed to be standing in a vast amphitheatre of jet, and around me, towering to a sky sprinkled with an infinite multitude of cold stars. I could see a colossal and shocking city of scalene black towers and fortresses, of great masses of stone and metal, arching bridges and cyclopean ramparts. And with racking horror, I saw teeming loathsomely in that nightmare city the spawn of that alien dimension. Hundreds, thousands, surging multitudes of them, hanging motionless in the dark, clear air, resting quiescent on the tiers of the amphitheatre, surging across the great cleared spaces. I caught glimpses of glittering eyes, cold and unwinking, pulpy, glowing masses of semi-transparent flesh, monstrous reptilian appendages that swam before my eyes as the things moved loathsomely. I felt contaminated, defiled. I think I shrieked, and my hands flew up to shut out that intolerable vision of lost Abaddon, the dimension of the invaders. And abruptly that other-world vision snapped out and vanished. I saw the godlike, alien face fleetingly, felt the cool glance of those strange, omniscient eyes. Then it was gone, and the room seemed to rock and sway in the grip of cosmic forces. As I staggered and almost fell, I saw again around me the walls of the cottage. The unbearable chill was no longer in the air. There was no sound but the pounding of the surf. The wind still sent the fog twisting past the window, but the brooding, oppressive feeling of age-old evil had utterly vanished. I sent an apprehensive glance at the shattered door, but there was no trace of the horror that had burst into the cottage. Hayward was leaning limply against the wall, breathing in great gasps. We looked at each other dumbly. Then, moved by a common impulse, we went, half staggering, to the splintered gap where the door had been, out onto the sand. The fog was fading, vanishing, torn into tatters by a cool, fresh wind. A starlit patch of night sky glittered above the cottage. "Driven back," Hayward whispered, "as they were once before, back to their own dimension, and the gateway locked." but not before a life was taken by them, the life of our friend. May heaven forgive me for that." Suddenly he turned, went stumbling back into the cottage, great dry sobs racking him, and my cheeks too were wet. He came out. I stood at his side as he threw the time pellets into the sea. Never again would he go back to the past. He would live henceforth in the present, and a little in the future, as was more fitting, decenter for human beings to do. End of The Invaders by Henry Kuttner. The Mandrakes by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, February 1933. This story is Essie in Averwain Gillies, Grenier the sorcerer, and his wife Sabine, coming into Lower Averwain from parts unknown or at least unverified, had selected the location of their hut with a careful forethought. The hut was close to those marshes through which the slackening waters of the river Issoil, after leaving the great Fosist, had overflowed in sluggish, reed-clogged channels and sedge-hidden pools mantled with scum like witches' oils. It stood among osiers and alders on a low mound-shaped elevation, and in front, toward the marshes, there was a loamy meadow bottom, where the short fat stems and tufted leaves of the mandrake grew in lush abundance, being more plentiful and of greater size than elsewhere, through all that sorcery-ridden province. The fleshly bifurcated roots of this plant, held by many to resemble the human body, were used by Gilles and Sabine in the brewing of love philtres. Their potions, being compounded with much care and cunning, soon acquired a marvelous renown among the peasants and villagers, and were even in request among people of a loftier station, who came privily to the wizard's hut. They would rouse, people said, a kindly warmth in the coldest and most prudent bosom, would melt the armor of the most obdurate virtue. As a result, the demand for these sovereign magistrals became enormous. The couple dealt also in other drugs and simples, in charms and divination, and Gilles, according to common belief, could read infallibly the dictates of the stars. Oddly enough, considering the temper of the 15th century, when magic and witchcraft were still so widely reprobated, he and his wife enjoyed a repute by no means ill or unsavory. No charges of malefice were brought against them, and because of the number of honest marriages promoted by the philtres, the local clergy were content to disregard the many illicit amours that had come to a successful issue through the same agency. It is true, there were those who looked askance at Gilles in the beginning, and who whispered fearfully that he had been driven out of Blois, where all persons bearing the name Grenier were popularly believed to be werewolves. They called attention to the excessive hairiness of the wizard, whose hands were black with bristles and whose beard grew almost to his eyes. Such insinuations, however, were generally considered as lacking proof, insomuch as no other signs or marks of lycanthropy were ever displayed by Gilles. And in time, for reasons that have been sufficiently indicated, the few detractors of Gilles were wholly overborne by a secret but widespread sentiment of public favor. Even by their patrons, very little was known regarding the strange couple, who maintained the reserve proper to those who dealt in mystery and enchantment. Sabine, a comely woman with blue-grey eyes and wheat-colored hair, and no trace of the traditional witch in her appearance, was obviously much younger than Gilles, whose sable mane and beard were already touched with the white warp of time. It was rumored by visitors that she had oftentimes been overheard in sharp dispute with her husband, and people soon made a jest of this, remarking that the philtres might well be put to a domestic use by those who purveyed them. But aside from such rumors and ribaldries, little was thought of the matter. The connubial infelicities of Gilles and his wife, whether grave or trivial, in no wise impaired the renown of their love potions. Also, little was thought of Sabine's presence, when, 5 years after the coming of the pair into Averwain, it became remarked by neighbors and customers that Gilles was alone. In reply to queries, the sorcerer merely said that his spouse had departed on a long journey to visit relatives in a remote province. The explanation was accepted without debate, and it did not occur to anyone that there had been no eyewitnesses of Sabine's departure. It was then mid-autumn, and Gilles told the inquirers, in a somewhat vague and indirect fashion, that his wife would not return before spring. Winter came early that year and tarried late, with deeply crusted snows in the forest and on the uplands, and a heavy armor of fretted ice on the marshes. It was a winter of much hardship and privation. When the tardy spring had broken the silver buds of the willows and covered the alders with a foliage of chrysolite, few thought to ask Gilles regarding Sabine's return. And later, when the purple bells of the mandrake were succeeded by small orange-colored apples, her prolonged absence was taken for granted. Gilles, living tranquilly with his books and cauldrons and gathering the roots and herbs for his magical medicaments, was well enough pleased to have it taken for granted. He did not believe that Sabine would ever return, and his unbelief, it would seem, was far from irrational. He had killed her one evening in autumn, during a dispute of unbearable acrimony, slitting her soft, pale throat in self-defense with a knife which he had wrested from her fingers when she lifted it against him. Afterward, he had buried her by the late rays of a gibbous moon beneath the mandrakes in the meadow bottom, replacing the leafy sods with much care, so that there was no evidence of their having been disturbed other than by the digging of a few roots in the way of daily business. After the melting of the long snows from the meadow, he himself could scarcely have been altogether sure of the spot in which he had interred her body. He noticed, however, as the season drew on, that there was a place where the mandrakes grew with even more than their wonted exuberance, and this place, he believed, was the very site of her grave. Visiting it often, he smiled with a secret irony, and was pleased rather than troubled by the thought of that charnel nourishment which might have contributed to the lushness of the dark, glossy leaves. In fact, it may well have been a similar irony that had led him to choose the Mandrake Meadow as a place of burial for the murdered witch-wife. Gilles Grenier was not sorry that he had killed Sabine. They had been ill-mated from the beginning, and the woman had shown toward him, in their quotidian quarrels, the venomous spitefulness of a very hell cat. He had not loved the vixen, and it was far pleasanter to be alone, with his somewhat sombre temper unruffled by her acrid speeches, and his sallow face and grizzling beard untorn by her sharp fingernails. With the renewal of spring, as the sorcerer had expected, there was much demand for his love-philtres among the smitten swains and lasses of the neighbourhood. There came to him, also, the gallants who sought to overcome a stubborn chastity, and the wives who wished to recall a wandering fancy or allure the forbidden desires of young men. Anon, it became necessary for Gilles to replenish his stock of mandrake potions, and with this purpose in mind, he went forth at midnight beneath the full May moon, to dig the newly grown roots from which he would brew his amatory enchantments. Smiling darkly beneath his beard, he began to cull the great moon-pale plants which flourished on Sabine's grave, digging out the homunculus-like taproots very carefully with a curious trowel made from the femur of a witch. Though he was well used to the weird and often vaguely human forms assumed by the mandrake, Gilles was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the first root. It seemed inordinately large, unnaturally white, and eyeing it more closely, he saw that it bore the exact likeness of a woman's body and lower limbs, being cloven to the middle and clearly formed even to the 10 toes. These were no arms, however, and the bosom ended in the large tuft of ovate leaves. Gilles was more than startled by the fashion in which the root seemed to turn and writhe when he lifted it from the ground. He dropped it hastily, and the minikin limbs lay quivering on the grass. But after a little reflection, he took the prodigy as a possible mark of satanic favor, and continued his digging. To his amazement, the next root was formed in much the same manner as the first. A half-dozen more, which he proceeded to dig, were shaped in miniature mockery of a woman efesum breasts to heels, and amid the superstitious awe and wonder with which he regasted them, he became aware of their singularly intimate resemblance to Sabine. At this discovery, Gilles was deeply perturbed, for the thing was beyond his comprehension. The miracle, whether divine or demoniac, began to assume a sinister and doubtful aspect. It was as if the slain woman herself had returned, or had somehow wrought her unholy simulacrum in the mandrakes. His hand trembled as he started to dig up another plant, and working with less than his usual care, he failed to remove the whole of the bifurcated root, cutting into it clumsily with the trowel of sharp bone. He saw that he had severed one of the tiny ankles. At the same instant, a shrill, reproachful cry, like the voice of Sabine herself in mingled pain and anger, seemed to pierce his ears with intolerable acuity, though the volume was strangely lessened. As if the voice had come from a distance, the cry ceased and was not repeated. Gilles, sorely terrified, found himself staring at the trowel, on which there was a dark, blood-like stain. Trembling, he pulled out the severed root and saw that it was dripping with a sanguine fluid. At first, in his dark fear and half-guilty apprehension, he thought of burying the soots which lay palely before him, with their eldritch and obscene similitude to the dead sorcerer. He would hide them deeply from his own sight and the ken of others, lest the murder he had done should somehow be suspected. Presently, however, his alarm began to lessen. It occurred to him that, even if seen by others, the roots would be looked upon merely as a freak of nature, and would in no manner serve to betray his crime, since their actual resemblance to the person of Sabine was a thing which none but he could rightfully know. Also, he thought, the roots might well possess an extraordinary virtue, and from them, perhaps, he would brew philtres of never-equalled power and efficacy. Overcoming entirely his initial dread and repulsion, he filled a small osier basket with the quivering leaf-headed figurines. Then he went back to his hut, seeing in the bizarre phenomenon merely the curious advantage to which it might be turned, and wholly oblivious to any darker meaning, such as might have been read by others in his place. In his callous hardihood, he was not disquieted overmuch by the profuse bleeding of a sanguine matter from the mandrakes when he came to prepare them for his cauldron. The ungodly, furious hissing, the mad foaming and boiling of the brew, like a devil's broth, he ascribed to the unique potency of its ingredients. He even dared to choose the most shapely and perfect of the woman-like plants, and hung it up in his hut amid other roots and dried herbs and simples, intending to consult it as an oracle in future, according to the custom of wizards. The new philtres which he had concocted were bought by eager customers, and Gilles ventured to recommend them for their surpassing virtue, which would kindle amorous warmth in a bosom of marble or enflame the very dead. Now, in the old legend of Averoigne, which I recount herewith, it is told that the impious and audacious wizard, fearing neither god nor devil nor witch-woman, dared to dig again in the earth of Sabine's grave, removing many more of the white female-shapen roots, which cried aloud in shrill complaint to the waning moon, or turned like living limbs at his violence. And all those which he dug were formed alike, in the miniature image of the dead Sabine from breasts to toes, and from them, it is said, he compounded other philtres, which he meant to sell in time when such should be requested. As it happened, however, these latter potions were never dispensed, and only a few of the first were sold, owing to the frightful and calamitous consequences that followed their use. For those to whom the potions had been administered privily, whether men or women, were not moved by the genial fusy of desire, as was the wonted result, but were driven by a darker rage, by a waffle and satanic madness, irresistibly impelling them to harm or even slay the persons who had sought to attract their love. Husbands were turned against wives, lasses against their lovers, with speeches of bitter hate and scatheful deeds. A certain young gallant who had gone to the promised rendezvous was met by a vengeful madwoman who tore his face into bleeding shreds with her nails. A mistress who had thought to win back her recreant knight was mistreated foully and done to death by him who had hitherto been impeccably gentle, even if faithless. The scandal of these untoward happenings was such as would attend an invasion of demons. The crazed men and women, it was thought at first, were veritably possessed by devils. But when the use of the potions became rumoured, and their provenance was clearly established, the burden of the blame fell upon Gilles Grenier, who, by the law of both church and state, was now charged with sorcery. The constables who went to arrest Gilles found him at evening in his hut of raddled osiers, stooping and muttering above a cauldron that foamed and hissed and boiled as if it had been filled with the spate of phlegethon. They entered and took him unaware. He submitted calmly, but expressed surprise when told of the lamentable effect of the love philtres, and he neither affirmed nor denied the charge of wizardry. As they were about to leave with their prisoner, the officers heard a shrill, tiny, shrewish voice that cried from the shadows of the hut, where bunches of dried simples and other sorcerous ingredients were hanging. It appeared to issue from a strange, half-withered root, cloven in the very likeness of a woman's body and legs, a root that was partly pale and partly black with cauldron smoke. One of the constables thought that he recognized the voice as being that of Sabine, the sorcerer's wife. All swore that they heezed the voice clearly and were able to distinguish these words: "Dig deeply in the meadow, where the mandrakes grow the thickliest." The officers were sorely frightened, both by this uncanny voice and the obscene likeness of the root, which they regarded as a work of Satan. Also, these was much doubt anent the wisdom of obeying the oracular injunction. Gilles, who was questioned narrowly as to its meaning, refused to offer any interpretation, but certain marks of perturbation in his manner finally led the officers to examine the mandrake meadow below the hut. Digging by lantern light in the specified spot, they found many more of the roots, which seemed to crowd the ground, and beneath they came to the rotting corpse of a woman, which was still recognizable as that of Sabine. As a result of this discovery, Gilles Grenier was arraigned not only for sorcery, but also for the murder of his wife. He was readily convicted of both crimes, though he denied stoutly the imputation of intentional malefice, and claimed to the very last that he had killed Sabine only in defense of his own life against her termagant fury. He was hanged on the gibbet in company with other murderers, and his dead body was then burned at the stake. End of the Mandrake. The Horde of the Wizard Beast by H.P. Lovecraft and R.H. Barlow. 1933. There had happened in the teeming and many-towered city of Szeth one of those incidents which are prone to take place in all capitals of all worlds. Nor, simply because Szeth lies on a planet of strange beasts and stranger vegetation, did this incident differ greatly from what might have occurred in London or Paris or any of the great governing towns we know. Through the cleverly concealed dishonesty of an aged but shrewd official, the treasury was exhausted. No shining frulder, as of old, lay stacked about the strong room, and over empty coffers the sardonic spider wove webs of mocking design. When, at last, the Giffath Yalden entered that obscure vault and discovered the thefts, there were left only some phlegmatic rats which peered sharply at him as at an alien intruder. There had been no accounting since Kishan the old keeper had died many moon turns before, and great was Yalden's dismay to find this emptiness instead of the expected wealth. The indifference of the small creatures in the cracks between the flagstones could not spread itself to him. This was a very grave matter, and would have to be met in a very prompt and serious way. Clearly there was nothing to do but consult Orn, and Orn was a highly portentous being. Orn, though a creature of extremely doubtful nature, was the virtual ruler of Szeth. It obviously belonged somewhere in the outer abyss, but had blundered into Szeth one night and suffered capture by the Shamith priests. The coincidence of its excessively bizarre aspect and its innate gift of mimicry had impressed the sacred brothers as offering vast possibilities. Hence, in the end, they had set it up as a god and an oracle, organizing a new brotherhood to serve it, and incidentally to suggest the edicts it should utter and the replies it should give. Like the Delphi and Dodona of a later world, Orn grew famous as a giver of judgments and solver of riddles. Nor did its essence differ from them, save that it lay infinitely earlier in time, and upon an elder world where all things might happen. And now Yalden, being not above the credulousness of his day and planet, had set out for the close-guarded and richly fitted hall wherein Orn brooded and mimicked the promptings of the priests. When Yalden came within sight of the hall, with its tower of blue tile, he became properly religious and entered the building acceptably, in a humble manner which greatly impeded progress. According to custom, the guardians of the deity acknowledged his obeisance and pecuniary offering, and retired behind heavy curtains to ignite the thuribles. After everything was in readiness, Yalden murmured a conventional prayer and bowed low before a curious empty dais studded with exotic jewels. For a moment, as the ritual prescribed, he stayed in this abased position, and when he arose, the dais was no longer empty. Unconcernedly munching something the priests had given it was a large, pudgy creature very hard to describe, and covered with short grey fur. Whence it had come in so brief a time, only the priests might tell, but the suppliant knew that it was Orn. Hesitantly, Yalden stated his unfortunate mission and asked advice, weaving into his discourse the type of flattery which seemed to him most discreet. Then, with anxiety, he awaited the oracle's response. Having tidily finished its food, Orn raised 3 small reddish eyes to Yalden and uttered certain words in a tone of vast decisiveness. Gume erfotuo leheteg. After this, it vanished suddenly in a cloud of pink smoke, which seemed to issue from behind the curtain where the acolytes were. The acolytes then came forth from their hiding place and spoke to Yalden, saying, "Since you have pleased the deity with your concise statement of a very deplorable state of affairs, we are honored by interpreting its directions. The aphorism you heard signifies no less than the equally mystic phrase, 'Go thou unto thy destination,' or more properly speaking, you are to slay the monster wizard Anathas and replenish the treasury with its fabled hoard." With this, Yalden was dismissed from the temple. It may not be said in veracity that he was fearless, for in truth he was openly afraid of the monster Anathas, as were all the inhabitants of Aletheia and the surrounding land. Even those who doubted its actuality would not have chosen to reside in the immediate neighborhood of the Cave of 3 Winds wherein it was said to dwell. But the prospect was not without romantic appeal, and Yalden was young and consequently unwise. He knew, among other things, that there was always the hope of rescuing some feminine victim of the monster's famed and surprising erotic taste. Of the true aspect of Anathas none could be certain, tales of a widely opposite nature being commonly circulated. Many vowed it had been seen from afar in the form of a giant black shadow peculiarly repugnant to human taste, while others alleged it was a mound of gelatinous substance that oozed hatefully in the manner of putrescent flesh. Still others claimed they had seen it as a monstrous insect with astonishing supernumerary appurtenances. But in one thing all coincided, namely that it was advisable to have as little traffic as possible with Anathas. With due supplications to his gods and to their messenger Orn, Yalden set out for the Cave of 3 Winds. In his bosom were mixed an ingrained patriotic sense of duty and a thrill of adventurous expectancy regarding the unknown mysteries he faced. He had not neglected such preparations as a sensible man might make, and a wizard of old repute had furnished him with certain singular accessories. He had, for example, a charm which prevented his thirsting or hungering, and wholly did away with his need for provisions. There was likewise a glistening cape to counteract the evil emanations of a mineral that lay scattered over the rocky ground along his course. Other warnings and safeguards dealt with certain gaudy land crustaceans, and with the deathly sweet mists which arise at certain points until dispersed by heliotropism. Thus shielded, Yalden fared without incident until he came to the place of the White Worm. Here of necessity he delayed to make preparations for finding the rest of his way. With patient diligence he captured the small colorless maggot and surrounded it with a curious mark made with green paint. As was prophesied, the Lord of Worms, whose name was Saral, made promise of certain things in return for its freedom. Then Yalden released it, and it crawled away after directing him on the course he was to follow. The sere and fruitless land through which he now travelled was totally uninhabited. Not even the hardier of the beasts were to be seen beyond the edge of that final plateau which separated him from his goal. Far off, in a purplish haze, rose the mountains amidst which dwelt Anathas. It lived not solitary, despite the lonely region around, for strange pets resided with it. Some the fabled elder monsters, and others unique beings created by its own fearful craft. At the heart of its cave, legend said, Anathas had concealed an enormous hoard of jewels, gold, and other things of fabulous value. Why so potent a wonder-worker should care for such gauds, or revel in the counting of money, was by no means clear, but many things attested the truth of these tastes. Great numbers of persons of stronger will and wit than Yalden had died in remarkable manners while seeking the hoard of the wizard beast, and their bones were laid in a strange pattern before the mouth of the cave, as a warning to others, when, after countless vicissitudes, Yalden came at last into sight of the Cave of Winds amid the glistening boulders. He knew indeed that report had not lied concerning the isolation of Anathas's lair. The cavern mouth was well concealed, and over everything an ominous quiet lowered. There was no trace of habitation, save of course the ossuary ornamentation in the front yard. With his hand on the sword that had been sanctified by a priest of Orn, Yalden tremblingly advanced. When he had attained the very opening of the lair, he hesitated no longer, for it was evident that the monster was away. Deeming this the best of all times to prosecute his business, Yalden plunged at once within the cave. The interior was very cramped and exceedingly dirty, but the roof glittered with an innumerable array of small, varicolored lights, the source of which was not to be perceived. In the rear yawned another opening, either natural or artificial, and to this black, low-arched burrow Yalden hastened, crawling within it on hands and knees. Before long, a faint blue radiance glowed at the farther end, and presently the searcher emerged into an ampler space. Straightening up, he beheld a most singular change in his surroundings. This second cavern was tall and domed, as if it had been shapen by supernatural powers, and a soft blue and silver light infused the gloom. Anathas, thought Yalden, lived indeed in comfort, for this room was finer than anything in the palace of Szeth or even in the temple of Orn, upon which had been lavished unthinkable wealth and beauty. Yalden stood agape, but not for long, since he desired most of all to seek the object of his quest and depart before Anathas should return from wherever it might be. For Yalden did not wish to encounter the monster sorcerer of which so many tales were told, leaving therefore this second cave by a narrow cleft which he saw. The seeker followed a devious and unlit way far down through the solid rock of the plateau. This, he felt, would take him to that third and ultimate cavern where his business lay. As he progressed, he glimpsed ahead of him a curious glow, and at last, without warning, the walls receded to reveal a vast open space, paved solidly with blazing coals, above which flapped and shrieked an obscene flock of wyvern-headed birds. Over the fiery surface green, monstrous salamanders slithered, eyeing the intruder with malignant speculation. And on the far side rose the stairs of a metal dais, encrusted with jewels and piled high with precious objects, the hoard of the wizard beast. At sight of this unattainable wealth, Yalden's fervor well nigh overcame him, and chafing at his futility, he searched the sea of flame for some way of crossing. This, he soon perceived, was not readily to be found, for in all that glowing crypt there was only a slight crescent of flooring near the entrance, which a mortal man might hope to walk on. Desperation, however, possessed him, so that at last he resolved to risk all and try the fiery pavement. Better to die in the quest than to return empty-handed. With teeth set, he started toward the sea of flame, heedless of what might follow. As it was, surprise seared him almost as vehemently as he had expected the flames to do, for with his advance, the glowing floor divided to form a narrow lane of safe, cool earth leading straight to the golden throne. Half dazed, and heedless of whatever might underlie such curiously favoring magic, Yalden drew his sword and strode boldly betwixt the walls of flame that rose from the rifted pavement. The heat hurt him not at all, and the wyvern creatures drew back, hissing, and did not molest him. The hoard now glistened close at hand, and Yalden thought of how he would return to Szeth, laden with fabulous spoils and worshipped by throngs as a hero. In his joy, he forgot to wonder at Anathas's lax care of its treasures. Nor did the very friendly behavior of the fiery pavement seem in any way remarkable. Even the huge arched opening behind the dais, so oddly invisible from across the cavern, failed to disturb him seriously. Only when he had mounted the broad stair of the dais and stood ankle-deep amid the bizarre golden relics of other ages and other worlds, and the lovely luminous gems from unknown mines and of unknown natures and meanings, did Yalden begin to realize that anything was wrong. But now he perceived that the miraculous passage through the flaming floor was closing again, leaving him marooned on the dais with the glittering treasure he had sought. And when it had fully closed, and his eyes had circled round vainly for some way of escape, he was hardly reassured by the shapeless jelly-like shadow which loomed colossal and stinking in the great archway behind the dais. He was not permitted to faint, but was forced to observe that this shadow was infinitely more hideous than anything hinted in any popular legend, and that its 7 iridescent eyes were regarding him with placid amusement. Then Anathus the wizard beast rolled fully out of the archway, mighty in necromantic horror, and jested with the small frightened conqueror before allowing that horde of slavering and peculiarly hungry green salamanders to complete their slow, anticipatory ascent of the dais. End of The Horde of the Wizard Beast by H.P. Lovecraft and R.H. Barlow. The Secret of Kralitz by Henry Kuttner. Weird Tales. October 1936. A story of the shocking revelation that came to the 21st Baron Kralitz. I awoke from profound sleep to find 2 black-swathed forms standing silently beside me, their faces pale blurs in the gloom. As I blinked to deal my sleep-dimmed eyes, one of them beckoned impatiently, and suddenly I realized the purpose of this midnight summons. For years I had been expecting it, ever since my father, the Baron Kralitz, had revealed to me the secret and the curse that hung over our ancient house. And so, without a word, I rose and followed my guides as they led me along the gloomy corridors of the castle that had been my home since birth. As I proceeded there rose up in my mind the stern face of my father, and in my ears rang his solemn words as he told me of the legendary curse of the House of Kralitz, the unknown secret that was imparted to the eldest son of each generation at a certain time. When? I had asked my father as he lay on his deathbed, fighting back the approach of dissolution. When you are able to understand, he had told me, watching my face intently from beneath his tufted white brows. Some are told the secret sooner than others. Since the first Baron Kralitz, the secret has been handed down. He clutched at his breast and paused. It was fully 5 minutes before he had gathered his strength to speak again in his rolling, powerful voice. No gasping deathbed confessions for the Baron Kralitz. He said at last, "You have seen the ruins of the old monastery near the village, Franz. The first Baron burnt it and put the monks to the sword. The abbot interfered too often with the Baron's whims. A girl sought shelter, and the abbot refused to give her up at the Baron's demand. His patience was at an end. You know the tales they still tell about him. He slew the abbot, burned the monastery, and took the girl. Before he died, the abbot cursed his slayer and cursed his sons for unborn generations. And it is the nature of this curse that is the secret of our house. I may not tell you what the curse is. Do not seek to discover it before it is revealed to you. Wait patiently, and in due time you will be taken by the warders of the secret down the stairway to the underground cavern. And then you will learn the secret of Kralitz." As the last word passed my father's lips, he died, his stern face still set in its harsh lines. Deep in my memories, I had not noticed our path, but now the dark forms of my guides paused beside a gap in the stone flagging, where a stairway, which I had never seen during my wanderings about the castle, led into subterranean depths. Down this stairway I was conducted, and presently I came to realize that there was light of a sort, a dim phosphorescent radiance that came from no recognizable source, and seemed to be less actual light than the accustoming of my eyes to the near darkness. I went down for a long time. The stairway turned and twisted in the rock, and the bobbing forms ahead were my only relief from the monotony of the interminable descent. And at last, deep underground, the long stairway ended, and I gazed over the shoulders of my guides at the great door that barred my path. It was roughly chiseled from the solid stone, and upon it were curious and strangely disquieting carvings, symbols which I did not recognize. It swung open, and I passed through and paused, staring about me through a grey sea of mist. I stood upon a gentle slope that fell away into the fog-hidden distance, from which came a pandemonium of muffled bellowing and high-pitched, shrill squeakings vaguely akin to obscene laughter. Dark, half-glimpsed shapes swam into sight through the haze and disappeared again, and great vague shadows swept overhead on silent wings. Almost beside me was a long rectangular table of stone, and at this table 20 men were seated, watching me from eyes that gleamed dully out of deep sockets. My 2 guides silently took their places among them, and suddenly the thick fog began to lift. It was swept raggedly away on the breath of a chill wind. The far dim reaches of the cavern were revealed as the mist swiftly dissipated, and I stood silent in the grip of a mighty fear, and strangely, an equally potent, unaccountable thrill of delight. A part of my mind seemed to ask, "What horror is this?" And another part whispered, "You know this place." But I could never have seen it before. If I had realized what lay far beneath the castle, I could never have slept at night for the fear that would have obsessed me. For, standing silent with conflicting tides of horror and ecstasy racing through me, I saw the weird inhabitants of the underground world. Demons, monsters, unnameable things. Nightmare colossi strode bellowing through the murk, and amorphous grey things like giant slugs walked upright on stumpy legs. Creatures of shapeless soft pulp, beings with flame-shot eyes scattered over their misshapen bodies like fabled Argus, writhed and twisted there in the evil glow. Winged things that were not bats swooped and fluttered in the tenebrous air, whispering sibilantly, whispering in human voices. Far away at the bottom of the slope I could see the chill gleam of water, a hidden sunless sea. Shapes mercifully almost hidden by distance, and the semi-darkness sported and cried, troubling the surface of the lake, the size of which I could only conjecture. And a flapping thing whose leathery wings stretched like a tent above my head swooped and hovered for a moment, staring with flaming eyes, and then darted off and was lost in the gloom. And all the while, as I shuddered with fear and loathing, within me was this evil glee, this voice which whispered, "You know this place. You belong here. Is it not good to be home?" I glanced behind me. The great door had swung silently shut, and escape was impossible. And then pride came to my aid. I was a Kralitz, and a Kralitz would not acknowledge fear in the face of the devil himself. I stepped forward and confronted the warders, who were still seated regarding me intently from eyes in which a smouldering fire seemed to burn. Fighting down an insane dread that I might find before me an array of fleshless skeletons, I stepped to the head of the table, where there was a sort of crude throne, and peered closely at the silent figure on my right. It was no bare skull at which I gazed, but a bearded, deadly pale face. The curved, voluptuous lips were crimson, looking almost rouged, and the dull eyes stared through me bleakly. Inhuman agony had etched itself in deep lines on the white face, and gnawing anguish smouldered in dye-sunken eyes. I cannot hope to convey the utter strangeness, the atmosphere of unearthliness that surrounded him, almost as palpable as the fetid tomb stench that welled from his dark garments. He waved a black-swathed arm to the vacant seat at the head of the table, and I sat down. This nightmare sense of unreality. I seemed to be in a dream, with a hidden part of my mind slowly waking from sleep into evil life to take command of my faculties. The table was set with old-fashioned goblets and trenchers, such as had not been used for hundreds of years. There was meat on the trenchers, and red liquor in the jeweled goblets, a heady, Overpowering fragrance swam up into my nostrils, mixed with the grave smell of my companions and the musty odor of a dank and sunless place. Every white face was turned to me, faces that seemed oddly familiar, although I did not know why. Each face was alike in its blood-red sensual lips and its expression of gnawing agony, and burning black eyes like the abysmal pits of Tartarus stared at me until I felt the short hairs stir on my neck. But I was a Kralitz. I stood up and said boldly in archaic German that somehow came familiarly from my lips, "I am Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. What do you want with me?" A murmur of approval went around the long table. There was a stir. From the foot of the board a huge bearded man arose. A man with a frightful scar that made the left side of his face a horror of healed white tissue. Again, the odd thrill of familiarity ran through me. I had seen that face before, and vaguely I remembered looking at it through dim twilight. The man spoke in the old guttural German. "We greet you, Franz, Baron Kralitz. We greet you and pledge you, Franz, and we pledge the House of Kralitz." With that he caught up the goblet before him and held it high. All along the long table the black swathed ones arose, and each held high his jeweled cup and pledged me. They drank deeply, savoring the liquor, and I made the bow custom demanded. I said in words that sprang almost unbidden from my mouth, "I greet you, who are the warders of the secret of Kralitz, and I pledge you in return." All about me, to the farthermost reaches of the dim cavern, a hush fell, and the bellows and howlings, and the insane tittering of the flying things were no longer heard. My companions leaned expectantly toward me. Standing alone at the head of the board, I raised my goblet and drank. The liquor was heady, exhilarating, with a faintly brackish flavor. And abruptly, I knew why the pain-racked, ruined face of my companion had seemed familiar. I had seen it often among the portraits of my ancestors, the frowning, disfigured visage of the founder of the House of Kralitz that glared down from the gloom of the great hall. In that fierce white light of revelation, I knew my companions for what they were. I recognized them, one by one, remembering their canvas counterparts. But there was a change. Like an impalpable veil, the stamp of ineradicable evil lay on the tortured faces of my hosts, strangely altering their features, so that I could not always be sure I recognized them. One pale, sardonic face reminded me of my father, but I could not be sure, so monstrously altered was its expression. I was dining with my ancestors, the House of Kralitz. My cup was still held high, and I drained it, for somehow the grim revelation was not entirely unexpected. A strange glow thrilled through my veins, and I laughed aloud for the evil delight that was in me. The others laughed too, a deep-throated merriment like the barking of wolves. Tortured laughter from men stretched on the rack, mad laughter in hell, and all through the hazy cavern came the clamor of the devil's brood. Great figures that towered many spans high rocked with thundering glee, and the flying things tittered slyly overhead, and out over the vast expanse swept the wave of frightful mirth, until the half-seen things in the black waters sent out bellows that tore at my eardrums, and the unseen roof far overhead sent back roaring echoes of the clamor. And I laughed with them, laughed insanely, until I dropped exhausted into my seat and watched the scarred man at the other end of the table as he spoke. "You are worthy to be of our company, and worthy to eat at the same board. We have pledged each other, and you are one of us. We shall eat together." And we fell to, tearing like hungry beasts at the succulent white meat in the jeweled trenchers. Strange monsters served us, and at a chill touch on my arm I turned to find a dreadful crimson thing, like a skinned child, refilling my goblet. Strange, and utterly blasphemous was our feast. We shouted and laughed and fed there in the hazy light, while all around us thundered the evil horde. There was hell beneath Castle Kralitz, and it held high carnival this night. Presently we sang a fierce drinking song. swinging the deep cups back and forth in rhythm with our shouted chant. It was an archaic song, but the obsolete words were no handicap, for I mouthed them as though they had been learned at my mother's knee, and at the thought of my mother, a trembling and a weakness ran through me abruptly, but I banished it with a draught of the heady liquor. Long we shouted and sang and caroused there in the great cavern, and after a time we arose together and trooped to where a narrow, high-arched bridge spanned the tenebrous waters of the lake. But I may not speak of what was at the other end of the bridge, nor of the unnameable things that I saw and did. I learned of the fungoid, inhuman beings that dwell on far cold Yuggoth, of the cyclopean shapes that attend unsleeping Cthulhu in his submarine city, of the strange pleasures that the followers of Leprous, subterranean Yog-Sothoth may possess, and I learned too of the unbelievable manner in which Iod, the source, is worshipped beyond the outer galaxies. I plumbed the blackest pits of hell and came back, laughing. I was one with the rest of those dark warders, and I joined them in the Saturnalia of horror until the scarred man spoke to us again. "Our time grows short," he said, his scarred and bearded white face like a gargoyle's in the half-light. "We must depart soon. But you are a true Kralitz, Franz, and we shall meet again, and feast again, and make merry for longer than you think. One last pledge." I gave it to him. "To the house of Kralitz, may it never fall." And with an exultant shout we drained the pungent dregs of the liquor. Then a strange lassitude fell upon me. With the others I turned my back on the cavern and the shapes that pranced and bellowed and crawled there, and I went up through the carved stone portal. We filed up the stairs, up and up, endlessly, until at last we emerged through the gaping hole in the stone flags and proceeded, a dark, silent company, back through those interminable corridors. The surroundings began to grow strangely familiar, and suddenly I recognized them. We were in the great burial vaults below the castle, where the barons Kralitz were ceremoniously entombed. Each baron had been placed in his stone casket in his separate chamber, and each chamber lay like beads on a necklace, adjacent to the next. So that we proceeded from the farthermost tombs of the early barons Kralitz toward the unoccupied vaults. By immemorial custom, each tomb lay bare, an empty mausoleum, until the time had come for its use, when the great stone coffin, with the memorial inscription carved upon it, would be carried to its place. It was fitting, indeed, for the secret of Kralitz to be hidden here. Abruptly I realized that I was alone, save for the bearded man with the disfiguring scar. The others had vanished, and deep in my thoughts, I had not missed them. My companion stretched out his black swathed arm and halted my progress, and I turned to him questioningly. He said in his sonorous voice, "I must leave you now. I must go back to my own place." And he pointed to the way whence we had come. I nodded, for I had already recognized my companions for what they were. I knew that each Baron Kralitz had been laid in his tomb, only to arise as a monstrous thing neither dead nor alive, to descend into the cavern below, and take part in the evil Saturnalia. I realized, too, that with the approach of dawn they had returned to their stone coffins, to lie in a death-like trance until the setting sun should bring brief liberation. My own occult studies had enabled me to recognize these dreadful manifestations. I bowed to my companion and would have proceeded on my way to the upper parts of the castle, but he barred my path. He shook his head slowly, his scar hideous in the phosphorescent gloom. I said, "May I not go yet?" He stared at me with tortured, smoldering eyes that had looked into hell itself, and he pointed to what lay beside me. And, in a flash of nightmare realization, I knew the secret of the curse of Kralitz. There came to me the knowledge that made my brain a frightful thing, in which shapes of darkness would ever swirl and scream, the dreadful comprehension of when each Baron Kralitz was initiated into the Brotherhood of Blood. I knew that no coffin had ever been placed unoccupied in the tombs, and I read upon the stone sarcophagus at my feet the inscription that made my doom known to me, my own name, Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. End of The Secret of Kralitz by Henry Kuttner. Nyaigogwa by Robert W. Lowndes. Famous Fantastic Mysteries, April 1941. Deep in the heart of time it lies supreme, and hideous in dread malignancy, replete with galaxies devoured. The kraken within, Nyaigogwa, some who dream, not wisely, seek, not by the paths of sleep. Yugoth and Sarusin, or lost Stani, and far-flung, shadowed Lanth. The Upiaz tree, gigantic and infernal, or the deep. Horrific realms of R'lyeh will find, too late. Ofttimes the veil of outer space is worn. Great rifts occur, and through the strangely torn, gouged walls, appear its servitors that wait. Under the rim of space, they come, and then are weird rites practiced on what once were men.
Island of the Deep Ones, being the narrative of Horvath Blaine. 1. That some record of the events leading up to the so-called top-secret experiment, conducted at an uncharted South Pacific island on a September day in 1947, ought to be made, I have no question. That it would be wise is a moot point. There are some things against which the human race, which has in any event but a brief moment to remain on this planet, can be only inadequately forewarned and forearmed. And this being so, it is conceivable that it would be better to remain silent and let one's fellowmen wait upon events. In final analysis, however, there are judges far better qualified than I, and the progression of events both before and since that experiment has been so disturbing and so suggestive of incredibly ancient evil almost beyond man's grasp that I am compelled to make this record before time dims these events, if ever it could, or before my own obliteration, which is inevitable, and may indeed be nearer than I think. The episode began prosaically enough in the most famous bar in the world, in Singapore. I saw the 5 gentlemen sitting together when first I came into the bar and sat down. I was not far from them, and alone, and I looked at them casually, thinking that someone I knew might be among them. An elderly man with dark glasses and a strangely impressive countenance, and 4 young men, in late 20s or early 30s, intent upon some discussion conducted with considerable animation. I recognized no one, so I looked away. I had sat there perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps a little less. Henry Caravel had come up and spoken to me in passing, and we had taken note of the time together. He had just gone when I heard my name spoken. Perhaps Mr. Blaine could enlighten us. The voice was cordial, well modulated, with a peculiar carrying power. Looking up, I saw the 5 gentlemen at their table gazing toward me expectantly. At that instant the old man stood. "Our discussion is archaeological in a sense, Mr. Blaine," he said directly. "If I may presume, I am Professor Laban Shrewsbury, a fellow American. Will you join us?" I thanked him, and moved by a lively curiosity, went over to his table. He introduced his companions, Andrew Fellan, Abel Keene, Claiborne Boyd, and Nail, and Collum, and turned once more to me. "Of course, we all know Horvath Blaine. We have been following with keen interest your papers on Angkor Vat and the Khmer civilization, and, with even more interest, your studies among the ruins of Ponape. It is no coincidence that we are at the moment discussing the pantheon of Polynesian deities. Tell us, in your opinion, does the Polynesian sea god, Tangaroa, have the same origin as Neptune? Probably Hindu or Indo-Chinese in origin. I guessed. Those people are not primarily seafarers. said the professor promptly. "There is a concept older than those civilizations, even if we concede at once that the Polynesian civilization is much younger than those of the Asiatic continent which gave rise to them. No, we are not interested so much in their relation to other figures in the pantheon, as to the conceit which gave them being in the first place, and to its relation to so many batracian or ichthytic figures and motifs which occur and recur in the artwork, ancient and modern, to be found in the South Pacific Islands. I protested that I was not primarily an artist, and certainly could not presume to be a critic of art. The professor brushed this aside with courteous detachment. "But you are familiar with art, and I wonder whether you can explain why the primitives of the South Pacific should emphasize the batracian or ichthytic in their artifacts and arts, while the primitives of the North Pacific, for example, emphasize characteristics which are clearly avian. There are exceptions, of course. You will recognize them. The lizard figures of Easter Island and the batracian pieces from Melanesia and Micronesia are common to these areas. The avian masks and headdresses of the North Pacific Indian tribes are common to the Canadian coast. But we find on occasion among those coastal Indian tribes disturbingly familiar motifs. Consider, for instance, the markedly batracian aspects of the shaman's headdress of the Haida tribe common to Prince of Wales Island, and the ceremonial shark headdress of the Tlingit of Ketchikan, Alaska. The totems of the North Pacific Indians are primarily avian in concept, whereas such things as the ancestor figures carved into the tree ferns of the New Hebrides quite clearly suggest aquatic dwellers. I remarked that ancestor worship was common to the Asiatic continent, but this was not his principal thesis, which I recognized in the expectance with which his companions attended to him. He came to it presently. Apropos the sea deities of primitive peoples, had I ever encountered in my archaeological inquiries any of the legends pertaining to the mythological being, Cthulhu, whom he regarded as the progenitor of all sea gods and the lesser deities connected with water as an element? The comments he had made now fell into a distinct and well-knit pattern. Cthulhu, as the ancient god of water, the seas, a water elemental in a sense, must be considered as the primal deity of the South Pacific, while the avian motifs expressed in the artifacts and work of art common to the North Pacific derived from a worship of an air elemental rather than one of the sea. I was indeed familiar with the Cthulhu Mythos, with its remarkable lore in essence so familiar to the Christian mythos of the expulsion of Sathanas and his followers and their ever ceaseless attempts to reconquer heaven. The mythos, as I recalled it while listening to the professor speak engagingly of Cthulhu, turned on a conflict between beings known as the elder gods, who presumably inhabited the cosmos many light years away, and lesser beings called the Ancient Ones or the Great Old Ones, who were presumably the motive forces of evil as opposed to those representing good, who were the benevolent elder gods. All had apparently existed in harmony at one time, but then a revolt on the part of the Ancient Ones, who were Cthulhu, master of the waters, Hastur, who roamed the interplanetary spaces before his imprisonment in the dark lake of Hali, Yog-Sothoth, most powerful of the Ancient Ones, Ithaqua, the god of the winds, Tsathoggua and Shub-Niggurath, gods of the earth and of fecundity, Nyarlathotep, their dread messenger, and others, resulted in their vanquishment and banishment to various places in the universe, from which they hoped to rise once more against the elder gods, and where they were served by their minions, cults of men and animals reared in their service. There were, additionally, pertaining to Cthulhu, supposedly inhabiting a secret place on earth, rather shockingly suggestive legends that certain of his batracian followers, known as the Deep Ones, had mated with men and produced a horrible travesty of mankind known to be inhabitants of certain coastal Massachusetts towns. Moreover, the Cthulhu Mythos had sprung from a collection of incredibly old manuscripts and similar sources purporting to be factual accounts, though nothing was adduced to prove them anything other than fiction of a highly skilled order. These manuscripts and books, the Necronomicon of the mad Arab, Abdul al-Hazred, the Cubes des Ghouls, the work of an eccentric French nobleman, the Count d'Erlet, the unaussprechlichen Kulten of von Junst, a known aberrant who had roamed Europe and Asia in search of the remnants of old cults, the Cellino fragments, the Raelier text, the Narcotic manuscripts, and the like, had been seized upon by writers of contemporary fiction, and freely used as the source for incredible tales of fantasy and the macabre. And these had given a kind of aura of authenticity to what, at best, was a collection of lore and legends perhaps unique in the annals of mankind, but surely little more. "But you are skeptical, Mr. Blaine," observed the professor. "I'm afraid I have the scientific mind," I answered. "I rather think all of us here think similarly of ourselves." He said, "Am I to understand that you believe in this volume of lore?" He gazed at me disconcertingly from behind his dark spectacles. "Mr. Blaine, for more than 3 decades I have been on the trail of Cthulhu. Time after time I have believed that I have closed his avenues of ingress into our time. Time after time I have been misled in thinking so." "Then if you believe one aspect of the pantheon, you must believe all the rest," I countered. "That is not necessarily so," he replied, "but there are wide areas of belief. I have seen and I know." "I, too," said Phelan, and his supporting cry was echoed by the others. The truly scientific mind is as hesitant to deprecate as it is to lend support. Let us begin with the primal struggle between the elder gods and the great old ones. I said cautiously, "What is the nature of your evidence? The sources are almost infinite. Consider almost all the ancient writings which speak of a great catastrophe which involved the earth. Look to the Old Testament, to the battle of Beth Horon, led by Joshua. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibon, and thou, Moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed. Look to the annals of Cuautitlan of the lore of the Nahua Indians of Mexico, which speak of an endless night, a tale verified by the Spanish priest, Fr. Bernardino de Sahagun, who, coming to the New World a generation after Columbus, told of the great catastrophe in which the sun rose but a little way over the horizon, and then stood still, a catastrophe witnessed by the American Indians. And the Bible again, as they fled from before Israel, the Lord cast down great stones upon them in Asca, and they died. There are parallel accounts in other ancient manuscripts, the Popol Vuh of the Mayas, the Egyptian papyrus Ipuwer, the Buddhist Visuddhimagga, the Persian Zend-Avesta, the Hindu Vedas, many another. There are curiously coincidental records left in ancient art, the Venus tablets of Babylon, found in the ruins of the library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, certain of the panoplies at Angkor Wat, which you must know, and there are the strangely altered clocks of ancient times, the water clock of the temple of Ammon at Karnak, now inaccurate for day and night, the shadow clock of Fayum, Egypt, inaccurate too, the astronomical panel in the tomb of Senmut, in which the stars are shown in an order they do not have, but which may presumably have been correct for Senmut-'s time. And these stars, I submit, are not just accidentally those of the Orion-Taurus group, held to be the seat of both the elder gods, who are believed to exist at or near Betelgeuse, and at least one of the ancient ones, Hastur, and were presumably home to all the ancient ones, so that the catastrophe duly recorded in the old documents may very well have been evidence of the titanic battle which was waged between the elder gods and the rebellious ancient ones. I pointed out that there was a current theory concerning erratic conduct on the part of the planet now called Venus. Professor Shrewsbury shrugged this away almost with impatience, entertaining but pure nonsense. The concept of Venus as a one-time comet can be disproved scientifically. The concept of the conflict between the elder gods and the ancient ones cannot. I submit, Mr. Blaine, that your actual conviction of disbelief is not as strong as your words. In this he was eminently correct. What this strange old man had said had aroused and awakened 1,000 latent memories, all of which now coalesced in the events of the moment. An archaeologist cannot have seen the weird grotesques of Easter Island without a sense of an impending past. He cannot have looked upon Angkor Wat, or the shunned ruins of certain of the Marquesas Islands without a dim awareness of the terror that lurked in ancient places. He cannot have studied the legends of ancient peoples without recognizing that the lore of mankind, however exaggerated, takes root in some remote reality. Moreover, there was about my newly found companions an air of gravity which was plain behind their good nature, and was almost sinister without being malevolent. I could not doubt that these gentlemen were deadly serious, for each of them testified mutely that he had been on this quest for more than just a short time. You see, continued Professor Shrewsbury, it would be folly to pretend that this meeting was an accident. Your movements had been studied enough to make it occur. It is just possible that in your studies of ancient ruins and the drawings, hieroglyphics, and other remains found among them, you may have happened upon something which might afford us a clue to the place we seek. And what is that? I asked. An island. So saying, he unfolded before me a crudely drawn map. I examined the map with interest which was quickened appreciably when it dawned upon me that this was no ordinary map done by the hand of an ill-informed person, but rather a map drawn by someone who clearly believed in the objects he drew, that these objects were not placed as he had suggested, but suggested an artist of centuries ago. Java and Borneo, I said, identifying them. These islands are apparently the Carolines, and the marked place is northward, but the directions are not very clear. Yes, that is its drawback, agreed Professor Shrewsbury dryly. I looked at him sharply. Where did you get this, Professor? From a very old man. He must have been very old indeed. I agreed. Almost 15 centuries. He answered without a smile. But come, do you recognize this place beyond the Carolines? I shook my head. Then we fall back upon your own research, Mr. Blaine. You have been in the South Pacific ever since the end of the Second World War. You have gone from island to island, and you will have seen certainly that in some areas there is a marked emphasis on the Batracian motif, or the ichthytic motif. It matters little, save that we have reason to believe one island at least to be either the focal point, or near the focal point of the occurrence of artifacts and works of art stressing the Batracian. Ponape, I said. He nodded, and the others waited expectantly. You see, he went on, I have been to the Black Island, which has no name and is uncharted because it is not always visible and rises to the surface only at rare intervals. But my means of travel was somewhat unorthodox. My attempt to blast the island and its horrible ruins was ineffective. We must find it again, and we shall find it most readily by picking up the trail of the Batracian motif in Polynesian art. There are certain legends, I put in, which speak of a vanishing land. It would presumably be stationary. Yes, making its appearance only when upheavals of the ocean's bed thrust it up, and then evidently not for long. I need not remind you that there have been recent tremors recorded by seismographs for the region of the South Pacific. Conditions are thus ideal for our quest. We are at liberty to suppose it to be part of a larger, submerged land area, quite possibly one of the legendary continents. Mu, said Phelan. If Mu existed, countered the professor gravely, there is ample evidence to believe it did. I said, together with Atlantis. If you were to fall back upon your own kind of evidence, there is plenty of legendary to give the belief body. The Bible's story of the deluge, for instance. The ancient books' accounts of catastrophes. The submerging of vast land areas depicted in the drawings found at the sites of so much archaeological discovery. One of the professor's companions grinned and said, You're entering into the spirit of it, Mr. Blaine. The professor, however, gazed at me without smiling. You believe in the existence of Mu, Mr. Blaine? I'm afraid I do. And presumably also in the ancient civilizations said to have inhabited Mu and Atlantis. He went on. There are certain legends attributable to some such lost civilizations, Mr. Blaine, particularly in relation to their sea deities, and there are survivals of ancient worship in the Balearics, in the islands of the Carolines, at Innsmouth, Massachusetts, and in a few other widely separated areas. If Atlantis lay off the coast of Spain, and Mu near the Marshalls, presumably there might have been yet another land area at one time lying off the coast of Massachusetts, and the Black Island might be part of yet another land area. We cannot know. but it is certain that the Bible's deluge and other similar legendary catastrophes might well have been evidence of the titanic struggle which resulted in the banishment of Cthulhu to one of the lost continents of this planet. I nodded, aware for what seemed the first time of the intense scrutiny of the others. The Black Island is thus far the only known avenue directly to Cthulhu. All others are primarily in the possession of the Deep Ones. We must therefore search for it by every means at our disposal. It was at this point of our conversation that I became aware of a subtle force vying with my interest, which was far keener than I had permitted myself to show. It was a blind feeling of hostility, an awareness, as it were, of something malign in the very atmosphere. I looked from one to another of them, but there was nothing in their eyes save only an interest similar to my own. Yet the aura of fear, of enmity, was unmistakable, perhaps made all the more so by its very tenuousness. I looked past my companions, allowing my glance to travel along the bar, among the tables. I saw no one who was even aware of us, though the bar, as always, was crowded with people of all nationalities in all walks of life. The conviction of hostility, the aura of fear persisted, lying against my consciousness as were it a tangible thing. I gave my attention again to Professor Shrewsbury. He talked now of the trail of Cthulhu through the arts and crafts of primitive peoples, and his words conjured up from my own memories 1,000 corroborating details of the curious figures found in the Sepik River valley of New Guinea, of the tapa cloth designs of the Tonga Islanders, of the hideously suggestive fisherman's god of the Cook Islanders, with its misshapen torso and its substitution of tentacles for legs and arms, of the stone tiki of the Marquesas, markedly batracian in aspect, of the carvings of the New Zealand Maori, which depict creatures neither man nor octopus, neither fish nor frog, but something of all four, of the revolting war shield design used by Queenslanders, a design of a labyrinth under water with a tortuously malefic figure at the end of it, tentacles extended as if for prey, and the similar shell pendants of the Papuans, of the ceremonial music of the Indonesias, particularly the Batak dream music, and the Wayang shadow, play of leather puppets on ancient themes dramatizing a legend of sea beings. All these pointed unmistakably to Panape from one direction, while the ceremonial figures used in some parts of the Hawaiian Islands and the great heads of Rano, Uraku on Easter Island, made a similar indication from the other. Panape, with its shunned ruins, its abandoned port in which the carvings are of unmistakable significance, carvings of brooding terror, of fishmen, of frogmen, of octopoids, all speaking mutely of a strange and terrible way of life led by inhabitants who were half bestial, half human. And from Panape, where, "You are thinking of Panape," said Professor Shrewsbury quietly. "Yes, and of what might lie beyond. If the Black Island is not between Panape and Singapore, it must lie between that island and Easter Island. The only direction we have is that of the Johansen narrative, discovered in Lovecraft, and subsequently repeated in the story of the disappearance of the HMS Advocate. S latitude 407053, W longitude 127037. That would be in the general area, but the latitude and longitude may not be correct. According to the Greenby account, that is the place at which the Advocate ran into a storm blowing something terrible. There is thus a possibility of some error, since we have no way of knowing how far off course the ship may have been blown, nor how long a time elapsed since Greenby last ascertained longitude and latitude. He makes note that they were steering a course straight for the Admiralties or New Guinea, but we saw by the stars that we were off course by west. The Johansen narrative. I interrupted him. Forgive me, I am not familiar with these accounts. My apologies, of course, you could not be. They are not vital to your knowledge, but exist only as curiously corroborative statements, or rather, as statements which are extremely suggestive in the light of what we know. If one has no belief in Cthulhu and the pantheon of elder gods and ancient ones, such accounts are meaningless, and all too readily dismissed as hysteria. If one keeps an open mind, however, such accounts become damnably suggestive. One cannot dismiss them. These accounts apart, and all else too, I said, what do you expect of me? I submit that you are perhaps more qualified to speak with authority on the arts and artifacts of the South Pacific than anyone else within the entire region. We are satisfied that the primitive drawings and sculptures of these people will point unmistakably to the approximate location of the Black Island. Specifically, we are interested in the occurrence of any work similar to the fisherman's god of Cook Island, which, we have reason to believe, is a representation, as seen by the primitive mind, of Cthulhu himself. By narrowing the circle of its incidents, it is logical to suppose that we can box in the site of the island. I nodded thoughtfully, certain that I could almost effortlessly construct the ring that Professor Shrewsbury visualized. Can we count on you, Mr. Blaine? More than that. If you have room for me, I'll join your party. Professor Shrewsbury favored me with a long silent glance which I found somewhat disconcerting. But at last he said, "We have a place for you, Mr. Blaine. We hope to leave Singapore in 2 days." He gave me his card, writing rapidly on the back of it, "You will find me at this address if you need me." 2. I took my leave of Professor Shrewsbury's party with curious misgivings. My offer to accompany them had been made almost involuntarily. I had had no intention of doing more than the professor had asked, but some impulse stronger than my own wish had impelled me instead to propose that I go with them to seek their goal. Once outside the bar, I asked myself why I had not doubted the professor's strange story. The evidence he had offered was purely circumstantial, and I could not have said that I had in fact ever come upon anything more to justify belief. And yet I found myself believing readily not only in the existence of the Black Island, but also in the vast mythology so sketchily outlined for me, in all that pantheon of elder gods and ancient ones of which that oddly persuasive and yet curiously repellent old man in the black glasses had spoken. Moreover, I recognized that my belief stemmed from something more than Professor Shrewsbury's words. It arose from a deep inner conviction, as if I had known all this long before, but had either refused to acknowledge it, or had failed to become aware of it because the proper opportunity for recognition had never arisen. And yet I had always been strangely stirred at sight of just such art as Professor Shrewsbury had hinted at, and most of all, at the Cook Islanders' horribly suggestive fisherman's god. What Professor Shrewsbury had plainly intimated was that this work had had a living model, and of this, despite my archaeological training, I had never entertained the shadow of a doubt. I could ask myself now to discover the reasons for my belief in the face of the previous record of dubiety I had established in my field. I could not answer, save to point to an inner conviction far stronger than any amount of cold rationalization. For it could not be denied that Professor Shrewsbury's analysis was not in itself factual, that the explanation for the various events and the nature of the evidence he projected were alike hypothetical in the extreme, that other solutions presented themselves as well, for the annals of primitive peoples are replete with many weird symbols and customs utterly unrelated to the living patterns of contemporary man. But no challenge caused any wavering in my conviction. I knew, as if I had been there, that there was indeed an uncharted island near Ponape, that it was part of a sunken kingdom which might indeed have been Rayleigh and part of Mu, that it was the source of an incredible power, and no rationalization could explain either my conviction or my complete refusal to consider any other explanation of the tentative outline Professor Shrewsbury had offered. He, too, knew. The facts he had adduced were but the tiniest fraction of the adducible evidence. And what impulse was it that sent me into the shadows to wait upon the emergence of Professor Shrewsbury and his companions? I could not say. Yet I remained in a place of concealment until the 5 men left the bar, watching them come out. I had no impulse to follow, but I knew as by intuition that they would not be unattended, and they were not. Their followers walked at a respectable distance behind them, one, a second, yet another, at widely separated intervals. I stepped out and faced one of them. He met my eyes questioningly for a moment, held my gaze, and looked away. A Lascar, I judged him, but oddly deformed, with a curiously suggestive head, foreshortened, with little brow, and repellently wide-mouthed, with scarcely a chin at all, but a sloping fold of skin that vanished into his neck. And his skin, too, was rough, warty. I felt no horror looking at him. Perhaps Professor Shrewsbury's hints had prepared me for such an apparition, for I had known someone would be there. I was equally certain, however, that, for the present at least, my newly found friends were in no danger. I took myself off to my quarters presently, very thoughtful and preoccupied, for there was manifestly something more than Professor Shrewsbury's story and the quest of the five for the mythological Cthulhu to stir me. Once at my rooms, I found myself drawn to the packet of papers which had come down to me from my grandfather Waite. For my name had not always been Blaine, having undergone a change in the home of my foster parents in Boston. My grandfather Asaph Waite, whom I had never consciously seen, and who perished with my grandmother, my father, and my mother in a disaster which had struck their town when I was yet only a babe in arms, and while I was on a visit with cousins in Boston, who had forthwith adopted me after a loss which, to any other older child, would have been shockingly tragic. My grandfather's papers were wrapped in oilskin. He had been a seafaring man out of Massachusetts, at one time an agent of the famous Marsh family, which for generations had been seafaring men, ranging far and wide over the face of the earth, and I had had them with me for years. I had examined the small packet from time to time, with curious stirrings and misgivings. Tonight something Professor Shrewsbury had said had brought the papers back into my memory, and I wanted to look at them once without delay. They consisted of fragments of an old diary. Some pages had been torn out here and there, of fragmentary letters, a few documents, and some of what purported to be my grandfather's own writings entitled simply Invocations, though down in one corner someone had added, to Dagon. The invocations came to hand first. These were evidently intended as at least semi-poetry, and were written in a manner at times coherent, at others apparently incoherent, unless, as I was now prepared to admit, I lacked the proper key to understanding. I read but one of them, with considerably more care, however, than I had previously given it. By all the depths of Yaha-Nthl, and the dwellers thereof, for the one over all. By the sign of Kish, and all who obey it, for its author. By the door to Ih, and all who use it, who have gone before and who shall come after, for him to whom it leadeth. By him who is to come. Funglui Meglui Naf, Cthulhu Relie, Wuga Nu Gai Photogen. I recognized in the final incomprehensible line 2 of the names Dr. Shrewsbury had used, and I was even more disquieted than ever to discover them here in my possession, even if I had come by them in so casual a fashion. I turned next to the diary, which was evidently, judging by notes pertinent to events of the day in the United States, for 1928. The entries were not frequent, but it was noteworthy that, after a beginning in which my grandfather had chronicled, journal fashion, comments on the political and historical events of his time, his attention turned ever more and more to something mysterious and personal, to which the diary afforded no key. The entries pertinent to something which troubled my grandfather exceedingly began in late April of that year. April 23. Out to D.R. again last night, where saw what M affirms is him. Amorphous, tentacled, inhuman. Could I have expected other? M extremely excited. Cannot say that I shared his excitement except that I found myself vacillating between Miss Extreme on the one hand and an equal extremity of aversion on the other. A stormy night. Do not know where all this will lead. April 24. Took note of many boat losses in last night's storm. But none from here, though many were to D.R. so evidently, we have been protected for another purpose which will be made plain in good time. Met M. on the street today. He took no notice of me, as if he did not know who I was. I understand now why he constantly wears the black gloves. If those who do not understand should see. April 27. A stranger in town, questioning old Zidok. The word has gone around that Z will have to be dealt with. A pity. He seemed always such a harmless, garrulous old tosspot. Too garrulous, perhaps, but no one has heard him say anything. The stranger, they say, plied him with liquor. There were similar entries and other accounts of strange journeys to the place given only as Dr., evidently to be reached only by water, the Atlantic, but not far from the settlement, for there was no account of lengthy traveling over water to reach the goal from the town. These entries varied in intensity, but became steadily more and more chaotic. Evidently the town had been seriously disturbed by the prying questions of a strange visitor to that clannish community. By late May, he was writing, May 21. Word passed around that a federal man was asking questions in town today. Visited MS Refining Company. I have not seen him myself, but Obed mentioned seeing him. A short, wiry man, very dark-skinned. A Southerner, perhaps. He supposedly comes directly from Washington. M. has canceled the meeting tonight, and also a trip to Dr. Leopold was to have gone as the S. tonight. Now he will be passed over, and the next one will be chosen. May 22. The sea very turbulent last night. Anger at Dr. The trip should not have been postponed. May 23. Rumors grow. Gilman reported seeing a destroyer in the vicinity of Dr. last evening, but no one else saw it. Gilman entirely too imaginative. Should be disciplined for adding to the growing discontent. May 27. Something wrong. More strangers in town. Also ships off the coast, apparently armed. The docks being examined by these tight-lipped outsiders. Are they in reality federal men, or are they others from H, for instance? How could we know? I have suggested it to him, but he says, no, they cannot be, he would feel it if so. M does not appear to be disturbed, but he is not entirely at his ease. Everyone is running to him. June. C has been taken care of, right under the noses of the federal men. What can they want? I am prevailing on J to send the child off to Martha. It was to this period of the diary to which one of the letters belonged. Recognizing it, I had placed the letter to my foster mother between the pages of the diary at this point, and I now opened it and read it once more. 7th June 1928. Dear Martha, I write in considerable haste because we have had to make decisions in a hurry here these past few days. Events have turned up so that it would be best to send Horvath to you for safekeeping. John and Abigail have agreed, however reluctantly, so I send him with Amos. It might be best to keep Amos with him for a week or two, until he can accustom himself to you and your way of existence there in Boston. Amos may come home again, though I do not need him at present, and if you have use for him, by all means retain him until it is convenient for you to send him back to us. Ever affectionately, Asaph Waite. Comparatively few entries remained in the diary, and all were undated, appearing simply under June. They were increasingly disturbed, betraying what must have been my grandfather's extreme agitation. June. M reports questions very upsetting. Bear directly on Dr. and the goings on there. Someone must have talked to the federal men. But who? If M only knew, he would follow Z. There is no room here for traitors, and whoever it is will be hunted down and destroyed. And not only him alone, but all who are with him or who support him, including, if he is married, his wife and family. June. Questions about the rights at Dagon Hall. Whoever talked knows. June. Large-scale operations at the docks. A destroyer out at Dr. Wild talk of government taking control of the situation. June. It is true. Blasting begun, and fires have started to spread up from the docks. They will go out of control. Some have taken to the water, but the fire is cutting others off unless they go out of town and around it. Reading these entries again, I found myself more disturbed than ever. The nature of the catastrophe which overtook my progenitors was still not clear. They might have been caught in the fires which followed the inexplicable blasting. They might have become involved in the blastings themselves. Whatever happened, the events which took place in that Massachusetts town had occurred in 1928. In that same year, my parents and my grandparents had been killed in an unnamed catastrophe. It was not unwarranted to presume that these events were connected. The entries in my grandfather's diary actually revealed nothing save that some enterprise with which he was connected, evidently led by the man M, had attracted the attention of federal agents who had invaded the town and taken corrective measures. There was no hint as to the nature of the enterprise, but presumably it was illegal, for nothing was set down in my grandfather's papers to identify it. The remaining letters were but two others, written also in June 1928. One was to my foster parents, 10th June 1928. Dear Martha and Arvald, I have forwarded by mail out of Arkham a copy of my last will and testament, should anything happen to me, putting you down as executors and administrators of the trust fund I shall leave to Horvath. Apart from such fees as are set forth for you in the nature of a bequest, I have left all my property to my son and daughter-in-law, but in the event of their deaths to Horvath. I hope I am not too pessimistic, but I do not believe in being inexcusably sanguine. The events of the past few days are not encouraging. As always, Asaph. The second letter was undated, but by its nature it must have been written in June also. It was not an original, as were those to my foster parents, but a copy my grandfather had evidently retained. Dear W., a hasty note to let you know thinks all is lost for the present. He does not think damage can be done to Yaha, but none of us knows. The place swarms with federal men. We think now it is all Zadok's doing, but Z has been taken care of. We do not know who it was he talked to, but have reason to believe it was one of us. He will not escape. Though he was pursued up the tracks out of town and got away, he will be forever haunted by what he has done. Of course, you may say, as some have said, it would never have happened if the marshes had kept away from those strange creatures at P. But the South Pacific is a long way from Massachusetts, and who would guess that they could make their way here to the reef? I am afraid now we are all getting what people call the marsh look. It is not attractive. I shall write no more, but I adjure you, if anything happens to us, and that may be. For this thing has so impressed the federal men that there is no semblance of a trial here for anyone or any place they elect to destroy. Do what you can for my grandson, Horvath Waite, whom you will find in the care of Mr. and Mrs. Arvald W. Blaine in Boston. Asaph. These were the reactions of my grandfather Waite attendant upon the catastrophe which struck at his town and at him and his family in that summer of 1928. One had read these papers before, but never with such fascination. Perhaps it was the knowledge of these, which lay in memory, which accounted for my interest in the project which occupied Professor Shrewsbury. And yet I could not wholly believe that it was. Together with the conviction that within the boundaries of Professor Shrewsbury's quest lay the solution to the mystery which had dogged my grandfather, was a haunting memory which loomed forever just on the perimeter of recognition. And it was this, however nameless and faceless, which motivated my deeper and more troubled concern with the trail of Cthulhu, for which I was about to surrender for the time being at least all my archaeological research. My hopes and ambitions for my future in the field I had chosen for my own. The compulsion was stronger than my wish. I put my grandfather's papers away once more, wrapping them in the oilskin in which they had come to my foster parents, and then, far from tired, I set about to track down, even as Professor Shrewsbury had asked, the occurrence of certain hideously suggestive motifs in the art patterns of the South Pacific Islanders, particularly the fisherman's god of Cook Island. At this I worked steadily for more than 2 hours, consulting not only such references as I owned, but also my own voluminous notes and sketches. At the end of that time I realized that the fisherman's god had made its appearance in one form or another as far to the south as Australia, as far to the north as the Kuriles, and between in Cambodia, Indochina, Siam, and the Malay states. But I had affirmed also, as I had already foreseen, that the incidence of its occurrence was immeasurably greater in the vicinity of Ponape. However the circles were drawn, its center would be at or near Ponape. That the object of Professor Shrewsbury's quest lay in the immediate vicinity, I had not a shred of doubt. And that something inconceivably malign lay there in that hidden place, I had also no doubt. For it was from Ponape that the M of my grandfather Waite's papers had come home, bringing in his aftermath the events which were to culminate in the tragedy of 1928. The recurrence of the island in the legends and corroborative accounts pertinent thereto was not an accident or chance. Ponape was the outpost of mankind's civilization, the outpost nearest the gate into the weird and terrible world of the Ancient Ones, of whom great Cthulhu alone lay forever sleeping, waiting upon the events which would some day rouse him from his centuries-old torpor, and send him forth once more upon the unsuspecting peoples of the earth, forth to conquer and bring all the planet under his dominion. 3. We shipped for Ponape on the second day, traveling by one of the regular steamers plying the islands. I had thought we were to have possession of a ship of our own, but Professor Shrewsbury offered in explanation that other arrangements had been made out of Ponape. We gathered together on the deck soon after leaving the docks, primarily for the purpose of comparing notes, and I discovered that all of them spoke most matter-of-factly of being under surveillance in Singapore. "And you," Professor Shrewsbury turned to me, "were you aware of being followed, Mr. Blaine?" I shook my head, but I had thought someone trailed after you. I admitted. "Who were they?" "The Deep Ones," offered Phelan. "They are everywhere, but we've had other followers far more dangerous. The star protects us from them. They cannot harm us as long as we carry it." "I have one for you, Mr. Blaine," said Professor Shrewsbury. "Who are the Deep Ones?" I asked. Professor Shrewsbury offered an immediate explanation. The Deep Ones, he said, were minions of Cthulhu. Originally they had been aquatic only, hideously suggestive of human beings, but essentially batracian or ichthyc. But over a century ago certain American traders had come into the South Pacific, and had formed alliances with the Deep Ones, mating with them, and thus producing a hybrid breed which could exist equally well on land or in the sea. It was this hybrid breed which was to be found in most of the port cities of the world, never very far from water. That they were directed by some sort of super-intelligence from the sea seemed unquestionable, since they were never long in discovering any member of Professor Shrewsbury's party, all of whom had had previous encounters with the followers of Cthulhu, and indeed with certain minions of others of the Ancient Ones. Their purpose was clearly menacing, but the power of the five-pointed star, which was sealed with the seal of the elder gods, rendered them impotent. Should any one of them fail to carry the star, however, he might fall victim to the Deep Ones, or to the abominable My-Go, or to the Teat, Show people, the Shoggoths, the Shantaks, or any among a score or more of those human and semi-human creatures dedicated to the service of the Ancient Ones. Professor Shrewsbury excused himself to go to his cabin and bring me the star of which he had spoken. It was a rough surface stone, gray in color, with a barely distinguishable seal representing a pillar of light, as closely as I could approximate it. It was not large, it scarcely covered my palm, but it had a most peculiar effect on me, for it felt as if it burned my flesh, and I found it curiously repellent. I put it into my pocket, and there it seemed incredibly heavy. There, too, it left a burning sensation on my skin, despite the clothing between. It did not appear to have a similar effect on the others, as far as I could ascertain. Indeed, it became so heavy, presently, and afflicted me so sorely with the sensation of heat, that I found it necessary to excuse myself and hasten to my cabin, so that I could remove the stone from my person and leave it among my possessions. Only then did I feel free to rejoin my companions, where I took a listener's part in their discussion of events beyond my ken, not alone of Cthulhu and Hastur, and their minions, or of the others, not alone of the elder gods and that titanic battle which must have taken place eons ago, and involved countless universes, but of certain adventures these five had shared together, for they made countless references to ancient tablets, to books which, to judge by the dates which occurred in their conversation, had been made long before mankind had learned to write even on papyrus. They spoke repeatedly, too, of a library on Selino, which was beyond my ken. I was loath to ask, but I gathered that they had undergone a period of exile at what must have been certainly an archaeologically priceless retreat, a city or library at a place called Selino, of which I knew nothing, and was reluctant to admit ignorance of a site so archaeologically ancient under a name I had hitherto associated only with the stars. Their references to the Ancient Ones intimated two of feuds among these beings, between Hastur and Si. Ua on the one hand, and Cthulhu and Ithaqua on the other. Evidently these beings were united only against the elder gods, but vied with one another for the worship of their minions, and the destruction or seduction of such inhabitants of their regions as came within their orbits. I gathered, too, that Professor Shrewsbury and his companions had been drawn together often by mere chance, that all had been exposed to similar dangers, and all had eventually sought the haven which the professor had discovered many years before. It was somewhat disquieting, too, to reflect upon certain casual references made by the professor to events in which he had a part, but which had taken place much longer ago than could have been possible, considering his age. But I concluded, finally, that I must have been in error and misunderstood. That night I had the first of the curiously disturbing dreams which haunted our voyage. Though I slept soundly enough, I was never free of dreams. I dreamed that night that I found myself in a great city deep in the sea. My subaqueous existence did not trouble me. I was able to breathe, move about as I pleased, and carry on a normal existence in the ocean's depths. The city, however, was not a modern city. It was ancient, quite possibly such a city as might have been visualized by an archaeologist, far more ancient than any I had ever known before, with vast monolithic buildings, on the walls of many of which had been emblazoned representations of the sun, the moon, the stars, and certain grotesquely horrible figments of the artist's imagination, some of them amazingly similar to the fisherman's god of the Cook Islanders. Moreover, some of the buildings featured doorways of an unusual size, both in width and height, as were they constructed for beings beyond the conception of mankind. I moved about among the city's streets and lanes unmolested, but I was not alone. Other human or semi-human beings became visible from time to time, most of them strangely batracian in their aspects and movements, and my own locomotion was rather more batracian than human. I saw presently that all the inhabitants were moving in one general direction, and I followed in their wake, joining the stream. Thus I came presently to a rise in the sea bottom, at the top of which stood a ruined building which was clearly a temple. The building was of black stone, of pieces suggesting the Egyptian pyramids. It was no longer intact, but had fallen away, disclosing beyond the great doorway a passage which struck downward into the sea bottom. Around this doorway, in a semicircle, clustered the denizens of that ocean depth, I among them, waiting upon some event which was foreordained. I grew aware of a chanting ululation rising from among them, but I could distinguish no words, for the language was not one I knew. Yet I had the conviction that I should know it, and several of the strange beings near me stared at me in a peculiarly revolting way, accusingly, as if I were guilty of some breach of conduct. But their attention was soon drawn away from me to that ruined doorway. Even while others were still joining the throng from the city below, a kind of glow began to come into being in the doorway, an oddly diffused light, not white or yellow, but pale green, lambent, like the movement of the curtain auroras, deepening in intensity as the moments passed. Then, deep in the heart of the passage, rising out of the light, came a great amorphous mass of flesh, preceded by incredibly long, lashing tentacles, a thing with the head of what might have been a gigantic human being in its upper half, and an octopoid creature below. I caught but a single, horrified glimpse of it, then I screamed aloud and woke. I lay for some time trying to ascertain the reason for being of the dream I had had. That it grew from my knowledge of the ancient legends, I could not doubt, but how could I account for my perspective in the dream? I was not an interloper. I was in fact on my way to discover the point of egress for Cthulhu. Moreover, I was a witness to something more than was set down in any of the references or sources I had read, and nothing of what I had dreamed had been envisioned in anything Professor Shrewsbury had said. But I puzzled over this problem in vain. The only explanation I could credit lay in the work of a perfervid imagination, which might conceivably have conjured up the substance of my dream. Lulled by the smooth movement of the ship, I drifted off into sleep once more, and again into dream. This time, however, the setting was far different. I dreamed that I was a spectator at cataclysmic events far out among the constellations and galaxies. There a great battle was joined between beings far beyond the conceptions of a mere human being. They were great, constantly changing masses of what appeared to be pure light, sometimes in the form of pillars, sometimes as great globes, sometimes as clouds. These masses struggled titanically with other masses likewise constantly changing not only in intensity and shape, but also in color. Their size was monstrous. Compared to them, I had the size of an ant to a dinosaur. The battle raged in space, and from time to time one of the opponents of the pillars of light would be caught up and flung far outward, dwindling to the sight, and altering hideously in shape, taking on the aspect of a solid, fleshly form, yet undergoing unceasing metamorphosis. Suddenly, in the midst of this interstellar engagement, it was as if a curtain had been drawn across the scene. It faded away abruptly, and slowly another took its place, or rather a succession of scenes, a strange black-watered lake, lost among crags in an utterly alien landscape, certainly not terrestrial, with a boiling, churning disturbance in the water, and the rising of a thing too hideous to be named. A bleak, dark, wind-swept landscape with snow-covered crags ringing in a great plateau, in the center of which rose a black structure suggesting a many-turreted castle, within which sat enthroned a quartet of somber beings in the guise of men, attended by huge bat-winged birds, a sea kingdom, a far cry from Carcassonne, similar to that of which I had previously dreamed, a snowy landscape, suggestive of Canadian regions, with a great shape striding across it, as on the wind, blotting out the stars, showing in their place great shining eyes, a grotesque caricature on mankind in the Arctic wastes. These scenes passed before my eyes in dream with ever-increasing rapidity, and only one was remotely recognizable. A sea-coast town which, I was confident, was in Massachusetts or at least somewhere along the New England coast, and there I saw, moving about in its streets, people I remembered having seen far back in memory, particularly the always heavily veiled figure of the woman who had been my mother. The dream ended at last. I woke again, far from sleep now, filled with 1,000 perplexing questions, unable to know the meaning and significance of what I had seen in dream, the kaleidoscope of events utterly beyond my ken. I lay trying to thread them together, to evoke or create a common link, but I could find none save the nebulous mythology of which Professor Shrewsbury had spoken in only the most superficial way. I rose presently and went out on deck. The night was calm, a moon shone, the ship moved steadily through the South Pacific toward our goal. The hour was late, past midnight, and I stood at the rail watching the passing scene, the stars, wondering where, if any place, life such as mankind knew it existed, the sea, with the moonlight glinting and gleaming on the gently swelling water, wondering whether, indeed, there had ever existed the legendary sunken continents, whether cities had sunk beneath the sea surface in ages gone by, and what denizens of the deep lurked in those depths as yet unknown to man. Presently, however, the sound of our passage began to have a peculiarly illusory effect, and at the same time I was given to imagining that dark shapes swam with the ship, alongside, shapes in the guise, however distorted, of human beings. It seemed to my already overwrought mind that the very water seemed to whisper my name, Horvath Blaine, Horvath Blaine, over and over, and it was then as if a dozen voices whispered back, Horvath wait, Horvath wait, until at last I was overcome by the conviction that I should turn back, go away, return to my ancestral home, as if I did not know that it had been destroyed in the Holocaust of 1928. So overpoweringly suggestive did this illusion become, that I turned at last and sought the comparative peace of my cabin, where I took once again to my berth, hoping this time for sleep undisturbed by any dream. Then at last I slept, for, on our arrival at Ponape, our party was met by a grim-faced American naval official in white uniform, who drew Professor Shrewsbury to one side and spoke briefly with him, while we waited, together with a shabby-looking seaman who seemed also to desire some words with the professor. This seaman presently caught the professor's eye. Certainly Professor Shrewsbury did not resent the seaman's familiarity, and within a few moments he was walking at the professor's side, talking animatedly in a dialect I did not clearly understand. The professor listened to him but a short while. Then he halted our party and abruptly altered our immediate plans. "Phelan and Blaine, come along with me. The rest of you go to our quarters. Keene, send for Brigadier General Hallberg and ask him to see me." Phelan and I therefore accompanied Professor Shrewsbury and his rough companion, who led the way through devious streets and lanes to a building which was assuredly little more than a hovel. Lying on a pallet there, another seaman awaited us. Both men had evidently had foreknowledge of our arrival, for the professor had sent ahead months ago for any lore of a mysterious island which rose on occasion and vanished as strangely. It was manifestly such knowledge as the ailing seaman wished now to impart. His name was Satsum Sarik. He was of Japanese extraction, but clearly of mixed blood, and of more than usual education. He was approaching middle age, but looked older. He had been a hand on a tramp steamer, the Yokohama, out of Hong Kong. The steamer had been wrecked, and he had been one of the men in a lifeboat. Before permitting him to go farther, Professor Shrewsbury now asked us to take careful note of what Sarik said. The account I set down differed in no detail from Phelan's. We made no attempt, of course, to reproduce the exact language of the ailing man. Our course was for Ponape. Bailey had a compass, and so we knew about where we were going. The first night after the storm we were moving along all right. Henderson and Mellick were at the oars, with Spilito and Yohira. It was clear. We had enough food and water. Nobody dreaming anything, we saw something in the water. We thought it was sharks or porpoises, maybe marlins. We couldn't see well enough. It was dark, and they stayed away from the boat, just followed us and went along with us. Along about my watch they came closer. They had a funny look, like they had arms and legs instead of fins and a tail, but they were up and down so much you couldn't be sure. Then, quicker than a cat, something reached over into the boat and got Spilito, just pulled him out. He screamed, and Mellick reached out for him, but he was gone before Mellick could get to him. Mellick said he saw something like a webbed hand. He was near crazy with fear afterward. Spilito just went down and never came up again. All our followers were gone quickly. Then they came back an hour later, and that time they got Yohira the same way. After that nothing more, and when morning came we saw the island. It was an island where none was before. There was nothing growing on it, and it was black with muck, I think. But there were remains of buildings on it, buildings like I never saw before, with big odd-shaped blocks of stone. There was an open door, very large, partly broken away. Henderson had the glasses, and he got a good look. Then he passed them around. Henderson wanted to go to the place, but I didn't. Well, he talked, and Mason, Mellick, and Gunders decided to go ashore. Benton and I held back, and the way we settled it was we rowed over, and Benton and I stayed in the boat with the glasses to watch the others. They got out and sloshed through the muck and seaweed to the stones, and then they went on to that doorway. All four of them were there, and I was looking at them through the glasses. I don't know how it happened, but something big and black just puffed out of that doorway and fell on the four of them. It pulled back with a horrible sucking noise, but Henderson and Mason and the others were gone. Benton had seen it, too, but not as clear. I didn't go to look. I didn't want to see any more. We rowed as fast as we could and got away from there. We never stopped rowing until the freighter Rhineland picked us up. "Did you set down the latitude and longitude of the island?" asked Professor Shrewsbury. "No, but we lost the ship at about south latitude 49051, west longitude 12834. It is toward Ponape from there, but not close to Ponape." "You saw this thing in the morning by daylight?" "Yes, but there were fogs, green fogs. It was not clear." "How far out of Ponape?" "Perhaps a day." Professor Shrewsbury succeeded in establishing no more. Nevertheless, he appeared pleased. He paused only long enough to ascertain that Sarik would recover from the shock and exhaustion which gripped him. Then he returned to the quarters he had arranged for us. There we found Brigadier General Hallberg, a grim, gray-haired man of approximately 60, waiting for us. Immediately after introductions had been exchanged, he came to the subject of his presence and his reason for it. "I have been told to place myself at your disposal, Professor Shrewsbury, by an authority I cannot very well disregard." He smiled frostily. "Operation Ponape is apparently your personal project, sir. You have been given some of the documents to read, surely." "I have read the documents, yes. I have no comment to make. This is your field, not mine. I have a destroyer ready for your use as soon as you wish to come aboard. A carrier is within call, and the weapon is in readiness, subject to my order. I understand you will attempt destruction with other weapons first." "That is the plan, yes." "When do you expect to leave Ponape, sir?" "Within a week, General." "Very good. We shall be at your disposal." The events of that week on Ponape were essentially trivial, concerning primarily the amassing of powerful explosive weapons for use on the Black Island, if indeed we could find that uncharted land area. But behind these superficial tasks loomed something profoundly disturbing. It was not alone the undeniable fact that we were under surveillance. We had come to expect that. It was not only that we were constantly aware of an impending task of singular magnitude. This too was to be expected. No, it was something more. It was the consciousness of the proximity of a vast and primeval power, which gave off a malignance almost tangible. All of us felt this. I alone felt something more. Yet I could not define the intangible fear under which I labored. It was far more than fear of the evil that lurked in the sea off Ponape. It was something that reached to the very well springs of my being, something integral in my essential self, something that was omnipresent like a pulsing undercurrent in my very blood and bone. Try as I might, I could not rid myself of it. I regretted 1,000 times having yielded to Professor Shrewsbury's invitation that evening in Singapore, which already seemed incredibly far away. This cloud hung over me without alleviation day after day until the day of our departure from Ponape. That day dawned sultry and hot, and, for me, filled with foreboding. We set out early on the destroyer Hamilton, with General Hallberg aboard. Professor Shrewsbury had worked out a course. He had had further discussions with the seaman, Sarek, and he had arrived at an approximate location. Nor, I gathered, had the general been idle. Aeroplanes had been scouting the sea in the vicinity of the place where the Yokohama had gone down, and one pilot had reported seeing a curiously fog-shrouded area in the sea. No land had been visible, but the occurrence of an unmoving mass of fog was in itself strange enough to command attention. The latitude and longitude had been sent in, and it was for this spot that the Hamilton set out. Despite my forebodings, however, our journey was singularly uneventful. The clouds which had obscured the sun at dawn drew away by midday. The sultriness, too, vanished and gave way to a clear, less humid atmosphere. An air of excitement prevailed, a kind of tension which we all shared, except for the general, whose manner was that of a military man obeying an order without quite believing in its necessity. He and the professor held some colloquy on the destructiveness of modern warfare. And what, Professor Shrewsbury wanted to know, was likely to happen to so small a land area as the Black Island? "Wiped out," said the general laconically. "I wonder," answered the professor. "We shall see." I do not know whether I actually expected the destroyer to reach the Black Island. Certainly I did not share the general's calm confidence. But in late afternoon of that day we sighted an uncharted island, and within a short time we were lowering a boat containing Professor Shrewsbury, Phelan, Keene, and myself. A second boat carried paraphernalia together with Boyd and Collum, and 2 men from the destroyer. Significantly, the ship's guns were trained on the structure just visible on the island. It did not surprise me to find the Black Island to be the temple peak of my dream. Here it was, exactly as I had seen it, with the carven door open, and the mouth of that great portal yawning to the sun despite an aura of mist which lay greenly over everything. The ruins were breathtaking, though plainly ravaged by quakes and, quite clearly, by explosives, whose ineffectual damage differed from that greater damage of earthquake, which had burst asunder many of the angles of the colossal stone building. The stones, like the soil, were black and forbidding, and their surfaces were covered with terrible hieroglyphs and shocking images. The building was composed of angles and planes which were non-Euclidean, hinting horribly of alien dimensions and spheres, as had this building and what remained of the sunken city beyond it been constructed by non-terrestrials. Professor Shrewsbury cautioned us before we landed. "I believe Sarek's story to be substantially true," he said, "and I have no hope that this attack will seal the opening or destroy its guardians. We must therefore be prepared to flee at the slightest suggestion, ingress to which was afforded by the broken doorway." It was plain to see that he expected danger from this source, if no other, though the very waters around the island were fraught with peril, if Sarek's story were uncolored by his imagination. At the same time I was agonizingly aware of inimical forces which seemed almost personal. I felt them physically, quite apart from the chaotic confusion of my thoughts. In truth, the island affected me profoundly, and its effect was cumulative. Not only fear, but a deep depression of my spirits. Not only apprehension, but a basic disorder of such a nature as to stir up within me a conflict, of the significance of which I was not cognizant, but a conflict which was alarmingly disorganizing, so that I found myself at one and the same time eager to help and anxious to impede or destroy the work being done by my companions. It was almost with relief that I heard the professor's abrupt cry, "He is coming." I looked up. There was a faint green luminosity showing far down the well of dark within the portal, just such a luminosity as I had seen in my dream. I knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that what would emerge from that maw would be akin to the being seen in my dream. Also, a terrifyingly horrible caricature of an octopoid creature with the grotesquely gigantic half-head of a human being. And for one instant I was moved, not to follow the others, who were already on their way down to the boats, carrying the detonator for the explosives which had been laid all about the portal, but to hurl myself down into that pit of darkness, down the monolithic steps, to that nether place in accursed Rayleigh where great Cthulhu lay dreaming, waiting his time to rise once more and seize the waters and the lands of earth. The moment broke. I turned at Professor Shrewsbury's sharp call, and followed, with the malevolence of that charnel place rising behind me like a cloud, and with the horrible conviction that I was marked as the especial victim of that ghastly being making its way out of the depths below that eldritch temple. I was the last of them to reach the boats, and at once we pushed off for the destroyer. It was still light, though the day was now far gone. The sun had not yet gone down, so that what took place on that awe-inspiring island was plainly visible to all of us. We had moved as far out into the sea as the wires to the explosives permitted. There we waited upon Professor Shrewsbury's order to detonate the explosives, and we were accordingly given the opportunity to see the emergence of the ghastly being from the depths. The first movement was of tentacles, which came oozing forth from the opening, slithering over the great rocks, accompanied by a horrible sloshing, sucking sound, as of great footsteps in the bowels of the earth. Then abruptly there loomed within the portal, preceded by an emanation of green light, a thing which was little more than a protoplasmic mass, from the body of which 1,000 tentacles of every length and thickness flailed forth, from the head of which, constantly altering in shape from an amorphous bulge to a simulacrum of a man's head, a single malevolent eye peered. A shocking sound as of retching, accompanied by ululations and a fluted whistling, came to us across the water. I closed my eyes. I could not bear to see in reality the horror I had seen in a dream so short a time ago. At that instant, Professor Shrewsbury gave the signal. The explosives burst with a tremendous concussion. What had survived that earlier explosion, including now the portal itself, burst upward and outward. The thing in the doorway, too, was torn open, and in a few moments portions of the stone blocks fell upon it, further shattering it. But, chillingly, when the sound of the explosion had died away, there came to our ears still, without change, the ululations and the whistling and the retching sounds we had heard. And there, before our eyes, the shattered mass of the thing from the depths was flowing together like water, reforming, shaping itself anew once more. Professor Shrewsbury's face was grim, but he did not hesitate. He ordered the boats returned to the destroyer at once. What we had seen lent strength and purpose to our arms, and we reached the Hamilton within a very short time. General Hallberg, glasses in hand, faced us on the top deck. A shocking thing, Professor Shrewsbury. Must it be the weapon? Professor Shrewsbury nodded silently. General Hallberg raised one arm aloft. "Now let us watch," he said. The thing on the island was still growing. It towered now above the ruins, expanding into the heavens, beginning to flow down to the water's edge. "Horrible, horrible," murmured General Hallberg. "What in God's name is it?" "Perhaps something from an alien dimension," replied the professor wearily. "No one knows. It may be that even the weapon is powerless against it." "Nothing can resist that, sir. The military mind," murmured the professor. The Hamilton was moving away, gathering speed. "How long will it take, General?" "The carrier will have had our signal by this time. The plane was loaded. It should not take longer than it takes us to reach the limit of safety." On the island a great black mass stood out against the setting sun, diminishing now only because we were moving so rapidly away from it. Presently the island itself was lost, and only the suggestive black mass remained, dark upon the heavens. Overhead roared an aeroplane, making for the island. "There it goes," cried General Hallberg. "Please look away. Even at this distance the light will be blinding." We turned obediently. In a few moments the sound came shockingly. In another few seconds the force of the explosion struck us like a physical blow. It seemed a long time before the general spoke again. "Look now, if you like." We turned. Over the place where the black island had been loomed now a gigantic cloud, mushrooming and billowing skyward, a cloud greater than the size of the island itself, of white and gray and tan colors, beautiful in itself to see. And I knew what the weapon had been, remembering Hiroshima and the Bikini experiment. I knew what a titanic force had fallen upon that hideously menacing island risen from the Pacific, for the last time only to be blown asunder with all that it contained, forever. "I rather think it cannot have survived that," said General Hallberg calmly. "I pray heaven you are right," said Professor Shrewsbury firmly. I remember now, after all these months, how sober and grave Professor Shrewsbury was at our parting. I remember how he said something in sympathy, and I did not then understand it. But since then I have come to know that somehow, despite the fact that behind those black glasses he always wore, that strange and wise man had no eyes with which to see. And yet he saw more than I myself knew about myself. I think of this now often. We parted where we had met at Singapore. From Singapore I went back to Cambodia, then to Calcutta, then to Tibet and back to the coast, from which I took ship for America, driven now by more than curiosity about archaeology, by an insistence upon knowing more of myself, of my father and mother, of my grandparents. We parted as friends, united by a common bond. Professor Shrewsbury's words had been hopeful, yet faintly prophetic. Perhaps, he had said, he had died in the atomic blast, but we must recognize, he had insisted, that something from an alien dimension, something from another planet, might not be subject to our natural laws. One could only hope. His work was either done or had gone as far as it could go, short of ceaseless vigilance to stop up temporarily every avenue to the open that might be attempted by Cthulhu or those who followed him, who worshipped him and did the bidding of the ancient ones, because I alone, of the 6 of us, had no doubt, not of the death and disintegration of the thing on the Black Island, but of its survival. I knew by an intuition I could not then explain that Rayleigh still stood in its depths, wounded but not destroyed, that the dweller in those subaqueous depths still existed in whatever form he chose to assume, that his worshippers still bowed in submission to him from every sea and port in the world. I went home to find out why I had had what I recognized as a feeling of kinship for the deep ones, for the thing that lived in the sunken realm of Rayleigh, for Cthulhu, of whom it was once said and is still said, and will be said until the coming again, Funglui Meglui Naf, Cthulhu Rayleigh, Wuganug I Fatagen. I went home to Massachusetts to discover why my mother went veiled for most of her life, to learn what it meant to be one of the Waits of Innsmouth, destroyed by the Federals in 1928 to wipe out the accursed plague which had come upon the inhabitants, including the Waits who were my grandparents and my parents. For their blood flows in my veins, the blood of the deep ones, the spawn of that black mating in the South Pacific, and I know that I have earned their especial hatred as a traitor to that blood. For even now I feel the longing to descend into the depths, to make my way to the glory of Yaha-Ntch, lay where it lies in the Atlantic off Devil Reef beyond Innsmouth, to the splendor of Rayleigh in the waters near Pipe, and even now I know the fear of going to them with the taste of treachery in my mouth. At night I hear them calling, Horvath Waite, Horvath Waite, and I wonder how long it will be before they seek me out and find me, for it was vain to hope, as Professor Shrewsbury did, that Cthulhu could have been vanquished so easily. The battle of the elder gods had been far greater, far more titanic than even that impressive bomb which had erased the Black Island from the face of the Pacific that memorable day. And that interstellar battle had lasted long before victory was won by the elder gods, who were all-powerful, who were great above all others and banished the ancient ones to outer darkness forever. For weeks after my shocking discovery, I asked myself which one of us would be the first to be discovered. I asked myself how it would be brought about, certainly by no crude means, no alarming crime which might startle into renewed activity Professor Shrewsbury and Andrew Fellan and the others. And today the papers brought me the answer. Gloucester, Mass. The Reverend Abel Keene, a newly ordained clergyman, was drowned today while swimming near Gloucester. He had been accounted an excellent swimmer, but went down within sight of many other bathers. His body has not yet been recovered. Now I ask myself who will be next. And how long will it be in the endless progression of days before those who serve him will summon me to atonement in those black depths where great Cthulhu lies dreaming, waiting upon his time to rise again and take possession of the lands and the seas and all that lives within them, once more as before, once more and forever. End of Island of the Deep Ones.
Zethra by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, December 1934. Subtle and manifold are the nets of the demon, who followeth his chosen from birth to death, and from death to death, throughout many lives. The Testaments of Carnamagos. Long had the wasting summer pastured its sons, like fiery red stallions, on the dun hills that crouched before the Micrasian mountains in wild, easternmost Sincor. The peak-fed torrents had become tenuous threads or far-sundered fallen pools. The granite boulders were shaled by the heat. The bare earth was cracked and creviced, and the low, meagre grasses were seared even to the roots. So it occurred that the boy Zethra, tending the black and piebald goats of his uncle Pornos, was obliged to follow his charges further each day on the combes and hilltops. In an afternoon of late summer, he came to a deep, craggy valley which he had never before visited. Here a cool and shadowy tarn was watered by hidden well springs, and the ledgy slopes about the tarn were mantled with herbage and bushes that had not wholly lost their vernal greenness. Surprised and enchanted, the young goatherd followed his capering flock into this sheltered paradise. There was small likelihood that the goats of Pornos would stray afield from such goodly pasturage, so Zethra did not trouble himself to watch them any longer. Entranced by his surroundings, he began to explore the valley, after quenching his thirst at the clear waters that sparkled like golden wine. To him, the place seemed a veritable garden pleasance. Forgetting the distance he had already come, and the wrath of Pornos if the flock should return late for the milking, he wandered deeper among the winding crags that protected the valley. On every hand the rocks grew sterner and wilder, the valley straightened, and he stood presently at its end, where a rugged wall forbade further progress. Feeling a vague disappointment, he was about to turn and retrace his wanderings. Then, in the base of the sheer wall, he perceived the mysterious yawning of a cavern. It seemed that the rock must have opened only a little while before his coming, for the lines of cleavage were clearly marked, and the cracks made in the surrounding surface were unclaimed by the moss that grew plentifully elsewhere. From the cavern's creviced lip there sprang a stunted tree, with its newly broken roots hanging in air, and the stubborn taproot was in the rock at Zethra's feet, where, it was plain, the tree had formerly stood. Wondering and curious, the boy peered into the inviting gloom of the cavern, from which, unaccountably, a soft, balmy air now began to blow. There were strange odors in the air, suggesting the pungency of temple incense, the languor and luxury of opiate blossoms. They disturbed the senses of Zethra, and at the same time, they seduced him with their promise of unbeholden, marvelous things. Hesitating, he tried to remember certain legends that Pornos had once told him, legends that concerned such hidden caverns as the one on which he had stumbled. But it seemed that the tales had faded now from his mind, leaving only a dim sense of things that were perilous, forbidden, and magical. He thought that the cavern was the portal of some undiscovered world, and the portal had opened to permit his entrance. Being of a nature both venturesome and visionary, he was undeterred by the fears that others might have felt in his place. Overpowered by a great curiosity, he soon entered the cave, carrying for a torch a dry, resinous bough that had fallen from the tree in the cliff. Beyond the mouth he was swallowed by a rough-arched passage that pitched downward like the gorge of some monstrous dragon. The torch's flame blew back, flaring and smoking in the warm aromatic wind that strengthened from unknown depths. The cave steepened perilously, but Zethra continued his exploration, climbing down by the stair like coins and projections of the stone. Like a dreamer in a dream, he was wholly absorbed by the mystery on which he had happened, and at no time did he recall his abandoned duty. He lost all reckoning of the time consumed in his descent. Then suddenly his torch was extinguished by a hot gust that blew upon him like the expelled breath of some prankish demon. Feeling the assailment of a black panic, he tottered in darkness and sought to secure his footing on the dangerous incline. But ere he could relume the blown-out torch, he saw that the night around him was not complete, but was tempered by a wan, golden glimmering from the depths below. Forgetting his alarm in a new wonder, he descended toward the mysterious light. At the bottom of the long incline, Zethra passed through a low cavern mouth and emerged into sun-bright radiance. Dazzled and bewildered, he thought for a moment that his subterranean wanderings had brought him back to the outer air in some unsuspected land lying among the Mycrasian hills. Yet surely the region before him was no part of summer-stricken Sincor, for he saw neither hills nor mountains nor the black sapphire heaven from which the aging but despotic sun glared down with implacable drouth on the kingdoms of Zothique. He stood on the threshold of a fertile plain that lapsed illimitably into golden distance under the measureless arch of a golden vault. Far off, through the misty radiance, there was a dim towering of unidentifiable masses that might have been spires and domes and ramparts. A level meadow lay at his feet, covered with close-grown curling sward that had the greenness of verdigris, and the sward, at intervals, was studded with strange blossoms appearing to turn and move like living eyes. Near at hand, beyond the meadow, was an orchard-like grove of tall, amply spreading trees, amid whose lush leafage he descried the burning of numberless dark red fruits. The plain, to all seeming, was empty of human life, and no birds flew in the fiery air or perched on the laden boughs. There was no sound other than the sighing of leaves, a sound like the hissing of many small hidden serpents. To the boy from the parched hill country, this realm was an Eden of untasted delights, but for a little while he was stayed by the strangeness of it all, and by the sense of weird and preternatural vitality which informed the whole landscape. Flakes of fire appeared to descend and melt in the rippling air. The grasses coiled with verminous writhings. The flowery eyes returned his regard intently. The trees palpitated as if a sanguine ichor flowed within them in lieu of sap, and the undernote of adder-like hissings amid the foliage grew louder and sharper. Zethra, however, was deterred only by the thought that a region so fair and fertile must belong to some jealous owner who would resent his intrusion. He scanned the unpeopled plain with much circumspection. Then, deeming himself secure from observation, he yielded to the craving that had been roused within him by the red, luxuriant fruit. The turf was elastic beneath him, like a living substance, as he ran forward to the nearest trees. Bowed with their shining globes, the branches drooped around him. He plucked several of the largest fruits and stored them thriftily in the bosom of his threadbare tunic. Then, unable to resist his appetence any longer, he began to devour one of the fruits. The rind broke easily under his teeth, and it seemed that a royal wine, sweet and puissant, was poured into his mouth from an overbrimming cup. He felt in his throat and bosom a swift warmth that almost suffocated him, and a strange fever sang in his ears and wilded his senses. It passed quickly, and he was startled from his bemusement by the sound of voices falling, as if from an airy height. He knew instantly that the voices were not those of men. They filled his ears with a rolling as of baleful drums, heavy with ominous echoes, yet it seemed that they spoke inarticulate words, albeit of a strange language. Looking up between the thick boughs, he beheld a sight that inspired him with terror. Two beings of Colossian stature, tall as the watchtowers of the mountain people, stood waist-high above the near treetops. It was as if they had appeared by sorcery from the green ground or the gold heavens, for surely the clumps of vegetation dwarfed into bushes by their bulk could never have concealed them from Zithra's discernment. The figures were clad in black armor, lusterless and gloomy, such as demons might wear in the service of Thazaden, lord of the bottomless underworlds. Zithra felt sure that they had seen him, and perhaps their unintelligible converse concerned his presence. He trembled, thinking now that he had trespassed on the gardens of Genii, peering fearfully from his covert. He could discern no features beneath the frontlets of the dark helms that were bowed toward him, but eye-like spots of yellowish-red fire, restless as marsh lights, shifted to and from in void shadow where the faces should have been. It seemed to Zithra that the rich foliage could afford no shelter from the scrutiny of these beings, the guardians of the land on which he had so rashly intruded. He was overwhelmed by a consciousness of guilt. The sibilant leaves, the drum-like voices of the giants, the eye-shaped flowers, all appeared to accuse him of trespass and thievery. At the same time, he was perplexed by a queer and unwanted vagueness in regard to his own identity. Somehow it was not Zithra the Gothard, but another, who had found the bright garden realm and had eaten the blood-dark fruit. This alien self was without name or formulable memory, but there was a flickering of confused lights, a murmur of indistinguishable voices, amid the stirred shadows of his mind. Again he felt the weird warmth, the swift mounting fever that had followed the devouring of the fruit. From all this, he was aroused by a livid flash of light that clove downward toward him across the branches. Whether a bolt of levin had issued from the clear vault, or whether one of the armored beings had brandished a great sword, he was never quite sure afterwards. The light seared his vision. He recoiled in uncontrollable fright, and found himself running, half-blind, across the open turf. Through whirling bolts of color he saw before him, in a sheer topless cliff, the cavern mouth through which he had come. Behind him he heard a long rumbling as of summer thunder, or the laughter of colossi. Without pausing to retrieve the still-burning brand he had left at the entrance, Zithra plunged incontinently into the dark cave. Through Stygian murk he managed to grope his way upward on the perilous incline. Reeling, stumbling, bruising himself at every turn, he came at last to the outer exit, in the hidden valley behind the hills of Sincor. To his consternation, twilight had fallen during his absence in the world beyond the cave. Stars crowded above the grim crags that walled the valley, and the skies of burnt-out purple were gored by the sharp horn of an ivory moon. Still fearing the pursuit of the giant guardians, and apprehending also the wrath of his uncle Pornos, Zithra hastened back to the little tarn, collected his flock, and drove it homeward through the long, gloomy miles. During that journey, it seemed that a fever burned and died within him at intervals, bringing strange fancies. He forgot his fear of Pornos, forgot, indeed, that he was Zethra, the humble and disregarded Gothard. He was returning to another abode than the squalid hut of Pornos, built of clay and brushwood. In a high-domed city, gates of burnished metal would open for him, and fiery-colored banners would stream on the perfumed air, and silver trumpets and the voices of blonde odalisks and black chamberlains would greet him as king in a 1,000-columned hall. The ancient pomp of royalty, familiar as air and light, would surround him, and he, the King Amero, who had newly come to the throne, would rule as his fathers had ruled over all the kingdom of Calis by the Orient Sea. Into his capital, on shaggy camels, the fierce southern tribesmen would bring a levy of date wine and desert sapphires, and galleys from isles beyond the morning would burden his wharves with their semi-annual tribute of spices and strange dyed fabrics. Surging and fading like pictures of delirium but lucid as daily memories, the madness came and went, and once again he was the nephew of Pornos, returning belated with the flock. Like a downward-thrusting blade, the red moon had fixed itself in the somber hills when Zethra reached the rough wooden pen in which Pornos kept his goats. Even as Zethra had expected, the old man was waiting at the gate, bearing in one hand a clay lantern and in the other a staff of briarwood. He began to curse the boy with half-senile vehemence, waving the staff and threatening to beat him for his tardiness. Zethra did not flinch before the staff. Again, in his fancy, he was Amero, the young king of Calis. Bewildered and astonished, he saw before him by the light of the shaken lantern a foul and rancid-smelling ancient whom he could not remember. Hardly could he understand the speech of Pornos. The man's anger puzzled but did not frighten him, and his nostrils, as if accustomed only to delicate perfumes, were offended by the goatish stench. As if for the first time, he heard the bleating of the tired flock, and gazed in wild surprise at the wattled pen and the hut beyond. "Is it for this," cried Pornos, "that I have reared my sister's orphan at great expense? Accursed moon-calf, thankless whelp! If you have lost a milch goat or a single kid, I shall flay you from thigh to shoulder." Deeming that the silence of the youth was due to mere obstinacy, Pornos began to beat him with the staff. At the first blow, the bright cloud lifted from Zethra's mind. Dodging the briarwood with agility, he tried to tell Pornos of the new pasture he had found among the hills. At this, the old man suspended his blows, and Zethra went on to tell of the strange cave that had conducted him to an unguessed garden land. To support his story, he reached within his tunic for the blood-red apples he had stolen. But, to his confoundment, the fruits were gone, and he knew not whether he had lost them in the dark or whether, perhaps, they had vanished by virtue of some indwelling necromancy. Pornos, interrupting the boy with frequent scoldings, heard him at first with open unbelief. But he grew silent as the youth went on, and when the story was done, he cried out in a trembling voice, "Ill was this day, for you have wandered among enchantments. Verily there in no tarn such as you have described amid the hills, nor at this season has any herder found such pasturage. These things were illusions, designed to lead you astray, and the cave, I wot, was no honest cave but an entrance into hell. I have heard my fathers tell that the gardens of Thessadon, king of the 7 underworlds, lie near to the earth's surface in this region, and caves have opened ere this, like a portal, and the sons of men, trespassing unaware on the gardens, have been tempted by the fruit and eaten it. But madness comes thereof, and much sorrow, and long damnation. For the demon, they say, forgetting not one stolen apple, will exact his price in the end. Woe! Woe! The goat milk will be soured for a whole moon by the grass of such wizard pasture, and after all the food and care you have cost me, I must find another stripling to ward the flocks." Once more, as he listened, The burning cloud returned upon Zethra. "Old man, I know you not," he said perplexedly. Then, using soft words of a courtly speech, but half intelligible to Pornos, "It would seem that I have gone astray. Prithee, where lies the kingdom of Cales?" "I am king thereof, being newly crowned in the high city of Shathair, over which my fathers have ruled for 1,000 years. "Ai, Ai," wailed Pornos. "The boy is daft. These notions have come through the eating of the demon's apple. Cease your maundering, and help me to milk the goats. You are none other than the child of my sister Ascli, who was delivered these 19 years AG1 after her husband Outhoth had died of a dysentery. Ascli lived not long, and I, Pornos, have reared you as a son, and the goats have mothered you." "I must find my kingdom," persisted Zethra. "I am lost in darkness, amid uncouth things, and how I have wandered here I cannot remember. Old man, I would have you give me food and lodging for the night. In the dawn I shall journey toward Shathair by the Orient Main." Pornos, shaking and muttering, lifted his clay lantern to the boy's face. It seemed that a stranger stood before him, in whose wide and wondering eyes the flame of golden lamps was somehow reflected. There was no wildness in Zethra's demeanor, but merely a sort of gentle pride and remoteness, and he wore his threadbare tunic with a strange grace. Surely, however, he was demented, for his manner and speech were past understanding. Pornos, mumbling under his breath, but no longer urging the boy to assist him, turned to the milking. Zethra woke betimes in the white dawn, and peered with amazement at the mud-plastered walls of the hovel in which he had dwelt since birth. All was alien and baffling to him, and especially was he troubled by his rough garments and by the sun-swart tawniness of his skin, for such were hardly proper to the young King Amero, whom he believed himself to be. His circumstances were wholly inexplicable, and he felt an urgency to depart at once on his homeward journey. He rose quietly from the litter of dry grasses that had served him for a bed. Pornos, lying in a corner, still slept the sleep of age and senescence, and Zethra was careful not to awaken him. He was both puzzled and repelled by this unsavory ancient, who had fed him on the previous evening with coarse millet bread and the strong milk and cheese of goats, and had given him the hospitality of a fetid hut. He had paid little heed to the mumblings and objurgations of Pornos, but it was plain that the old man doubted his claims to royal rank, and, moreover, was possessed of peculiar delusions regarding his identity. Leaving the hovel, Zethra followed an eastward winding footpath amid the stony hills. He knew not whither the path would lead, but reasoned that Cales, being the easternmost realm of the continent Zotique, was situated somewhere below the rising sun. Before him, in vision, the verdant vales of his kingdom hovered like a fair mirage, and the swelling domes of Shathair were as morning cumuli piled in the Orient. These things, he deemed, were memories of yesterday. He could not recall the circumstances of his departure and his absence, but surely the land over which he ruled was not remote. The path turned among lessening ridges, and Zethra came to the small village of Sith, to whose inhabitants he was known. The place was alien to him now, seeming no more than a cirque of filthy hovels that reeked and festered under the sun. The people gathered about him, calling him by name, and staring and laughing oafishly when he inquired the road to Cales. No one, it appeared, had ever heard of this kingdom or of the city of Shathair. Noting a strangeness in Zethra's demeanor, and deeming that his queries were those of a madman, the people began to mock him. Children pelted him with dry clods and pebbles, and thus he was driven from Sith, following an eastern road that ran from Sincor into the neighboring lowlands of the country of Gel. Sustained only by the vision of his lost kingdom, the youth wandered for many moons throughout Zotique. People derided him when he spoke of his kingship and made inquiry concerning Cales, but many, thinking madness a sacred thing, offered him shelter and sustenance. Amid the far-stretching fruitful vineyards of Gel, and into Istanam of the myriad cities, over the high passes of Emorth, where snow tarried at the autumn's beginning. And across the salt-pale desert of Deer, Zithra followed that bright imperial dream which had now become his only memory. Always eastward he went, traveling sometimes with caravans whose members hoped that a madman's company would bring them good fortune, but oftener he went as a solitary wayfarer. At whiles, for a brief space, his dream deserted him, and he was only the simple Gothard, lost in foreign realms and homesick for the barren hills of Sincor. Then, once more, he remembered his kingship, and the opulent gardens of Chathair, and the proud palaces, and the names and faces of them that had served him following the death of his father, King Eldamac, and his own succession to the throne. At midwinter, in the far city of Shar-Karag, Zithra met certain sellers of amulets from Ustaim, who smiled oddly when he asked if they could direct him to Calais. Winking among themselves when he spoke of his royal rank, the merchants told him that Calais was situated several hundred leagues beyond Shar-Karag, below the Orient sun. "Hail, O king," they said with mock ceremony. "Long and merrily may you reign in Chathair." Very joyful was Zithra, hearing word of his lost kingdom for the first time, and knowing now that it was more than a dream or a figment of madness. Tarrying no longer in Shar-Karag, he journeyed on with all possible haste. When the first moon of spring was a frail crescent at eve, he knew that he neared his destination, for Canopus burned high in the eastern heavens, mounting gloriously amid the smaller stars, even as he had once seen it from his palace terrace in Chathair. His heart leapt with the gladness of homecoming, but much he marvelled at the wildness and sterility of the region through which he passed. It seemed that there were no travellers coming and going from Calais, and he met only a few nomads, who fled at his approach like the creatures of the waste. The highway was overgrown with grasses and cacti, and was rutted only by the winter rains. Beside it, anon, he came to a stone terminus carved in the form of a rampant lion that had marked the western boundary of Calais. The lion's features had crumbled away, and his paws and body were lichened, and it seemed that long ages of desolation had gone over him. A chill dismay was born in Zithra's heart, for only yesteryear, if his memory served him rightly, he had ridden past the lion with his father Eldamac, hunting hyenas, and had remarked then the newness of the carving. Now, from the high ridge of the border, he gazed down upon Calais, which had lain like a long verdant scroll beside the sea. To his wonderment and consternation, the wide fields were sere as if with autumn, the rivers were thin threads that wasted themselves in sand, the hills were gaunt as the ribs of unceramented mummies, and there was no greenery other than the scant herbage which a desert bears in spring. Far off by the purple main, he thought that he beheld the shining of the marble domes of Chathair, and fearing that some blight of hostile sorcery had fallen upon his kingdom, he hastened toward the city. Everywhere, as he wandered heartsick through the vernal day, he found that the desert had established its empire. Void were the fields, unpeopled the villages. The cots had tumbled into midden-like heaps of ruin, and it seemed that 1,000 seasons of drought had withered the fruitful orchards, leaving only a few black and decaying stumps. In the late afternoon he entered Chathair, which had been the white mistress of the Orient Sea. The streets and the harbour were alike empty, and silence sat on the broken housetops and the ruining walls. The great bronze obelisks were greened with antiquity. The massy Marmoran temples of the gods of Calais leaned and slanted to their fall. Tardily, as one who fears to confirm an expected thing, Zithra came to the palace of the monarchs. Not as he recalled it, a glory of soaring marble half-veiled by flowering almonds and trees of spice and high-pulsing fountains, but in stark dilapidation amid blasted gardens, the palace awaited him, while the brief, illusory rose of sunset faded upon its dome, leaving them wan as mausoleums. How long the place had lain desolate he could not know. Confusion filled him, and he was whelmed by utter loss and despair. It seemed that none remained to greet him amid the ruins, but nearing the portals of the west wing he saw, as it were, a fluttering of shadows that appeared to detach themselves from the gloom beneath the portico, and certain dubious beings clothed in rotten tatter came sidling and crawling before him on the cracked pavement. Pieces of their raiment dropped from them as they moved, and about them was an unnamed horror of filth, of squalor and disease. When they neared him, Zethra saw that most of them were lacking in some member or feature, and that all were marked by the gnawing of leprosy. His gorge rose within him, and he could not speak. But the lepers hailed him with hoarse cries and hollow croakings, as if deeming him another outcast who had come to join them in their abode amid the ruins. "Who are ye that dwell in my palace of Shathair?" he inquired at length. "Behold, I am King Amero, the son of Eldamac, and I have returned from a far land to resume the throne of Cales." At this, a loathsome cackling and tittering arose among the lepers. "We alone are the kings of Cales," one of them told the youth. "The land has been a desert for centuries, and the city of Shathair had long lain unpeopled save by such as we, who were driven out from other places. Young man, you are welcome to share the realm with us. For another king, more or less, is a small matter here." Then, with obscene cachinnations, the lepers jeered at Zethra and derided him, and he, standing amid the dark fragments of his dream, could find no words to answer them. However, one of the oldest lepers, well-nigh limbless and faceless, shared not in the mirth of his fellows, but seemed to ponder and reflect. And he said at last to Zethra, in a voice issuing thickly from the black pit of his gaping mouth, "I have heard something of the history of Cales, and the names of Amero and Eldamac are familiar to me. In bygone ages certain of the rulers were named thus, but I know not which of them was the son and which the father. Haply both are now entombed with the rest of their dynasty in the deep, lying vaults beneath the palace. Now, in the greying twilight, other lepers emerged from the shadowy ruin and gathered about Zethra. Hearing that he laid claim to the kingship of the desert realm, certain of their number went away and returned presently, bearing vessels filled with rank water and mouldy victuals, which they proffered to Zethra, bowing low with a mummery as of chamberlains serving a monarch. Zethra turned from them in loathing, though he was famished and athirst. He fled through the ashen gardens, among the dry fountain mouths and dusty plots. Behind him he heard the hideous mirth of the lepers, but the sound grew fainter, and it seemed that they did not follow him. Rounding the vast palace in his flight, he met no more of these creatures. The portals of the south wing and the east wing were dark and empty, but he did not care to enter them, knowing that desolation and things worse than desolation were the sole tenants. Wholly distraught and despairing, he came to the eastern wing and paused in the gloom. Dully, and with a sense of dreamlike estrangement, he became aware that he stood on that very terrace above the sea, which he had remembered so often during his journey. Bare were the ancient flower beds, the trees had rotted away in their sunken basins, and the great flags of the pavement were runnelled and broken. But the veils of twilight were tender upon the ruin, and the sea sighed as of yore under a purple shrouding, and the mighty star Canopus climbed in the east, with the lesser stars still faint around him. Bitter was the heart of Zethra, thinking himself a dreamer, beguiled by some idle dream. He shrank from the high splendor of Canopus, as if from a flame too bright to bear. But ere he could turn away, it seemed that a column of shadow, darker than the night and thicker than any cloud, rose upward before him from the terrace, and blotted out the effulgent star. Out of the solid stone the shadow grew, towering tall and colossal, and it took on the outlines of a mailed warrior. And it seemed that the warrior looked down upon Zethra from a great height, with eyes that shone and shifted like fireballs in the darkness of his face under the lowering helmet. Confusedly, as one who recalls an old dream, Zethra remembered a boy who had herded goats upon summer-stricken hills, and who, one day, had found a cavern that opened portal-like on a garden land of strangeness and marvel. Wandering there, the boy had eaten a blood-dark fruit, and had fled in a terror before the black-armored giants who warded the garden. Again he was that boy, And still he was the King Amero, who had sought for his lost realm through many regions, and finding it in the end, had found only the abomination of desolation. Now, as the trepidation of the Gothard, guilty of theft and trespass, warred in his soul with the pride of the king, he heard a voice that rolled through the heavens like thunder from a high cloud in the spring night. "I am the emissary of Theseidan, who sends me in due course to all who have passed the nether portals and tasted the fruit of his garden. No man, having eaten the fruit, shall remain thereafter as he was before, but to some the fruit brings oblivion, and to others memory. Know then that in another birth, ages ague-1, you were indeed the young King Amero. The memory, being strong upon you, has effaced the remembrance of your present life, and has driven you forth to seek your ancient kingdom. If this be true, then doubly am I bereft," said Zithra, bowing sorrowfully before the shadow. "For being Amero, I am throneless and realmless, and, being Zithra, I cannot forget my former royalty, and regain the content which I knew as a simple Gothard. Hearken, for there is another way," said the shadow, its voice muted like the murmur of a far ocean. "Theseidan is the master of all sorceries, and a giver of magic gifts to those who serve him and acknowledge him as their lord. Pledge your allegiance, promise your soul to him, and in fee thereof the demon will surely reward you. If it be your wish, he can wake again the buried past with his necromancy. Again, as King Amero, you shall reign over Kalis, and all things shall be as they were in the perished years, and the dead faces and the fields now desert shall bloom again." "I accept the bond," said Zithra. "I plight my fealty to Theseidan, and I promise my soul to him if he, in return, will give me back my kingdom." "There is more to be said," resumed the shadow. "Not wholly have you remembered your other life, but merely those years that correspond to your present youth. Living again as Amero, perhaps you will regret your royalty in time, and if such regret should overcome you, leading you to forget a monarch's duty, then the whole necromancy shall end and vanish like vapor." "So be it," said Zithra. "This too I accept as part of the bargain." When the words ended, he beheld no longer the shadow towering against Canopus. The star flamed with a pristine splendor, as if no cloud had ever dimmed it, and without sense of change or transition, he who watched the star was none other than King Amero. And the Gothard Zithra and the emissary and the pledge given to Theseidan were as things that had never been. The ruin that had come upon Shathair was no more than the dream of some mad prophet, for in the nostrils of Amero the perfume of languorous flowers mingled with salt sea balsams, and in his ears the grave murmur of ocean was pierced by the amorous plaint of lyres and a shrill laughter of slave girls from the palace behind him. He heard the myriad noises of the nocturnal city where his people feasted and made jubilee, and turning from the star with a mystic pain and an obscure joy in his heart, Amero beheld the effulgent portals and windows of his father's house, and the far-mounting light from 1,000 flambeaux that paled the stars as they passed over Shathair. It is written in the old chronicles that King Amero reigned for many prosperous years. Peace and abundance were upon all the realm of Kalis. The drought came not from the desert, nor violent gales from the main, and tribute was sent at the ordained seasons to Amero from the subject isles and outlying lands. And Amero was well content, dwelling superbly in rich arrased halls, feasting and drinking royally, and hearing the praise of his lute players and his chamberlains and laymans. When his life was little past the meridian years, there came at whiles to Amero something of that satiety which lies in wait for the minions of fortune. At such times he turned from the cloying pleasures of the court, and found delight in blossoms and leaves and the verses of olden poets. Thus was satiety held at bay, and since the duties of the realm rested lightly upon him, Amero still found his kingship a goodly thing. Then, in a latter autumn, it seemed that the stars looked disastrously on Kalis. Murrin and blight and pestilence rode abroad, as if on the wings of unseen dragons. The coast of the kingdom was beset and sorely harried by pirate galleys. Upon the west, the caravans coming and going through Calais were assailed by redoubtable bands of robbers, and certain fierce desert peoples made war on the villages lying near to the southern border. The land was filled with turmoil and death, with lamentations and many miseries. Deep was Emero's concern, hearing the distressful complaints that were brought before him daily. Being but little skilled in kingcraft and wholly untried by the ordeals of dominion, he sought counsel of his courtlings, but was ill-advised by them. The troubles of the realm multiplied upon him, uncurbed by authority. The wild peoples of the waste grew bolder, and the pirates gathered like vultures of the sea. Famine and drought divided his realm with the plague, and it seemed to Emero, in his sore perplexity, that such matters were beyond all medication, and his crown was become a too onerous burden. Striving to forget his own impotence and the woeful plight of his kingdom, he gave himself to long nights of debauch. But the wine refused its oblivion, and love had now forfeited its rapture. He sought other divertissements, calling before him strange makers and mummers and buffoons, and assembling outlandish singers and the players of uncouth instruments. Daily he made proclamations of a high reward to any that could bemuse him from his cares. Wild songs and sorcerous ballads of yore were sung to him by immortal minstrels, the black girls of the north, with amber-dappled limbs. Danced before him their weird lascivious measures. The blowers of the horns of chimeras played a mad and secret tune, and savage drummers pounded a troublous music on drums made from the skin of cannibals, while men clothed with the scales and pelts of half-mythic monsters ramped or crawled grotesquely through the halls of the palace. But all these were vain to beguile the king from his grievous musings. One afternoon, as he sat heavily in his hall of audience, there came to him a player of pipes, who was clad in tattered homespun. The eyes of the man were bright as newly stirred embers, and his face was burned to a cindery blackness, as if by the ardour of outland suns. Hailing Emero with small civility, he announced himself as a Gothard who had come to Chathair from a region of valleys and mountains lying sequestered beyond the bourne of sunset. "O king, I know the melodies of oblivion," he said, "and I would play for you, though I desire not the reward you have offered. If haply I succeed in diverting, I shall take my own guerdon in due." "Play then," said Emero, feeling a faint interest rise within him at the bold speech of the piper. Forthwith, on his pipes of reed, the black Gothard began a music that was like the falling and rippling of water in quiet vales, and the passing of wind over lonely hilltops. Subtly, the pipes told of freedom and peace and forgetfulness lying beyond the sevenfold purple of outland horizons. Dulcetly they sang of a place where the years came not with an iron trampling, but were soft of tread as a zephyr shod with flower petals. There the world's turmoil and troubling were lost upon measureless leagues of silence, and the burdens of empire were blown away like thistledown. There the Gothard, tending his flock on solitary fells, was possessed of tranquillity sweeter than the power of monarchs. As he listened to the piper, a sorcery crept upon the mind of Emero. The weariness of kingship, the cares and perplexities, were as dream bubbles lapsing in some Lethean tide. He beheld before him, in sun-bright verdure and stillness, the enchanted vales evoked by the music, and he himself was the Gothard, following grassy paths, or lying oblivious of the vulture hours by the margin of lulled waters. Hardly he knew that the low piping had ceased, but the vision darkened, and he who had dreamt of a Gothard's peace was again a troubled king. "Play on," he cried to the black piper. "Name your own guerdon, and play." The eyes of the Gothard burned like embers in a dark place at evening. "Not till the passing of ages and the falling of kingdoms shall I require of you my reward," he said enigmatically. "However, I shall play for you once more." So, through the afternoon, King Emero was beguiled by that sorcerous piping which told ever of a far land of ease and forgetfulness. With each playing it seemed that the spell grew stronger upon him, and more was his royalty a hateful thing, and the very grandeur of his palace oppressed and stifled him. No longer could he endure the heavily jeweled yoke of duty, and madly he envied the carefree lot of the Gothard. At twilight he dismissed the ministrants who attended him, and held speech alone with the piper. "Lead me to this land of yours," he said, "where I may dwell as a simple herder." Clad in mufti, so that his people might not recognize him, the king stole from the palace through an unguarded postern, accompanied by the piper. Night, like a formless monster with the crescent moon for its lowered horn, was crouching beyond the town, but in the streets the shadows were thrust back by a flaming of myriad cressets. Amero and his guide were unchallenged as they went toward the outer darkness, and the king repented not his forsaken throne, though he saw in the city a continual passing of biers laden with the victims of the plague, and faces gaunt with famine rose up from the shadows as if to accuse him of recreancy. These he heeded not, for his eyes were filled with the dream of a green, silent valley in a land lost beyond the turbid flowing of time with its wreckage and tumult. Now, as Amero followed the black piper, there descended upon him a sudden dimness, and he faltered in weird doubt and bewilderment. The streetlights flickered before him, and swiftly they expired in the gloom. The loud murmuring of the city fell away in a vast silence, and, like the shifting of some disordered dream, it seemed that the tall houses crumbled stiffly and were gone even as shadows, and the stars shone over broken walls. Confusion filled the thoughts and the sense of Amero, and in his heart was a black chill of desolation, and he seemed to himself as one who had known the lapse of long empty years, and the loss of high splendor, and who stood now amid the extremity of age and decay. In his nostrils was a dry mustiness such as the night draws from olden ruin, and it came to him, as a thing foreknown and now remembered obscurely, that the desert was lord in his proud capital of Shathair. "Where have you led me?" cried Amero to the piper. For all reply, he heard a laughter that was like the peal of derisive thunder. The muffled shape of the Gothard towered colossally in the gloom, changing, growing, till its outlines were transformed to those of a giant warrior in sable armor. Strange memories thronged the mind of Amero, and he seemed to recall darkly something of another life. Somehow, somewhere, for a time, he had been the Gothard of his dreams, content and forgetful. Somehow, somewhere, he had entered a strange, bright garden and had eaten a blood-dark fruit. Then, in a flaring as of infernal leaven, he remembered all, and knew the might shadow that towered above him like a terminus reared in hell. Beneath his feet was the cracked pavement of the seaward terrace, and the stars above the emissary were those that precede Canopus. But Canopus himself was blotted out by the demon's shoulder. Somewhere in the dusty darkness, a leper laughed and coughed thickly, prowling about the ruined palace in which had once dwelt the kings of Cales. All things were even as they had been before the making of that bargain, through which the perished kingdom had been raised up by the powers of hell. Anguish choked the heart of Zethra, as if with the ashes of burnt-out pyres and the shards of heaped ruin. Subtly and manifoldly had the demon tempted him to his loss. Whether these things had been dream or necromancy or verity, he knew not with sureness, nor whether they had happened once or had happened often. In the end, there was only dust and dearth, and he, the doubly accursed, must remember and repent forevermore all that he had forfeited. He cried out to the emissary, "I have lost the bargain that I made with Poseidon. Take now my soul and bear it before him where he sits aloft on his throne of ever-burning brass. For I would fulfill my bond to the uttermost." "There is no need to take your soul," said the emissary, with an ominous rumble, as of departing storm in the desolate night. "Remain here with the lepers, or return to Pornos and his goats, as you will. It matters little. At all times and in all places your soul shall be part of the dark empire of Poseidon." The Dweller in the Gulf by Clark Ashton Smith. Wonder Stories Quarterly, 1933. Only when we begin to explore other worlds will we fully experience the innumerable forms of life and the mysteries of the living world. No one, perhaps, is as competent to write about these mysteries as Clark Ashton Smith. With his scientific knowledge and imagination, rivaling that of Poe, he creates strange and bizarre worlds. He takes on the challenge of depicting Mars and paints a series of events that are perfectly plausible. He delves into a world of sensation that we may experience only in dreams, yet one that, given new conditions, could become part of everyday existence. And then, if you like, there is a little moral to this story that our astute readers might discover. It is a moral that holds great meaning in our present-day earthly troubles. Swelling and towering swiftly, like a genie loosed from one of Solomon's bottles, the cloud rose on the planet's rim. A rusty and colossal column it strode above the dead plain, through a sky that was dark as the brine of desert seas that have ebbed down to desert pools. "Looks like a blithering sandstorm," commented Maspic. "It can't very well be anything else," agreed Bellman rather curtly. "Any other kind of storm is unheard of in these regions. It's the sort of hell-twister that the Ihais call the Zorth, and it's coming our way too. I move that we start looking for shelter. I've been caught in the Zorth before, and I don't recommend a lungful of that ferruginous dust." "There's a cave in the old river bank, to the right," said Chivers, the third member of the party, who had been searching the desert with restless falcon-like eyes. The trio of Earthmen, hard-bitten adventurers who disdained the services of Martian guides, had started 5 days before from the outpost of Ahum into the uninhabited region called the Shore. Here, in the beds of great rivers that had not flowed for cycles, it was rumored that the pale, platinum-like gold of Mars could be found lying in heaps, like so much salt. If fortune were propitious, their years of somewhat unwilling exile on the Red Planet would soon be at an end. They had been warned against the Shore and had heard some queer tales in Ahum regarding the reasons why former prospectors had not returned. But danger, no matter how dire or exotic, was merely a part of their daily routine. With a fair chance of unlimited gold at the journey's end, they would have gone down through Hinnom. Their food supplies and water barrels were carried on the backs of 3 of those curious mammals called vortlups, which, with their elongated legs and necks and horny-plated bodies, might seemingly have been some fabulous combination of llama and saurian. These animals, though extravagantly ugly, were tame and obedient, and were well adapted to desert travel, being able to go without water for months at a time. For the past 2 days they had followed the mile-wide course of a nameless ancient river, winding among hills that had dwindled to mere hummocks through eons of exfoliation. They had found nothing but worn boulders, pebbles, and fine rusty sand. Heretofore the sky had been silent and stirless, and nothing moved on the river bottom, whose stones were bare even of dead lichen. The malignant column of the Zorth, twisting and swelling toward them, was the first sign of animation they had discerned in that lifeless land. Prodding their vortlups with the iron-pointed goads which alone could elicit any increase of speed from these sluggish monsters, the Earthmen started off toward the cavern mouth described by Chivers. It was perhaps 1/3 of a mile distant, and was high up in the shelving shore. The Zorth had blotted out the sun ere they reached the bottom of the ancient slope, and they moved through a sinister twilight that was colored like dried blood. The vortlups, protesting with unearthly bellows, began to climb the beach, which was marked off in a series of more or less regular steps that indicated the slow recession of its olden waters. The column of sand, rising and whirling formidably, had reached the opposite bank when they came to the cavern. This cavern was in the face of a low cliff of iron-veined rock. The entrance had crumbled down in heaps of ferro-oxide and dark basaltic dust, but was large enough to admit with ease the Earthmen and their laden beasts of burden. Darkness, heavy as if with a weaving of black webs, clogged the interior. They could form no idea of the cave's dimensions till Bellman got out an electric torch from his bale of belongings and turned its prying beam into the shadows. The torch served merely to reveal the beginnings of a chamber of indeterminate size that ran backward into night, widening gradually, with a floor that was worn smooth as if by vanished waters. The opening had grown dark with the onset of the Zorth. A weird moaning as of baffled demons filled the ears of the explorers, and particles of atom-like sand were blown in upon them, stinging their hands and faces like powdered adamant. "The storm will last for half an hour at least," said Bellman. "Shall we go on into the cave? Probably we won't find anything of much interest or value, but the exploration will serve to kill time, and we might happen on a few violet rubies or amber-yellow sapphires, such as are sometimes discovered in these desert caverns. You two had better bring along your torches also, and flash them on the walls and ground as we go." His companions thought the suggestion worth following. The Vortlaps, wholly insensible to the blowing sand in their scaly mail, were left behind near the entrance. Chivers, Bellman and Maspic, with their torch beams tearing a clotted gloom that had perhaps never known the intrusion of light in all its former cycles, went on into the widening cave. The place was bare, with the death-like emptiness of some long-deserted catacomb. Its rusted floor and walls returned no gleam or sparkle to the playing lights. It sloped downward at an easy gradient, and the sides were watermarked at a height of 6 or 7 feet. No doubt it had been in earlier eons the channel of an underground offshoot from the river. It had been swept clean of all detritus, and was like the interior of some cyclopean conduit that might give upon a sub-Martian Erebus. None of the three adventurers was overly imaginative or prone to nervousness, but all were beset by certain odd impressions. Behind the arras of cryptic silence, time and again they seemed to hear a faint whisper, like the sigh of sunken seas far down at some hemispheric depth. The air was tinged with a slight and doubtful dankness, and they felt the stirring of an almost imperceptible draught upon their faces. Oddest of all was the hint of a nameless odor, reminding them both of animal dens and the peculiar smell of Martian dwellings. "Do you suppose we'll encounter any kind of life?" said Maspic, sniffing the air dubiously. "Not likely." Bellman dismissed the query with his usual curtness. "Even the wild Vortlaps avoid the shore." "But there's certainly a touch of dampness in the air," persisted Maspic. "That means water, somewhere. And if there is water, there may be life also, perhaps of a dangerous kind." "We've got our revolvers," said Bellman, "but I doubt if we'll need them, as long as we don't meet any rival gold hunters from the Earth," he added cynically. "Listen." The semi-whisper came from Chivers. "Do you fellows hear anything?" All three had paused. Somewhere in the gloom ahead, they heard a prolonged equivocal noise that baffled the ear with incongruous elements. It was a sharp rustling and rattling as of metal dragged over rock, and also it was somehow like the smacking of myriad wet, enormous mouths. Anon it receded and died out at a level that was seemingly far below. "That's queer." Bellman seemed to make a reluctant admission. "What is it?" queried Chivers. "One of the millipedal underground monsters 1/2 mile long that the Martians tell about." "You've been hearing too many native fairy tales," reproved Bellman. "No terrestrial has ever seen anything of that kind. Many deep-lying caverns on Mars have been thoroughly explored, but those in desert regions such as the shore were devoid of life. I can't imagine what could have made that noise, but in the interests of science, I'd like to go on and find out." "I'm beginning to feel creepy," said Maspic, "but I'm game if you others are." Without further argument or comment, the three continued their advance into the cave. They had been walking at a fair gait for 15 minutes, and were now at least 1/2 mile from the entrance. The floor was steepening as if it had been the bed of a torrent. Also, the conformation of the walls had changed. On either hand there were high shelves of metallic stone and columnated recesses, which the flashed rays of the torches could not always fathom. The air had grown heavier, the dampness unmistakable. There was a breath of stagnant ancient waters. That other smell, as of wild beasts and eye-high dwellings, also tainted the gloom with its clinging foetor. Bellman was leading the way. Suddenly his torch revealed the verge of a precipice, where the olden channel ended sheerly and the shelves and walls pitched away on each side into incalculable space. Going to the very edge, he dipped his pencil of light adown the abyss, disclosing only the vertical cliff that fell at his feet into darkness with no apparent bottom. The beam also failed to reach the further shore of the gulf, which might have been many leagues in extent. "Looks as if we had found the original jumping-off place," observed Chivers. Looking about, he secured a loose lump of rock the size of a small boulder, which he hurled as far out as he could into the abysm. The earthman listened for the sound of its fall, but several minutes went by, and there was no echo from the black profound. Bellman started to examine the broken-off ledges on either side of the channel's terminus. To the right he discerned a downward-sloping shelf that skirted the abyss, running for an uncertain distance. Its beginning was little higher than the channel fed, and was readily accessible by means of a stair-like formation. The shelf was 2 yards wide, and its gentle inclination, its remarkable evenness and regularity, conveyed the idea of an ancient road hewn in the face of the cliff. It was overhung by the wall, as if by the sharply sundered half of a high arcade. "There's our road to Hades," said Bellman, "and the downgrade is easy enough at that." "What's the use of going further?" said Maspic. "I, for one, have had enough darkness already, and if we were to find anything by going on, it would be valueless or unpleasant." Bellman hesitated. "Maybe you're right, but I'd like to follow that ledge far enough to get some idea of the magnitude of the gulf. You and Chivers can wait here if you're afraid." Chivers and Maspic apparently were unwilling to avow whatever trepidation they might have felt. They followed Bellman along the shelf, hugging the inner wall. Bellman, however, strode carelessly on the verge, often flashing his torch into the vastitude that engulfed its feeble beam. More and more, through its uniform breadth, inclination and smoothness, and the demi-arch of cliff above, the shelf impressed the Earthmen as being an artificial road. But who could have made and used it? In what forgotten ages, and for what enigmatic purpose had it been designed? The imagination of the terrestrials failed before the stupendous gulfs of Martian antiquity that yawned in such tenebrous queries. Bellman thought that the wall curved inward upon itself by slow degrees. No doubt they would round the entire abyss in time by following the road. Perhaps it wound in a slow, tremendous spiral, ever downward, about and about, to the very bowels of Mars. He and the others were awed into lengthening intervals of silence. They were horribly startled when, as they went on, they heard in the depths beneath the same peculiar long-drawn sound, or combination of sounds which they had heard in the outer cavern. It suggested other images now. The rustling was a file-like scraping. The soft, methodical, myriad smacking was vaguely similar to the noise made by some enormous creature that withdraws its feet from a quagmire. The sound was inexplicable, terrifying. Part of its terror lay in an implication of remoteness, which appeared to signalize the enormity of its cause and to emphasize the profundity of the abysm. Heard in that planetary pit, beneath a lifeless desert, it astonished and shocked. Even Bellman, intrepid heretofore, began to succumb to the formless horror that rose up like an emanation from the night. The noise grew fainter and ceased at length, giving somehow the idea that its maker had gone directly down on the perpendicular wall into nether reaches of the gulf. "Shall we go back?" inquired Chivers. "We might as well," assented Bellman without demur. It would take all eternity to explore this place anyway. They started to retrace their way along the ledge. All three, with that extra tactile sense which warns of the approach of hidden danger, were now troubled and alert. Though the gulf had grown silent once more with that withdrawal of the strange noise, they somehow felt that they were not alone. Whence the peril would come, or in what shape, they could not surmise, but they felt an alarm that was almost panic. Tacitly, none of them mentioned it, nor did they discuss the eerie mystery on which they had stumbled in a manner so fortuitous. Maspic was a little ahead of the others now. They had covered at least half of the distance to the old cavern channel, when his torch, playing for 20 feet ahead on the path, illumined an array of whitish figures. 3 abreast, that blocked the way. The flashlights of Bellman and Chivers, coming close behind, brought out with hideous clearness the vanward limbs and faces of the throng, but could not determine its number. The creatures, who stood perfectly motionless and silent, as if awaiting the Earthmen, were generically similar to the Ihais or Martian natives. They seemed, however, to represent an extremely degraded and aberrant type, and the fungus-like pallor of their bodies denoted many ages of underground life. They were smaller, too, than full-grown Ihais, being, on the average, about 5 feet tall. They possessed the enormous open nostrils, the flaring ears, the barrel chests and lanky limbs of the Martians, but all of them were eyeless. In the faces of some there were faint rudimentary slits where the eyes should have been. In the faces of others there were deep and empty orbits that suggested a removal of the eyeballs. "Lord, what a ghastly crew!" cried Maspic. "Where do they come from, and what do they want?" "Can't imagine," said Bellman. "But our situation is somewhat ticklish, unless they are friendly. They must have been hiding on the shelves in the cavern above when we entered." Stepping boldly forward, ahead of Maspic, he addressed the creatures in the guttural Ihai tongue, many of whose vocables are scarcely to be articulated by an Earthman. Some of the people stirred uneasily and emitted shrill, cheeping sounds that bore little likeness to the Martian language. It was plain that they could not understand Bellman. Sign language, by reason of their blindness, would have been equally useless. Bellman drew his revolver, enjoining the others to follow suit. "We've got to get through them somehow," he said, "and if they won't let us pass without interference—" The click of a cocked hammer served to finish the sentence. As if the metallic sound had been an awaited signal, the press of blind white beings sprang into sudden motion and surged forward upon the terrestrials. It was like the onset of automatons, an irresistible striding of machines, concerted and methodical, beneath the direction of a hidden power. Into the depth. Bellman pulled his trigger, once, twice, thrice, at a point-blank range. It was impossible to miss, but the bullets were futile, as pebbles flung at the spate of an onrushing torrent. The eyeless beings did not waver, though 2 of them began to bleed the yellowish-red fluid that serves the Martians for blood. The foremost of them, unwounded and moving with diabolical sureness, caught Bellman's arm with long, 4-jointed fingers and jerked the revolver from his grasp before he could press the trigger again. Curiously enough, the creature did not try to deprive him of his torch, which he now carried in his left hand, and he saw the steely flash of the Colt as it hurtled down into darkness and space from the hand of the Martian. Then the fungus-white bodies, milling horribly on the narrow road, were all about him, pressing so closely that there was no room for effectual resistance. Chivers and Maspic, after firing a few shots, were also deprived of their weapons, but through an uncanny discrimination were permitted to retain their flashlights. The entire episode had been a matter of moments. There was only a brief slackening of the onward motion of the throng, 2 of whose members had been shot down by Chivers and Maspic and then hurled expeditiously into the gulf by their fellows. The foremost ranks, opening deftly, included the Earthmen and forced them to turn backward. Then, tightly caught in a moving vice of bodies, they were borne resistlessly along. Handicapped by the fear of dropping their torches, they could do nothing against the nightmare. Rushing with dreadful strides on a path that led ever deeper into the abyss, and able to see only the lit backs and members of the creatures before them, they became a part of that eyeless and cryptic army. Behind them, there seemed to be scores of the Martians, driving them on implacably. After a while, their plight began to paralyze their faculties. It seemed that they moved no longer with human steps, but with the swift and automatic stalking of the clammy things that pressed about them. Thought, volition, even terror, were numbed by the unearthly rhythm of those abyssward beating feet. Constrained by this, and by a sense of utter unreality, they spoke only at long intervals, and then in monosyllables that appeared to have lost all proper meaning, like the speech of machines. The blind people were wholly silent. There was no sound, except that of a myriad eternal padding on the stone. On they went, through ebon hours that belonged to no diurnal period. Slowly, tortuously, the road curved inward, as if it were coiled about the interior of a blind and cosmic babel. The Earthmen felt that they must have circled the abyss many times in that terrific spiral, but the distance they had gone, and the actual extent of the stupefying gulf, were inconceivable. Except for their torches, the night was absolute, unchangeable. It was older than the sun. It had brooded there through all past eons. It accumulated above them like a monstrous burden. It yawned frightfully beneath. From it, the strengthening stench of stagnant waters rose. But still there was no sound, other than the soft and measured thud of marching feet that descended into a bottomless Abaddon. Somewhere, as if after the lapse of nocturnal ages, the pitward rushing had ceased. Bellman, Chivers, and Maspic felt the pressure of crowded bodies relax, felt that they were standing still, while their brains continued to beat the unhuman measure of that terrible descent. Reason and horror returned to them slowly. Bellman lifted his flashlight, and the circling ray recovered the throng of Martians, many of whom were dispersing in a huge cavern where the gulf-circling road had now ended. Others of the beings remained, however, as if to keep guard over the Earthmen. They quivered alertly at Bellman's movements, as if aware of them through an unknown sense. Close at hand, on the right, the level floor ended abruptly, and stepping to the verge, Bellman saw that the cavern was an open chamber in the perpendicular wall. Far, far below in the blackness, a phosphorescent glimmer played to and fro like noctiluke on an underworld ocean. A slow, fetid wind blew upon him, and he heard the weird sighing of waters about the sunken cliffs, waters that had ebbed through untold cycles during the planet's desiccation. He turned giddily away. His companions were examining the cave's interior. It seemed that the place was of artificial origin, for, darting here and there, the torch beams brought out enormous columnations lined with deeply graven bas-reliefs. Who had carved them or when, were problems no less insoluble than the origin of the cliff-hewn road. Their details were obscene as the visions of madness. They shocked the eye like a violent blow, conveying an extra-human evil, a bottomless malignity, in the passing moment of disclosure. The cave was indeed a stupendous extent, running far back in the cliff, and with numerous exits, giving no doubt on further ramifications. The beams of the flashlights half dislodged the flapping shadows of shelved recesses, caught the salience of far walls that climbed and beetled into inaccessible gloom, played on the creatures that went to and fro like monstrous living fungi, gave to a brief visual existence the pale and polyp-like plants that clung noisomely to the nighted stone. The place was overpowering. It oppressed the senses, crushed the brain. The very stone was like an embodiment of darkness, and light and vision were ephemeral intruders in this domain of the blind. Somehow, the Earthmen were weighed down by a conviction that escape was impossible. A strange lethargy claimed them. They did not even discuss their situation, but stood listless and silent. Anon, from the filthy gloom, a number of the Martians reappeared. With the same suggestion of controlled automatism that had marked all their actions, they gathered about the men once more, and urged them into the yawning cavern. Step by step, the three were borne along in that weird and leprous procession. The obscene columns multiplied, the cave deepened before them with endless vistas, like a revelation of foul things that drowse at the nadir of night. Faintly at first, but more strongly as they went on, there came to them an insidious feeling of somnolence, such as might have been caused by mephitical effluvia. They rebelled against it, for the drowsiness was somehow dark and evil. It grew heavier upon them, and then they came to the core of the horror. Between the thick and seemingly topless pillars, the floor ascended in an altar of 7 oblique and pyramidal tiers. On the top, there squatted an image of pale metal, a thing no larger than a hair, but monstrous beyond all imagining. The Martians crowded about the Earthmen. One of them took Bellman by the arm, as if urging him to climb the altar. With the slow steps of a dreamer, he mounted the sloping tiers, and Chivers and Maspic followed. The image resembled nothing they had ever seen on the Red Planet, or elsewhere. It was carven of whitish gold, and it represented a humped animal with a smooth and overhanging carapace, from beneath which its head and members issued in tortoise fashion. The head was venomously flat, triangular, and eyeless. From the drooping corners of the cruelly slitted mouth, 2 long proboscides curved upward, hollow and cup-like at the ends. The thing was furnished with a series of short legs, issuing at uniform intervals from under the carapace, and a curious double tail was coiled and braided beneath its crouching body. The feet were round and had the shape of small inverted goblets. The image of the dweller. Unclean and bestial as a figment of some atavistic madness, the eidolon seemed to drowse on the altar. It troubled the mind with a slow, insidious horror. It assailed the senses with an emanating stupor, an effluence as of primal worlds before the creation of light, where life might teem and raven slothfully in the blind ooze. Dimly the Earthmen saw that the altar swarmed with the blind Martians, who were crowding past them about the image. As if in some fantastic ritual of touch, these creatures were fondling the eidolon with their lank fingers, were tracing its loathsome outlines. Upon their brutal faces a narcotic ecstasy was imprinted. Compelled like sleepers in some abhorrent dream, Bellman, Chivers, and Maspic followed their example. The thing was cold to the touch and clammy as if it had lain recently in a bed of slime, but it seemed to live, to throb and swell under their fingertips. From it, in heavy, ceaseless waves, a dark vibration surged, an opiate power that clouded the eyes, that poured its baleful slumber into the blood. With senses that swam in a strange darkness, they were vaguely aware of the pressure of thronging bodies that displaced them at the altar summit. Anon, certain of these, recoiling as if satiate with the drug like effluence, bore them along the oblique tiers to the cavern floor. Still retaining their torches in nerveless fingers, they saw that the place teemed with the white people who had gathered for that unholy ceremony. Through blackening blurs of shadow, the men watched them as they seethed up and down on the pyramid like a leprous living frieze. Chivers and Maspic, yielding first to the influence, slid to the floor in utter sopor, but Bellman, more resistant, seemed to fall and drift through a world of lightless dreams. His sensations were anomalous, unfamiliar to the last degree. Everywhere there was a brooding, palpable power for which he could find no visual image, a power that exhaled a miasmal slumber. In those dreams, by insensible graduations, forgetting the last glimmer of his human self, he somehow identified himself with the eyeless people. He lived and moved as they, in profound caverns, on nighted roads. And yet he was something else, an entity without name that ruled over the blind and was worshipped by them. A thing that dwelt in the ancient putrescent waters, in the nether deep, and came forth at intervals to raven unspeakably. In that duality of being he sated himself at blind feasts, and was also devoured. With all this, like a third element of identity, the eidolon was associated but only a tactile sense, and not as an optic memory. There was no light anywhere, and not even the recollection of light. Whether he passed from these obscure nightmares into dreamless slumber, he could not know. His awakening, dark and lethargic, was like a continuation of the dreams at first. Then, opening his sodden lids, he saw the shaft of fight that lay on the floor front his fallen torch. The light poured against something that he could not recognize in his drugged awareness. Yet it troubled him, and a dawning horror touched his faculties into life. By degrees, it came to him that the thing he saw was the half-eaten body of one of the eyeless troglodytes. Some of the members were missing, and the remainder was gnawed even to the curiously articulated bones. Bellman rose unsteadily and looked about with eyes that still held a web-like blurring of shadow. Chivers and Maspic lay beside him in heavy stupor, and along the cavern, and upon the seven-tiered altar, were sprawled the devotees of the somnific image. His other senses began to awake from their lethargy, and he thought that he heard a noise that was somehow familiar, a sharp slithering, together with a measured sucking. The sound withdrew among the massy pillars, beyond the sleeping bodies. A smell as of rotten water tinged the air, and he saw that there were many curious rings of wetness on the stone, such as might be made by the rims of inverted cups. Preserving the order of footprints, they led away from the half-devoured Martian into the shadows of that outer cave which verged upon the abyss, the direction in which the queer noise had passed, sinking now to inaudibility. In Bellman's mind, a mad terror rose and struggled with a spell that still benumbed him. He stooped down above Maspic and Chivers, and shook them roughly in turn, till they opened their eyes and began to protest with drowsy murmurs. "Get up, damn you," he admonished them. "If we're ever to escape from this hellhole, now's the time." By dint of many oaths and objurgations, and much muscular effort, he succeeded in getting his companions to their feet. Lurching drunkenly, they followed Bellman among the sprawled Martians, away from the pyramid on which the eidolon of white gold still brooded in malign somnolence above its worshippers. A clouding heaviness hung upon Bellman, but somehow there was a relaxation of the opiate spell. He felt a revival of volition and a great desire to escape from the gulf and from all that dwelt in its darkness. The others, more deeply enslaved by the drowsy power, accepted his leadership and guidance in a numb, brute-like fashion. He felt sure that he could retrace the route by which they had approached the altar. This, it seemed, was also the course that had been taken by the maker of the ring-like marks of fetid wetness. Wandering on amid the repugnantly carven columns for what seemed an enormous distance, they came at last to the sheer verge, that portis of the black Tartarus, from which they could look down on its ultimate gulf. Far beneath, on those putrefying waters, the phosphorescence ran in widening circles, as if troubled by the plunge of a heavy body. To the very edge, at their feet, the watery rings were imprinted on the rock. They turned away, Bellman, shuddering with half-memories of his blind dreams and the terror of his awakening. Found at the cave's corner the beginning of that upward road which skirted the abyss, the road that would take them back to the lost sun. At his injunction, Maspic and Chivers turned off their flashlights to conserve the batteries. It was doubtful how much longer these would last, and light was their prime necessity. His own torch would serve for the three till it became exhausted. There was no sound or stirring of life from that cave of lightless sleep where the Martians lay about the narcotizing image. But a fear such as he had never felt in all his adventurings caused Bellman to sicken and turn faint as he listened at its threshold. The gulf, too, was silent, and the circles of phosphor had ceased to widen on the waters. Yet somehow the silence was a thing that clogged the senses, retarded the limbs. It rose up around Bellman like the clutching slime of some nethermost pit, in which he must drown. With dragging effort he began the ascent, hauling. cursing and kicking his companions till they responded like drowsy animals. It was a climb through limbo, an ascent from nadir through darkness that seemed palpable and viscid. On and up they toiled, along the monotonous, imperceptibly winding grade where all measure of distance was lost, and time was meted only by the repetition of eternal steps. The night lowered before Bellman's feeble shaft of light. It closed behind like an all-engulfing sea, relentless and patient, biding its time till the torch should go out. Looking over the verge at intervals, Bellman saw the gradual fading of the phosphorescence in the depths. Fantastic images rose in his mind. It was like the last glimmering of hellfire in some extinct inferno, like the drowning of nebulae in voids beneath the universe. He felt the giddiness of one who looks down upon infinite space. Anon there was only blackness, and he knew by this token the awful distance they had climbed. The minor urges of hunger, thirst, fatigue had been trod under by the fear that impelled him. From Maspic and Chivers, very slowly, the clogging stupor lifted, and they too were conscious of an adumbration of terror, vast as the night itself. The blows and kicks and objurgations of Bellman were no longer needed to drive them on. Evil, ancient, supperous, the night hung about them. It was like the thick and fetid fur of bats, a material thing that choked the lungs, that deadened all the senses. It was silent as the slumber of dead worlds. But out of that silence, after the lapse of apparent years, a twofold and familiar sound arose and overtook the fugitives, the sound of something that slithered over stone far down in the abyss, the sucking noise of a creature that withdrew its feet as if from a quagmire. Inexplicable and arousing mad, incongruous ideas, like a sound heard in delirium, it quickened the Earthmen's terror into sudden frenzy. "God! What is it?" breathed Bellman. He seemed to remember sightless things, abhorrent, palpable shapes of primal night that were no legitimate part of human recollection. His dreams and his nightmare awakening in the cave, the white eidolon, the half-eaten troglodyte of the nether cliffs, the rings of wetness leading toward the gulf. All returned like the figments of a teeming madness, all to assail him on that terrible road midway between the underworld sea and the surface of Mars. His question was answered only by a continuation of the noise. It seemed to grow louder, to ascend the wall beneath. Maspic and Chivers, snapping on their lights, began to run with frantic leaps, and Bellman, losing his last remnant of control, followed suit. It was a race with unknown horror. Above the labored beating of their hearts, the measured thudding of their feet, the men still heard that sinister, unaccountable sound. They seemed to race on through leagues of blackness, and yet the noise drew nearer, climbing below them, as if its maker were a thing that walked on the sheer cliff. Now the sound was appallingly close, and a little ahead. It ceased abruptly. The running lights of Maspic and Chivers, who moved abreast, discovered the crouching thing that filled the 2-yard shelf from side to side. Hardened adventurers though they were, the men would have shrieked aloud with hysteria, or would have hurled themselves from the precipice, if the sight had not induced a kind of catalepsy. It was as if the pale idol of the pyramid, swollen to mammoth proportions and loathsomely alive, had come up from the abyss and was squatting before them. Here, plainly, was the creature that had served as a model for that atrocious image. The humped, enormous carapace, vaguely recalling the armor of the Glyptodon, shone with a luster as of wet white gold. The eyeless head, alert but somnolent, was thrust forward on a neck that arched obscenely. A dozen or more of short legs with goblet-shapen feet protruded slantwise beneath the overhanging shell. The 2 proboscides, yard-long with cupped ends, arose from the corners of the cruelly slitted mouth and waved slowly in air toward the Earthmen. The thing, it seemed, was old as that dying planet, an unknown form of primal life that had dwelt always in the caverned waters. Before it, the faculties of the earthmen were drugged by an evil stupor, such as they had felt before the Eidolon. They stood with their flashlights playing full on the terror, and they could not move nor cry out when it reared suddenly erect, revealing its ridged belly and the queer double tail that slithered and rustled metallically on the rock. Its numerous feet, beheld in this posture, were hollow and chalice-like, and they oozed with mephitic wetness. No doubt they served for suction pads, enabling it to walk on a perpendicular surface. Inconceivably swift and sure in all its motions, with short strides on its hindmost legs levered by the tail, the monster came forward on the helpless men. Unerringly, the two proboscides curved over, and their ends came down on Chiver's eyes as he stood with lifted face. They rested there, covering the entire sockets, for a moment only. Then there was an agonizing scream as the hollow tips were withdrawn, with a sweeping movement lithe and vigorous as the lashing of serpents. Chivers swayed slowly, nodding his head and twisting about in half-narcotized pain. Maspic, standing at his side, saw in a dull and dreamlike manner the gaping orbits from which the eyes were gone. It was the last thing that he ever saw. At that instant, the monster turned from Chivers, and the terrible cups dripping with blood and fetor descended on Maspic's own eyes. Bellman, who had paused close behind the others, comprehended what was occurring, like one who witnesses the abominations of a nightmare, but is powerless to intervene or flee. He saw the movements of the cupped members, he heard the single atrocious cry that was wrung from Chivers and the swiftly ensuing scream of Maspic. Then, above the heads of his fellows, who still held their useless torches in rigid fingers, the proboscides came toward him, with blood rilling heavily upon their faces, with a somnolent, vigilant, implacable and eyeless shape at their heels, herding them on, restraining them when they tottered at the brink. The three began their second descent of the road that went down forever to a night-bound Avernus.
Celestial Byakhee. Being the depositio of Abel Keene. Abel Keene. Abel Keene, sometimes I am constrained to speak my name aloud, as if to reassure myself that all is as before, that indeed I am Abel Keene, and I find myself walking to the mirror and looking at myself, scrutinizing the familiar lineaments for any sign of change, as if there must be change, as if surely, sometime, change must come, the change that marks the experiences of that week. Or was it but a week, or less? I do not any longer have assurance of anything. It is a terrible thing to lose faith in the world of daylight and the night of stars, to feel that at any time all the known laws of space and time may be abrogated, may be thrust aside as by some sorcery, by ancient evil known only to a few men, whose voices are indeed voices crying in the wilderness. I have hesitated until now to tell what I know of the fire which destroyed a great portion of a certain seaport town on the Massachusetts coast, of the abomination which existed there, but events have dictated that he was clothed in loose flowing robes of a material foreign to me, and he wore sandals made from the leather of some beast whose identity was unknown to me, though it was evident that he carried various articles in the pockets of that strange clothing. I did not examine them. He was in a sleep so deep that it was impossible to awaken him, and evidence showed that he had virtually fallen across the bed and had gone instantly to sleep. I discovered at once that there was something familiar about his features, familiar with that strange insistence so commonly associated with people whom one has known before, perhaps casually, but nevertheless has known. Either I had my visitor's acquaintance, or I had seen his picture somewhere. It occurred to me at this point that I might well attempt to learn his identity while he slept, and accordingly I drew a chair up to the bed and sat down beside my visitor, intending to practice auto-suggestion, which I had learned from indulgence in my lesser professional existence, for while working my way through divinity school. I appeared thrice weekly on public and occasionally on private stages as an amateur hypnotist, and some small study of the human mind had enabled me to accomplish various trivial successes in mind reading and allied matters. However, deep as his sleep was, he was aware. I cannot explain this even now, but it was as if, though his body slept, his senses did not, for he spoke as I leaned above him, motivated by my intention. And he spoke out of a patent awareness which must be related to his strange way of life about which I learned later, a development from a supersensory existence. "Wait," he said, and then, "Be patient, Abel Keene." And suddenly a most curious reaction was manifest within myself. It felt precisely as if someone or something had invaded me, as if my visitor spoke to me without words to tell me his name, for his lips did not appear to move, yet I was distinctly aware of the impression of words. "I am Andrew Felon. I left this room 2 years ago. I have come back for a little while." Thus directly, thus simply, I knew. And I knew, too, that I had seen Andrew Felon's likeness in the Boston papers at the time of his utterly outre disappearance from this very room 2 years previously. A disappearance never satisfactorily explained. Excitement possessed me, without imparting to me more information about the mystery which had remained unsolved for 2 years. Rashly, I sprang up and threw myself between him and the door. He looked at me with calm, amused eyes. "Wait," I cried. "You can't go like this. What is it you want? Let me get it for you." He smiled. "I seek evil, Mr. Keene, evil that is more terrible than anything taught in your school of divinity, believe me. Evil is my field, Mr. Felon." "I guarantee nothing," he replied. "The risks are too great for ordinary men." An insane impulse took possession of me. I was seized with the urgent desire to accompany my visitor, even if it became necessary to hypnotize him. I fixed his strange eyes with mine, I reached out my hands, and then something happened to me. I found myself suddenly on another plane, in another dimension, as it were. I felt that I had taken Andrew Felon's place on the bed, and yet accompanied him in spirit. For instantly, soundlessly, painlessly, I was out of this world. Nothing else would describe the sensations I experienced for the remainder of that night. I saw, I heard, I felt and tasted and smelled things utterly alien to my consciousness. He did not touch me, he only looked at me. Yet I apprehended instantly that I stood on the edge of an abyss of horror unimaginable. Whether he led me to the bed, or whether I made my own way there, I do not know. Yet it was on the bed that I found myself in the morning after those memorable hours of the remainder of that night. Did I sleep and dream? Or did I lie in hypnosis and know because Felon willed me to know all that took place? It was better for my sanity to believe that I dreamed. And what dreams! What magnificent and yet terror-fraught images wrought by the subconscious! And Andrew Felon was everywhere in those dreams. I saw him in that darkness making his way to a bus station, taking a bus. I saw him in the bus, as if I sat beside him. I saw him alight at Ancient, legend-haunted, and shunned Innsmouth, after changing buses at Arkham. I was beside him when he prowled down along that wrecked waterfront with its sinister ruins, and I saw where he paused, before that disguised refinery, and later at that one-time Masonic hall which now bore over its doorway the curious legend, Esoteric Order of Dagon, and yet more, I witnessed the beginning. "We'll see to it that you're not disturbed." Even as I spoke, I had made up my mind what to do. I was determined that Andrew Felon would not put me off so easily, and there was one course left open to me. I could discover certain things for myself despite his caution. My visitor had dropped hints and suggestions. Even beyond them, however, there was the mystery of Andrew Felon itself, that had been extensively recorded in the daily papers of that time. Certainly in those accounts I might expect to discover some clue. I adjured Felon to make himself comfortable, and departed, ostensibly for the college. But instead, once outside, I telephoned to excuse myself from that day's study. Then, after a light breakfast, I took myself off to the Widenna Library in Cambridge. Andrew Felon had said that he had come from Salino. This hint was too patent for me to overlook, So forthwith I set myself to track down Cellino. I found it sooner than I had expected to find it, but it solved nothing. If anything, it served only to deepen the mystery of Andrew Felon. For Cellino was one of the stars in the Pleiades cluster of Taurus. I turned next to the files of the newspapers concerning Felon's vanishing, early in September 1938. I hoped to discover in the accounts of this remarkable disappearance without trace from out the window of that same room to which he had now returned, something to lead me to some feasible explanation. But as I read the accounts, my perplexity deepened. There was a singularly complete puzzlement expressed in the newspapers, but there were certain dark hints, certain vague and ominous suggestions which fastened to my awareness. Felon had been employed by Dr. Laban Shrewsbury of Arkham. Like Felon, Dr. Shrewsbury had spent some years in a strange and never explained absence from his home, to which he had returned as queerly as now Andrew Felon had come back. Shortly before Felon's disappearance, Dr. Shrewsbury's house, together with the doctor himself, had been destroyed by fire. Felon's tasks had apparently been secretarial, but he had spent a good deal of his time in the library of Miskatonic University in Arkham. So it seemed to me that the only definite clue offered to me at the Widenna was in Arkham, for the records of the Miskatonic University library should certainly reveal what books Felon had consulted, presumably in the interests of the late Dr. Shrewsbury. Only an hour had now of learned and scholarly paragraphs concerning the lore of the Arab, most of them utterly beyond my comprehension. I came upon a certain reference which imparted to me, in the light of what small experience I had already had, a frightening chill and a feeling of the utmost dread. For, as I scanned the pages with their enigmatic allusions to beings and places utterly alien to me, I found in the midst of a quotation purporting to be from another book entitled the Rayleigh Text, the following: "Great Cthulhu shall rise from Rayleigh Haster, the unspeakable shall return from the dark star, which is in the Hyades near Aldebaran. Nyarlathotep Hotep shall howl forever in the darkness where he abideth. Shub-Niggurath shall spawn his 1,000 young." I read and read again. It was incredible, damnable, but for the second time within 24 hours I had come upon reference to unbelievable spaces, and to stars, to a star in the Hyades, a star in Taurus, and surely it could be none other than Cellino. And, as if in mocking answer to the question which loomed so large before me, I turned over this manuscript, and found below it a portfolio labeled in a strong, if spidery hand, "Cellino Fragments." I drew it toward me and found it sealed. At this, the aged attendant, who had been observing me closely, came over. "It has never been opened," he said, "not even by Mr. Felon." He shook his head. "Since it came by Mr. Felon's hand, with Dr. Shrewsbury's seal on it, we do not believe he had access to it. We do not know." I looked at my watch. Time was passing now, and I meant to go on to Innsmouth before I completed my day. Reluctantly, and yet with a strange sense of foreboding, I pushed away the manuscripts and books. "I will come again. I promised. I want to get to Innsmouth before too much of the day has gone." The attendant favored me with a curious and reflective gaze. "Yes, it is better to visit Innsmouth by day," he said finally. I pondered this while the old man gathered up the papers and books. Then I said, "That is surely a curious statement to make, Mr. Peabody. Is there anything wrong with Innsmouth?" "Ah, do not ask me. I have never gone there. I have no desire to go there. There are strange things enough in Arkham without the need for going on." I did not yield to that prompting, but climbed into the bus, which I shared with but one other passenger, whom I knew instinctively to be an Innsmouth resident. For he, too, had a strange cast of features, with odd, deep creases in the sides of his neck. A narrow-headed fellow who could not have been more than 40, with the bulging, watery blue eyes and flat nose and curiously undeveloped ears, which I was to find so shockingly common in that shunned seaport town toward which the bus soon began to roll. The driver, too, was manifestly an Innsmouth man, and I began to understand what Mr. Peabody had meant when he spoke of the Innsmouth people as seeming somehow not like people. To the end of comparison with that following figure of my dream, I scrutinized both my fellow passenger and the driver as closely, if furtively, as I could, and I was somewhat relieved to come to the conclusion that there was a subtle difference. I could not put my finger on it, but the follower of my dream seemed malign, in contrast to these people, who had merely that appearance so common to cretins and similar unfortunate individuals bearing the stigmata of lower intelligence in the realm of the subnormal, more especially than that of the abnormal. I had never before been to Innsmouth. Having come down from New Hampshire to pursue my divinity studies, I had had no occasion to travel beyond Arkham. Therefore, the town as I saw it as the bus approached it down the slope of the coastline there, had a most depressing effect on me, for it was strangely dense, and yet seemed devoid of life. No cars drove out to pass us coming in, and of the 3 steeples rising above the chimney-pots and the crouching gambrel roofs and peaked gables, many of them sagging with decay, only one had any semblance whatsoever of use, for the others were weather-beaten, with gaps in them where shingles had been torn away, and badly needed paint. For that matter, the entire town seemed to need paint, all, that is, save 2 buildings we passed, the 2 buildings of my dream, the refinery and that imposing pillared hall standing among the churches which clustered about the radial point of the town streets, with its black and gold sign on the pediment, so vividly remembered from my experience of the previous night, the Esoteric Order of Dagon. This structure, like that of the Marsh Refining Company along the Manoxet River, seemed to have been given a coat of paint only recently. Apart from this, and a single store of the First National chain, all the buildings in what was apparent. His reaction was instantaneous, nor was it entirely unexpected. He became agitated, he glanced fearfully toward the entrance to the store, and then came over to seize me almost roughly by the arm. "We don't talk about such things here," he said in a harsh whisper. His nervous fear was only too manifest. "I'm sorry if I distressed you." I went on, "But I'm only a casual traveler, and I'm curious as to why such a potentially fine port should be all but abandoned. Indeed, it is virtually abandoned. The wharves have not been repaired, and many business places seem closed." He shuddered. "Do they know you are asking questions? You are the first person to whom I have spoken. Thank God. Take my advice and leave town as soon as you can. You can take a bus." "I came in on the bus. I want to know something about the town." He looked at me indecisively, glanced once more toward the entrance, and then, turning abruptly and walking along a counter toward a curtained door which apparently shut off his own quarters, he said, "Come along with me, Mr. Keene." In his own rooms at the rear of the store, he began, however reluctantly, to talk in harsh whispers, as if he feared the very walls might hear. What I wanted to know, he said, was impossible to tell, because there was no proof of it. All was talk, and the terrible decay of isolated families, intermarrying generation after generation. That accounted in part for what he called the Innsmouth look. It was true, old Captain Obed Marsh held commerce with the far corners of the earth, and he brought strange things, and some said strange practices like that seafarer's kind of pagan worship called the Esoteric Order of Dagon, back to Innsmouth with him. It was said that he held stranger commerce with creatures that rose in the dark of the moon out of the deep sea beyond Devil Reef, and met him at the reef, 1.5 miles out from shore. But he knew of no one who had seen them, though it was said that in the winter of the year when the federal government had destroyed the waterfront buildings, a submarine had gone out and discharged torpedoes straight down into the unfathomable depths beyond Devil Reef. He spoke persuasively and well. Perhaps indeed he knew no more, but I felt undeniably the lacunae in his story, the unanswered questions being inherent in all that he said. People disappeared, and at other times had undergone strange reversions to primitive and pagan ceremonies in their worship. Everything he said was disturbing far beyond anything within the limits of my experience. And yet, what he said was not nearly so terrifying as what remained only implied in his words, the vague hints of terrifying evil, of evil from outside, the hideous suggestiveness of what had taken place between the marshes and those creatures from the deep, the lurking unvoiced assumption of what went on at the meetings of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, Something had happened here in 1928. Something terrible enough to be kept out of the press. Something to bring the federal government down to the scene and to justify the havoc wrought along the ocean's edge in the wharf district of this old fishing town. I knew enough biblical history to know that Dagon was the ancient fish-like god of the Philistines, who rose from the waters of the Red Sea. But there was ever present in my thoughts the belief that the Dagon of Innsmouth was but an active mask of that earlier pagan god, that the Dagon of Innsmouth was the symbol of something noxious and infinitely terrible, something that might account not only for the curious aspect of the Innsmouth people, but also for the fact that Innsmouth was shunned and forsaken, let alone by the rest of the towns in its vicinity, and forgotten by the outside world. I pressed the storekeeper for something definite, but he could not or would not give it. Indeed, he began to act, as time wore on, as if I had already been told far too much. His agitation increased, and presently I thought it best to take my leave, though Henderson implored me not to carry on any overt investigation, saying at the last that people had been known to drop out of sight, and the Lord alone knows where. Nobody ever found a clue as to where they went, and I reckon nobody ever will, but they know. On this sinister note I took my leave. Time did not permit much further exploration, but I managed to walk about a few of the streets and lanes of Innsmouth near the bus station, and found everything in a state of curious decay, and most of the buildings giving off, besides that familiar odor of old wood and stone, a strange watery essence as of the sea. Farther I could not go, for I was disturbed by the queer glances given me by the few inhabitants I passed on the streets, and I was ever conscious of being under surveillance from behind closed doors and window curtains. But most of all, I was horribly aware of a kind of aura of their secret followers among men and beasts, whose task it is to prepare the way for their second coming, for it is their evil intention to come again and rule the universe as once they did after their breaking away and escape from the domain of the Ancient Ones. What he told me then evoked frightening parallels to what I had read in those forbidden books at the library of Miskatonic University only that afternoon, and he spoke in a voice of such conviction, and with such assurance, that I found myself shaken free from the orthodox learning to which I had been accustomed. The human mind, faced with something utterly beyond its ken, inevitably reacts in one of two ways. Its initial impulse is to reject in toto, its secondary to accept tentatively. But in the dread unfolding of Andrew Fellon's explanation, there was the damnable, inescapable fact that only such an explanation would fit all the events which had taken place since his strange appearance in my room. Of the abominable tapestry of explanation which Fellon wove, several aspects were most striking, and at the same time most incredible. Dr. Shrewsbury and he, Fellon said, had been in search of the openings, by means of which great Cthulhu might rise from where he lies sleeping in his house at Rayleigh. An undersea place, Cthulhu, who apparently being amphibious, under the protection of an ancient, enchanted 5-pointed carven grey stone from ancient Emnar. They need not fear the minions who serve the great old ones, the deep ones, the Shoggoths, the Teat, Show people, the Doles and the Vormies, the Valusians and all similar creatures. But their activities had finally aroused the superior beings directly serving great Cthulhu, against whom the 5-pointed star is powerless. Therefore, Dr. Shrewsbury and he had taken flight by summoning from interstellar spaces strange bat-like creatures, the servants of Hastur, him who is not to be named, ancient rival of Cthulhu, and, after having partaken of a golden mead which rendered them insensible to the effects of time and space, and enabled them to travel in these dimensions, they set out for Salino, where they had resumed their studies in the library of monolithic stones with books and hieroglyphs stolen from the elder gods by the great old ones at, and subsequent to, the time of the revolt from the benign authority of those gods. Nevertheless, though on Salino, they were not unaware of what took place on earth, and they had learned that commerce was again being carried on between the deep ones and the calling out to the Federals. I have come out of the sky to watch and prevent horror from being spawned again on this earth. I cannot fail, I must succeed, but how? Events will show. Tomorrow I am going to Innsmouth, where I will continue to watch until I can take action. The storekeeper told me that all outsiders are watched and regarded with suspicion. But I will go in their guise. All that night I lay sleepless beside Andrew Fellan, torn by the desire to accompany him. If his story were the figment of his imagination, surely it was a glorious and wondrous tale, calculated to stir the pulse and fire the mind. If it were not, then with equal certainty, it was as much my responsibility as it was his to lay hands upon and destroy the evil at Innsmouth. For evil is the ancient enemy of all good, whether as we who are Christians understand it, or whether as it is understood in some prehistoric mythos. My studies in divinity seemed suddenly almost frivolous in contrast to what Fellan had narrated, though I confess that at that time I still entertained doubts of some magnitude, for how could I do else? Were not the monstrous entities of evil Fellan conjured up well nigh impossible to conceive, to say nothing of expecting belief in them? Indeed they were. Yet it is man's spiritual burden that he finds it so easy to doubt, always to doubt, and so difficult to believe even in the simplest things. And the striking parallel which forced itself upon me, a divinity student, a parallel which could not be overlooked, was plain: the similarity between the tale of the revolt of the great old ones against the elder gods, and that other, more universally known tale of the revolt of Satan against the forces of the Lord. In the morning I told Fellan of my decision. He shook his head. "It is good of you to want to help, Abel, but you have no real understanding of what it means. I've given you only a spare outline, nothing more. I would not be justified in involving you. The responsibility is mine. No, the responsibility is always that of the man who knows the facts. There is far more even than Dr. Shrewsbury and I already know to be mouth, comparatively free of observation. We must be made up to look as much like the Innsmouthers as possible." In the late afternoon of that day, Fellan set to work. I discovered in a very short time that he was a consummate artist with his hands. My features began to change utterly, from a rather innocuous-looking, and perhaps even weak-appearing young fellow. I aged skillfully, and began to assume the typical narrow head, flat nose, and curious ears so common to the Innsmouth people. He worked over my entire face. My mouth thickened, my skin became coarse-pored, my color vanished behind a gray pallor, horrible to contemplate, and he managed even to convey a bulging and batrachian expression about my eyes, and to give my neck that oddly repellent appearance of having deep, almost scaly creases. I would not have known myself after he had finished, but the operation took better than 3 hours, and at the end of that time it was as permanent as it could be expected to be. It is right. He decided after he had examined me, and then, tirelessly, without a word, he set about to give himself a similar appearance. Early the next morning we left the house for Innsmouth, in training for Newburyport, and thus coming into Innsmouth on the bus from the other side, a deliberate maneuver on Fellan's part. By noon of that day we were established, amid a few interested and curiously searching glances from the slovenly workers in the place, in the Gilman House, Innsmouth's lone open hotel, or rather in what was left of it, for, like so many buildings in the town, it was in a very bad state of decay. We registered as Amos and John Wilkin, cousins, for Fellan had discovered that Wilkin was an old Innsmouth name not at present represented by any member of the family living in that accursed seaport city. The elderly clerk in the Gilman house had given us a few sharp-eyed glances, and his bulging eyes stared at the names on his register. "Related to old Jed Wilkin, be ye?" he asked. My companion nodded briskly. "Man can see ye belong here." The clerk said with an almost obscene chuckle, "Got business." "We're taking a little vacation," answered Fellan. "Come to the right place, then, ye did. Things to see here all right, if ye're the right kind." Again that distastefully suggestive chuckle. Once alone in our room, Fellan became more tense than ever. We've possibly to see his eyes, for they were concealed by spectacles of a deep cobalt hue, and his mouth, while in many ways similar to that of the natives, was yet different in that it seemed to protrude more, doubtless because Ahab Marsh's chin receded almost into nothingness. He was literally a man without a chin, at sight of which I experienced a shudder of horror unlike any I had before undergone, for it gave him an appearance so frighteningly ichthic that I could not but be repelled by it. He seemed also to be earless, and wore his hat low on what appeared to be a head devoid of hair. His neck was scrawny, and though he was otherwise almost impeccably dressed, his hands were encased in black gloves, or rather mittens, as I saw at second glance. We were not observed. I had gazed at our quarry only in the most apparently casual manner, while Phelan did not look directly at him at all, but utilized a small pocket mirror to examine him even more indirectly. In a few moments Ahab Marsh had vanished into his car and driven away. A hot day for gloves, was all that Phelan said. I thought so. I fear it is as I suspected. Phelan added then, but this he would not explain. We shall see. We repaired to another section of the city to wander through Innsmouth's narrow, shaded streets and lanes, away from the region of the Manoxet River and the falls, close to which the Marsh refinery rose on a little bluff. Phelan walked in deep and troubled contemplation. It was evident that he was in puzzled thought, which I did not interrupt. I marveled at the incredible state of arrested decay so prevalent in this old seaport town, and even more at the curious lack of activity. It was as if by far the majority of the inhabitants rested during the day, for very few of them were to be seen on the streets. The night in Innsmouth, however, was destined to be different. As darkness came, we made our way to the Order of Dagon Hall. At his one previous visit, Phelan had discovered that entrance to the hall for the ceremonies could be had only by display of a curious fish-like seal, and during the time I had tried to trace his movements here, he had fashioned several of them, of which the most perfect he had reserved for his own use, and that most closely resembling it he held for me, if I cared to use it, though he preferred that I take no such risk and remain outside the hall. This, however, I was unwilling to do. It was patent that a great many pied the center of the dais. The hall was bare of everything in the way of decorations, nothing but rickety chairs, a plain table on the dais, and those tightly curtained windows to offset the effect of those alien bas-reliefs and sculptures. And this lack of everything only served to heighten their hideousness. I glanced at my companion, but found him gazing expressionlessly straight before him. If he had examined the bas-reliefs and sculptures, he had done so less openly. I felt that it would not be wise any longer to stare at those oddly disturbing ornaments, so I followed Phelan's example. It was still possible, however, to notice that the hall was rapidly filling up with more people than the events of the day would have persuaded me to believe still lived in the city. There were close to 400 seats, and soon all were filled. When it became evident that there were still others to be seated, Phelan left his seat and stood up against the wall near the entrance. I did likewise, so that a pair of decrepit oldsters, hideously changed in appearance from the younger element, for the creases at their necks had grown more scaly, and were deeper, and their eyes bulged glassily, could sit down. Our relinquishment of our seats passed unnoticed, for a few others were already standing along the walls. It must have been close to 9:30, for the summer evening was long, and darkness did not fall early, before anything took place. Then suddenly there appeared through a rear entrance a middle-aged man clad in strangely decorated vestments. At first glance his appearance was priestly, but it was soon manifest that his vestments were blasphemously decorated, with the same batracian and fish-like representations which in plaque and sculpture ornamented the hall. He came to the image on the dais, touched it reverently with his hands, and began to speak, not Latin or Greek, as I had at first supposed he might speak, but an odd, garbled language of which I could not understand a word, a horribly suggestive series of mouthings which immediately started a kind of low, almost lyrical humming response from the audience. At this point Phelan touched my arm and slipped away out the entrance. I was meant to follow, and did so, despite my reluctance to leave the ceremonies just as they were beginning. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Ahab Marsh is not there." Upsetting, how wide they were, how curiously shaped. At one time surely normal shoes if a little large, but now plainly worn out of shape, as if the foot inside had been, well, as if a kind of distorting disease had afflicted the wearer's feet. And there was something else, something all the more hideously frightening in that yellow moonlight, with the sea sound and that other sound, the sound to which Phelan cautioned me to listen. A kind of distant ululation, non-human in origin, coming not from the land at all, but from the sea, far, far out, the sea and Devil Reef, haunted in the channels of my memory by everything I had heard from that storekeeper, and later on from my companion. The stories of strange, evil, unholy traffic between sea creatures and the people of Innsmouth. The things Obed Marsh had found on Ponape and that other island. The terror of the late 1920s with the strange disappearances of young people. Human sacrifices put to sea and never returned. It rose in the east and came in on the wind, a ghastly chanting that sounded like something from another world, a liquid ululation, a watery sound defying description, but evil beyond any experience of man. And it rode the wind into my horrified consciousness while my eyes were fixed still to that terrible evidence so plain on the sandy beach between the place where Ahab Marsh's shoes and socks were, and where the water began, the footprints, not of human feet, but of pedal extremities that were squat, with elongated digits, thick, wide, and webbed. 4. Of the events that came after, I hesitate to write, and yet from the moment Andrew Phelan knew, there was no need for further delay. It was Ahab Marsh who was the object of his search, and only to a considerably lesser degree the worshippers in the order of Dagon Hall. The sacrifices, he said, had been going on again, with greater secrecy, just as in Obed Marsh's day. Ever since the debacle of 1928, 1929, the Innsmouthers had been more careful, those who had been left, and those who had filtered back into the town after the Federals had gone. And Ahab who had shed his clothing and gone into the sea only to turn up the next day, as if nothing untoward had taken place. Could anyone doubt but that he had swum out to Devil Reef? And could anyone doubt what had happened to learned of our previous conversation? And it was only when I repeated to him many of the things he had said that he acknowledged me for whom I was. But he was fearful still, if they find out. He exclaimed in a harsh, ominous whisper. I assured him no one knew of my real identity and none would, save of course Henderson, whom I felt certain could be trusted. He guessed that I had been looking into things, as he put it, and with considerable agitation again urged me to take myself off. Some of them seem to be able to smell people who are not like them. I don't know how they do it, as if they read a man's mind or his heart. And if they catch you like this, why what, Mr. Henderson? You'll never get back to where you came from. I assured him with a self-confidence I was far from feeling that I had no intention of getting caught. I had come to him now for more information. Despite the violent shaking of his head, I would not take his negative answer. Perhaps he knew nothing, yet I must ask. Had there been any disappearances, particularly of young men and women, from Innsmouth in the years he had been here? He nodded furtively. Many. Maybe 20 or so. When the order meets, they don't meet often. It usually comes out after that. On the nights the order meets, somebody just isn't heard from again. They say they've run away. First few times I heard it, I didn't find that hard to believe. I could understand why they'd want to run away from Innsmouth. But then, there were those other things. The people who disappeared usually always worked for Ahab Marsh. And there were those old stories about Obed Marsh, how he carried people out to Devil Reef and came back alone. Zadok Allen had talked about it. They said Zadok was crazy, but Zadok said things, and there was certain clinching evidence to support what the crazed old man said. He talked like that, and he had spells, Henderson said, until he died. By the way he said it, I gathered that Zadok Allen had not just died. You mean until they killed him? I countered. I didn't say so. I'm not the one to say anything. Mind you, I never saw a thing, anyway, nothing you could make something of. I never saw anyone seemed incredible that young men and women could simply drop out of existence in this day and age, and never a word of it printed anywhere. Oh, responded Henderson, I didn't know Innsmouth if I thought that was impossible. They were close-mouthed, close as clams, and if they figured it was something they had to do for their pagan god or whatever it was they worshipped, They never complained, they just took it and made the best of it, and they were all mortally afraid of Ahab Marsh. He came close to me, so close that I was aware of his quickened pulse. I touched him once, just once, and that once was enough. God! He was cold, cold as ice, and where I touched him, between the end of his glove and his coat sleeve, he drew back right away and gave me a look. The skin was moist, cold, like a fish. He shuddered at the memory of it, touched a handkerchief to his temples, and broke away. Aren't they all like that? No, they're not. The others are different. They say the Marshes were all cold-blooded, especially since Captain Obe's time, but I've heard different. You take that fellow, Williamson, I think his name was, who brought the Federals here. They didn't know it at that time, but he was a Marsh. He had Orne blood in him, too, and when they found it out, they just waited for him to come back. And he did come. He came back, they said, and he went right down to the water, a-singing, they said, and he took off his clothes, and he dove in and began swimming out toward that reef, and never a word of him since. Mind you, I didn't see it myself. It's just what I heard, though it took place in my own time. Those with Marsh blood in them always come back, no matter how far away they are. Look at Ahab Marsh, come from God knows where. Once started, Henderson proved to be unusually loquacious, despite his fears. Doubtless the long periods of abstinence in his conversation with outsiders had something to do with it, as well as the security his shop afforded him, for it was not often visited in the morning hours. The Innsmouth people preferred to shop in late afternoon, and he was often obliged to keep his store open beyond the usual 6 o'clock closing hour. He talked of the strange jewelry worn by the Innsmouthers, those grotesque and repulsive armlets and tiaras, the rings and pectorals, with repellent figures cut in high relief on them all. I could not doubt that they were the same as those figures of the bas-reliefs and sculptures in the order of Dagon Hall. No control, a fascination which existed side by side with an utter and almost morbid loathing. It was almost noon when I made my way back to the Gilman house. My companion had finished his study, and he now listened to what I had to say with the utmost gravity, though I could detect nothing in his attitude to reveal that he had not previously been aware of what Henderson had said and hinted. After I finished, he said nothing, only nodded, and went on to explain our coming movements. Our period of stay in Innsmouth was almost over. We would leave the city just as soon as we had dealt with Ahab Marsh, and that might be tonight, it might be tomorrow night, but it would be soon, for all was in readiness. Meanwhile, however, there were certain aspects of this strange pursuit of which I must know, and chief among them was the danger to myself. I am not afraid. I hasten to say, no, perhaps not in the physical sense, but it is impossible to say what they might do to you. All of us carry a talisman which is potent against the deep ones and the minions of the old ones, but not against the old ones themselves, or their immediate servitors, who also come to the surface of earth on special missions to destroy such of us as learn the secrets and oppose the coming again of great Cthulhu, and those others. So saying, he placed before me a small, 5-pointed star made of a stone material foreign to me. A gray stone, and instantly I remembered reading of it in the library at Miskatonic University. The 5-pointed star carved of gray stone from ancient Emnar, which had the power of the Elder Ones in its magic. I took it wordlessly and put it into my pocket, as Phelan indicated I should. He went on. This might afford me partial terrestrial protection, but there was a way of further escape if danger from the immediate servitors of Cthulhu menaced. I, too, might come to Celino if I wished, though the way was terrible, and it would be required of me that I enlist the aid of creatures who, while in opposition to the Deep Ones and all others who served great Cthulhu, were themselves essentially evil, for they served Haster the Unspeakable, laired in the black lake of Holly and the Hyades. In order that these creatures be made to serve me, however, it would be necessary for me to swallow a small pellet, a distillation of that marvelous golden mead of Pro 336. This end Phelan sent them a prosaic note saying that an elderly relative had arrived to put up at the Gilman house, and, being in ill health and unable to call, would enjoy a visit that evening at 9 o'clock from the Misses Aliza and Ethli Marsh. It was a commonplace letter, correct in every detail, save that my companion embellished it with a reproduction of that seal of Dagon, and again impressed the seal in wax upon the flap of the envelope. He had signed the name of Wilkin, knowing that there had years ago been marriage between the Marshes and the Wilkins, and he felt certain that this letter would take the Marsh women from the house for the length of time required for what must be done to destroy the leadership of the minions of Cthulhu at Innsmouth, and so retard whatever progress had been made in preparing the way for the rising again, the coming from his house of that dread being dreaming deep in the waters under the earth. He dispatched this letter near supper time, and instructed the desk clerk that if anyone should telephone, he would be back directly. Then we went out, Phelan carrying a little valise into which he had put some of the things he had brought with him in the pockets of that robe he had worn on his arrival. The sky was overcast, which my companion was pleased to see, for at 9 there would otherwise still have been some twilight. Now, however, at that hour, the night would be dark enough for our purpose. If all went as he hoped, the Marsh women would travel to the Gilman house by car, driven by the new man. That would leave Ahab alone in that old mansion. Phelan explained that he had no qualms. If the women did not respond to that message, they too must be destroyed, much as he disliked the thought of proceeding against them in the same fashion as against Ahab. We had no difficulty in finding a place of adequate concealment from which we could watch the Washington Street house, for the street was heavily grown with trees, thus affording shadows and dark corners. The house across the way was shrouded in darkness, save for a tiny light that gleamed in a room on the second floor. But just before 9 o'clock, a light went up downstairs. "They're coming," whispered my companion. He was right, for in a few moments that black-curtained car rolled around to the front entrance, and the two Marsh women, heavily veiled, came from the house and, entering the car, drove away. Phelan lost not an instant. He crossed the street into the dark grounds. The front door was torn open, and Ahab Marsh bounded out past the flames in one great leap. But he went no farther. He came down, took one step, and then recoiled, his arms upflung, and a horrible, guttural cry welled from his thick lips. Behind him the flames mounted and spread, aided by the draught through the open door. Already the heat must have been awful where he stood, for what happened then is seared upon my consciousness for all time. The clothes worn by Ahab Marsh began to fall from him in flames as he stood there. First those curious mittens on his hands, then the black skull cap, and the clothes about his body, and this so swiftly that he seemed literally to burst from his clothes. What stood there then was not human, it was not a man. It was a hellish batrachian and ichthytic travesty of a man, whose hands were frog-like and webbed, great pads instead of hands, whose body was scaled and tentacled and gleamed with the moisture so natural to its coldness. A body which had been bound into the unnatural clothing of a human being, but which, now that that clothing had fallen away, and the tight linens binding it to fit into that clothing as well, resembled a thing out of an unknown, dark corner of earth's forbidden places, a terrible, ghastly thing that walked in the guise of a man, but had gills beneath the wax ears which melted off in the heat of that destructive fire where that creature slowly backed into the flames, rather than dare the power of those stones laid end to end around the house, whimpering and crying bestially, in a kind of ululation I had heard before. Small wonder Ahab Marsh had been able to swim from shore out to Devil Reef. Small wonder he had carried sacrifices to the waiting hosts out there in the depths. For the creature in the guise and identity of Ahab Marsh was not a Marsh at all. He was not a human being. The thing that called itself Aha Marsh, the thing the Innsmouth people so blindly followed, was one of the deep ones itself, come from the sunken city of Yaha and Th, lay to resume again the work once begun by the terrible Obed Marsh at the behest and bidding of the minions of great Cthulhu. As in a dream I felt Andrew Phelan's touch upon my arm. I turned and followed him into the shadowed street, down which even now came that curtained car carrying the Marsh women back to that unhallowed house. We fled, skulking in the shadows. There was no need to return to the Gilman house, for we had left money in our room to pay for our lodgings, and nothing of importance in personal belongings had been left there. We went, whatever it was that went on in accursed Innsmouth, things that are going on in other remote corners of this earth, which is always and forever a great battleground for the forces of good and those of evil. 2 nights ago, for the first time, I saw that I was being followed. Perhaps I was wrong in tearing from my face all those disfiguring things Andrew Felon had put there to give me the Innsmouth look, and leaving them lie along the little used tracks in the direction of Arkham, where they might be found. Perhaps it was not the Innsmouth people who found them, but something other, something that came out of the sea that night in response to those signals from the cupola of the Gilman house. Yet my follower of 2 nights ago was an Innsmouth man, surely. His oddly batracian appearance was unmistakable. Of him, however, I had no fear. I had the 5-pointed star stone in my pocket. I felt safe. But last night came the other. Last night I heard the earth move under me. I heard the sound of great sluggish, sucking footsteps slogging along in the waters of the earth. And I knew what Andrew Felon meant when he said that I would know when that other pursuer came. I know. I have made haste to put this down, and I will send it to the library at Miskatonic University, to be put with Dr. Shrewsbury's papers and what they call the Felon manuscript. Written by Andrew Felon before he went to Salino for the first time. It is late, and I have the conviction that I am not alone. There is an unnatural hush about the entire city, and I can hear those horrible sucking sounds from far beneath. In the east, the Pleiades and Salino have begun to rise above the horizon. I have taken the little golden pellet made from Dr. Shrewsbury's mead. I have the whistle here beside me. I remember the words, and if the heightening of awareness that is certain to follow the taking of the mead discloses something of what it is that dogs me now, I shall know what to do. Even now I am becoming aware of changes within me. It is as if the walls of the house fell away, as if the street, too, were gone, and a fog, something in that watery fog, like a giant frog with tentacles, like a great God. What horror! Iya, haster, yawning chasms in time and space, and the inconceivably alien things which occupy those terrible lacunae. Less than a year ago I was engaged upon a leisurely study of Creole culture, residing in New Orleans and making occasional trips from that city into the bayou country of the Mississippi Delta region, which was not far from the town of my birth. I had been following this pursuit for perhaps 3 months when word reached me of the death of my great-uncle Asaph Gilman, and of the shipment, at his express direction as contained in his will, of certain of his property to me, as the only student, remaining among his few living relatives. My great-uncle had been for many years professor of nuclear physics at Harvard, and, following his retirement because of age from that university, he had taught briefly at Miskatonic University in Arkham. From this last post he retired to his home in a suburb of Boston, and began to live out his last years in an almost reclusive fashion. I write almost, because he broke his seclusion from time to make strange, secretive trips into all corners of the world, on one of which, while poking about certain unsavory districts of Limehouse, in London, he had met his death. A sudden riot of what appeared to be lascars or dacoits from ships in dock involving him, and dissipating as suddenly as it had begun, leaving him dead. I had had occasional communications from him, written in a spidery hand and dispatched from various points at which he had touched, from Nome, Alaska, for instance, and Ponape in the Carolines, from Singapore, Cairo, Krigovikar in Transylvania, Vienna, and many more places. At the beginning of my research into Creole backgrounds, I had received a cryptic postcard sent from Paris, bearing on its face a fine etching of the Bibliothèque Nationale, and on the reverse a directive from great-uncle Asaph. If you come upon any evidence of pagan worship past or present in your study, I would be obliged if you would collect all data and send it along to me at your earliest convenience. Since, of course, the Creoles among whom I studied were largely Roman Catholic in religion, I encountered no such data as he sought, so I did not write to the address in London he gave. Indeed, before I had planned to write to him at all, word of his untimely death reached me. My great-uncle's effects followed shortly after his death, A fortnight later, 2 steamer trunks filled to capacity, if their weight were any indication. At the outset of my great-uncle's research, insofar as these curious artworks were concerned, my great-uncle had clearly lavished most of his care upon the South Pacific pieces, which were not, I saw at a glance, the customary mask varieties, though his notes were not in themselves too expository, and it was only in the light of later events that some clarification of the art and of his appended notes occurred to me. Among the South Pacific pieces were several which caught my eye at once. In the order of their impingement upon my awareness, they were as follows, with appended notes. 1. A human figure surmounted by a bird. Sepik River, New Guinea. Reverse said to exist, but great secrecy attending. Uncollected. 2. A piece of tapa cloth from the Tonga Islands. The design a dark green star upon a brown background. First occurrence of the 5-pointed star in this area. No other relation. Natives unable to account for design say it is very old. Evidently no contact here, since it has lost meaning. 3. Fisherman's god. Cook Islands. Not the familiar fishing canoe effigy. Note lack of neck, misshapen torso, tentacles for legs and arms. No name given by natives. A 4 stone tiki. Marquesas. Exciting batracian head of figure presumably man. Our fingers webbed. Natives, while not worshipping it, endow it with meaning, apparently fear association. A 5 diminutive head. Clearly a miniature of colossal stone images found on the outer slope of Ranaruraku. Typical Easter Island work. Found in Ponape. Natives call it simply Elder God. 6 carved lintel. New Zealand Maori. Exquisite workmanship. Central figures obviously octopoid, yet not an octopus, but a curious combination of fish, frog, octopus, and man. 7 carved door jam tail. New Caledonia. Note suggestion of 5-pointed star again. 8 ancestral figure. Carved in tree fern. Ambrum, New Hebrides. Partly human, partly batracian. If representation of true ancestor, some manifest relation to same cult as that of Ponape and Innsmouth. Mention of Cthulhu to owner frightened him. He seemed not to know why. 9 bearded mask. Ambrum origin. Exciting suggestion of tentacles, not hair, as beard. Similar use in Carolines, Sepik River country of New Guinea, and Marquesas. 1 such in shop in dock area of Singapore. Not for sale. There was likewise no clue to its origin, at least, as far as the figure itself was concerned. I sought this in vain, but nothing appeared save only my great-uncle's strange question. Moreover, there was about this figure the feeling and the look of vast, incalculable age. This was unmistakable, for the material out of which it had been fashioned was a greenish-black stone with iridescent flecks and striations which suggested nothing geologically familiar to me. Furthermore, there were presently apparent, along the base of the figure, certain characters which I had initially mistaken for carving marks. Yet it seemed clear after prolonged examination that these characters were not the haphazard, slipshod scars of any carving tool, but rather carefully cut into the stone. They were, in fact, hieroglyphs or characters of some language which bore no more resemblance to known linguistics than the carving itself did to the known types of art. Small wonder, perhaps, that I was soon persuaded to set aside my paper on the Creole culture and background in favor of some more extensive research into my great-uncle's papers. It seemed quite patent to me that, however secretive he might have been, he was on the track of something, and there were certain factors, notably his card inquiring about pagan worship among the Creoles, and his interest in the aboriginal pieces he had preserved, which tended to show that the object of his quest was very probably some form of ancient religion, which he was attempting to trace back through the centuries in the remote corners of the world, where its survival was far more likely than in the metropolitan centers of our own time. My resolve, however, was far more easily made than carried out, for my great-uncle's papers were in nothing at all resembling order or chronology. I had hoped, because of the comparative neatness of their piles in the trunks, that they were in at least reading order, but it took me a considerable time to effect any sort of even primary arrangement, and an even longer time to establish a sequence of a sort, though there was no assurance that that sequence was correct. Nevertheless, there was some reason to believe that if it were not, at least I could not be very far off, for my great-uncle's travel notes permitted of some dating, since it was possible to discover where he had traveled and what the order of his travels was. It was also possible to hit upon the original impetus of his travels, so unlikely a way for him to pass his last years, judging by his middle and earlier life. It seemed quite probable that some experience, real or assimilated, associated with the figure, was the key to unlocking his obsession. I am all that is left of the crew of HMS Advocate, which set out from Singapore August 17th this year. On the 21st we ran into a storm, S latitude 47 degrees 53, W longitude 12 degrees 73, coming out of the north and blowing something terrible. Captain Randall ordered all hands to abandon ship, and we did our best, but could not stand up against the storm in a craft no more seaworthy than the Advocate. At the beginning of the 6th watch, 10 hours after the storm hit us, the order came to abandon ship. She was settling fast. Something had torn her on the port side, and it was no good trying to save her. We got off in 2 boats. Captain Randall was in charge of the one, which was the last off, and I was in charge of the other. 5 men were lost getting away from the ship. The water was running higher than I ever saw it, and when the Advocate went down it was all the worse. We were separated in the dark, but we got together again next day. We had enough provisions to last a week, if we took care. We had enough provisions to last a week, if we took care, and we figured we were somewhere between the Carolines and the Admiralties, closer to the latter and New Guinea. So we did what we could against the high seas to go in that direction. On the 2nd day out, Blake got hysterical and caused an unfortunate accident. In the fight, the compass was lost. Since it was the only compass between the 2 boats, its loss was a serious matter. Nevertheless, we maintained, we thought, a course straight for the Admiralties or New Guinea, whichever showed up first, but after nightfall the first night we saw by the stars that we were off course by west. On the next night we were still off course, more so, if anything, but we could not be sure of our direction even after we had rectified the course, because clouds came up and covered the stars, all but the Southern Cross and Canopus, which would be seen just dimly behind the clouds for some time after the rest of them were down behind. We lost 4 more men in those days. Siddons, Harker, Peterson, and Wiles went out of their heads. Then, during the 4th night, Hewitt, who was on watch, woke us all up with a loud yell. And when we were awake, we heard what he had heard, yelling and crying. It sounded horrible, coming over the water from where we judged Captain Randall's boat was. But in a few minutes it was all over. We tried to hail them, but we could get no answer. If it had been one of the men going berserk, we would have heard. But there was nothing. After a while we didn't try any more, just waited for morning, all of us more or less afraid in the darkness, with those terrible cries still ringing in our ears. They were all over us, coming up out of the water like devils, swarming up on all sides. The men fought like mad. I felt something tearing at me, like a scaly arm with a hand at the end of it. But I swear to God that hand had webbed fingers, and I swear that the face I saw was like a cross between a frog and a man, and the thing had gills, and was slimy to the touch. That is the last I remember of that night. Next thing something hit me. I think it was poor, fear-crazed Jed Lambert, and he probably thought he was hitting out at one of the things boarding us. I went down and I stayed down, and that is probably what saved me. The things left me for dead. When I came to, it was day by some hours. That island was gone, I was far out, away from it. I drifted all that day, and night after, and this morning I put this down so that if I don't reach land, or if I am not sighted soon, I can put it into the bottle and hope and pray someone may find it and come back and get those things that took my men and Captain Randall and his men. For there is no doubt that is what happened to them, too, pulled out of their boat in the night by something from the lurking hells beneath these cursed waters. Signed, Alastair H. Greenby, First Mate, HMS Advocate. Whatever the authorities in Auckland thought of Greenby's statement, It is certain that my great-uncle viewed it with the utmost gravity, for, following in chronological sequence, there was a very large assortment of similar stories, accounts of strange, inexplicable happenings, narratives of unsolved mysteries, of curious disappearances, of all manner of outry occurrences which might be printed in thousands of newspapers, and read with but the most superficial interest by the vast majority of people. For the most part, these accounts were short. It seemed evident that the majority of the editors themselves utilized them only as filler material, and it doubtless occurred to my great-uncle that if the Greenby statement could have been treated so cavalierly, then other items might have similar stories behind them. Now it should be made clear that the clippings so carefully gathered by my great-uncle were similar in only one particular, and that is their utter strangeness. Apart from this, there was no apparent similarity among them at all. The several long accounts among them were of matters which were of some local concern. These were as follows: 1. A comprehensive resume of the facts concerning the disappearance of Dr. Laban Shrewsbury of Arkham, Massachusetts, to which were appended various obscure paragraphs copied from a manuscript or book by the vanished man, entitled An Investigation into the Myth Patterns of Latter-day Primitives with a special reference to the Rayleigh text. For instance, the sea origin would seem incontrovertible, for every narrative of Cthulhu is related in some way, directly or indirectly, to the oceans. This is true whether it is of some manifestation supposedly stemming from Cthulhu, or whether an account of actions of his followers. One is not too certain of the validity of the Atlantis legend, yet there are certain apparent superficial similarities one ought not to dismiss without investigation. The focal points of the activities, arrived at by simply establishing concentric circles throughout various maps of the globe, would seem to be 8 in number, I, the South Pacific, with the center of the circle being at or near Ponape in the Carolines; 2, the Atlantic off the U.S. coast, with the center just off Innsmouth, Massachusetts; 3, the subterranean waters under Peru, centering about the ancient citadel of the Incas, Machu Picchu; 4, the North African country and the Mediterranean, with the center being in the vicinity of the Saharan oasis of El Negro; 5, North Canada and Alaska, centering north of Medicine Hat; 6, the Atlantic, centering in the Azores; 7, the southern half of the United States embracing the islands, centering somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico; and 8, Southwest Asia, the focal point a desert area in the Kuwait country, said to be near an ancient buried city, Irm, the City of Pillars. 2, an extensive inquiry, with notes, however disjointed, of the mysterious invasion and partial destruction of Innsmouth by federal agents. 3, a weekly newspaper account of the disappearance of Henry W. Akeley from his hill country home near Brattleboro, with some mention of the horribly perfect representations of Akeley's face and hands found in the chair from which he had vanished, and some less prominent mention of terrible footprints glimpsed in the earth around the house. 4, a translation of a lengthy letter which had appeared in a Cairo paper concerning manifestations of strange sea beasts half seen in the waters off the Moroccan coast. There were many of the shorter clippings, but all, like the long ones, concerned matters of almost bizarre strangeness, or with the suggestion of amazing mystery. There were accounts of strange storms, inexplicable earth tremors, police raids on cult gatherings, unsolved crimes of every description, unusual natural phenomena, narratives of travelers in out-of-the-way corners of the earth, and hundreds of similar matters. In addition to these clippings there were various books, studies of the Inca civilization, 2 books on Easter Island, and baffling passages from books bearing titles of which I had never previously heard: the Salino fragments, the Nakhotic manuscripts, the Rayleigh text, the Book of Iban, the Sussex manuscript, and the like. Finally, then, there were my great-uncle's jottings. These were, unfortunately, almost as cryptic as some of the accounts he had so carefully hoarded, but it was nevertheless possible to arrive at certain conclusions regarding them. There was nowhere any concise summary of his findings, but there was manifest a certain progression which led to unalterable conclusions. From the tenor of his jottings, it was easy enough to gather. I. That my great-uncle was on the track of a loosely banded organization which worshipped one of a number of allied beings, the one specific object of my great-uncle's search being the central headquarters of the cult of Cthulhu, occasionally spelled Cath, Ul, Hu, Cthulhu, etc., and that some or all of the remaining art objects were related to the cult worship. Roman 2. That the worship of this being was very ancient and very evil. 3. That my great-uncle suspected that the curiously repellent stone image of unknown origin was an aboriginal artist's concept of the being Cthulhu. 4. That my great-uncle more than suspected a relationship between the untoward events of the clippings he had collected, and the worship of this or allied beings. In this connection, his jottings are of singularly marked suggestiveness, as the following indicate. Certain parallels present themselves with damning and inescapable deductions to be drawn. For instance, Dr. Shrewsbury vanished within a year of the publication of his book on myth patterns. The British scholar, Sir Landon Ettrick, was killed in a strange accident 6 weeks after he permitted publication in the Occult Review his paper inquiring into the fish-men of Ponape. The American writer, H.P. Lovecraft, died within a year of publication of his curious fiction, The Shadow over Innsmouth. Of these and others only Lovecraft's death seems devoid of odd accident. N.B. Some inquiry into H.R.L. allergy to cold is indicated. Also note a pronounced aversion to the sea and all things pertaining to it, carried so far as to inspire physical illness at sight of seafood. The conclusion is unavoidable that Shrewsbury and Lovecraft, too, and perhaps Ettrick and others, as well, were close upon the track of some momentous discoveries concerning sea. Note the curious significance of the oasis name, El Negro. Roughly translated, this would be the Dark One, which in turn would signify not alone the devil but any creature of darkness. N.B. No account available suggesting that either sea or those directly serving him have come forth save by darkness, except for the Johansen narrative recorded by Lovecraft. Only his minions by day. Compare with the Greenby paper. Can there be any doubt but that the islands seen by Johansen and Greenby are one and the same? I think not. But where, then, is it? No record out of Ponape. None out of Queensland. No mapped record of any kind. The Johansen account and that of Greenby agree that it must lie between New Guinea and the Carolines, possibly west of the Admiralties. Johansen hints that the island is not fixed, but sinks and rises. If so, what is the explanation of the buildings? Everywhere evidence, direct or hinted, of ichthytic or batracian men, particularly in connection with certain events, seen in Arkham prior to the disappearance of Dr. Shrewsbury, glimpsed in London just after the death of Ettrick. Greenby mentions beings that seem to him like a cross between a frog and a man. The Lovecraft fictions abound with them, and his tale of Innsmouth suggests a horrible reason why the batracian servitors of sea would not want a dead man, thus leaving Greenby to escape. Apropos the Greenby manuscript, compare such accounts as are available of the mysterious vanishing of the Marie Celeste and other ships. If sea creatures could board boats of such size as the Vigilant C.F. Johansen, why not larger ships? If the hypothesis is tenable, therein lies a plausible, if incredibly horrible, explanation for many a mystery of the sea, for countless derelicts and vanished vessels. N.B. On the other hand, the only accounts which might constitute direct evidence, it must be remembered, are those of men whose wits might have been jumbled by unaccustomed hardships. There were many more notes of a similar nature, but there were also others, profoundly puzzling, evidently stemming from these primary notes. As my great-uncle delved deeper and deeper into his research, I found his notes tending toward growing obscurity. For instance, he wrote in one place, quite clearly under the stress of some excitement, could there not be some purely scientific principle involved in the time-space travel, reputedly the power of the ancient ones? That is to say, something related to time as a dimension, reducing C and the others to utterly alien beings subject to other laws, however antipodal to natural laws as we know them. And again, What about the possibility of atomic disintegration with subsequent reintegration across time and space? And if time is to be viewed purely as a dimension, and space as another, the openings which are repeatedly mentioned must be fissures in those dimensions. What else? But the most disturbing aspect of my great-uncle's strange quest did not make its appearance in his notes until the last few months of his life. Then there began to become manifest a marked uneasiness, and definite evidence that the cults in which my great-uncle was interested were not phenomena of past time, but had survived into the present, and were, moreover, definitely malign and evil. For there appeared in the body of the notes certain patent questions, put down for himself, as if my great-uncle were asking himself questions the import of which he could hardly credit. If I saw rightly, he wrote in one place, after returning from Transylvania, my traveling companion was of marked batracian aspect. His speech, however, was the purest French, nothing to show where he boarded the Simplon Orient. It took effort to lose him at Calais. Am I being followed? If so, where can they have found out? And again, followed in Rangoon without doubt. Follower extremely elusive, but, judging from a reflection in a window pane, not one of the deep ones. In stature suggestive of the teach-show people, which would be apropos, since their habitat is supposedly nearby. And yet once more, 3 in Arkham in the vicinity of the university. The only question seems to be, how much do they suspect that I know, and will they wait until I publish, as in the cases of Shrewsbury, Vorden's, and the others? The implications in all this were crystal clear. My great-uncle, hard on the track of a strange, malign cult, had come to their notice, and his existence was menaced by followers of the cult. Then it was, with instinctive conviction, that I knew my great-uncle's death in Limehouse was not an accident at all, but a carefully arranged murder. 2. I come now to those events which confirmed my resolution to abandon my Creole project, and take up instead the problem which had engaged the attention of my great-uncle Asaph Gilman. My purely cursory interest had become crystallized at the conviction that my great-uncle had been murdered. But when I began to cast about for some clue as to where to begin my search for his murderers and the cult to which they belonged, I did not know where to start. Search his papers as I might, there seemed to be no one place to which, or person to whom, I could go in order to make a beginning. Despite all the terrible hints and suggestions of my great-uncle's papers and books, there was no true focal point. Considered as a whole, the papers were more in the nature of preliminary work leading up to hypotheses and conclusions which my great-uncle had not had time to make. What resolved my doubts as well as the obscurities of my great-uncle's papers was a series of extraordinary dreams and their even more extraordinary aftermath. These dreams began on the very first night after I had come to my decision in regard to my great-uncle's search, culminating in his murder before he had had opportunity to conclude his quest. The dreams were of a remarkable vividness, and each was a singularly perfect unit, with none of the haziness, the incoherence, and the incredible phantasmagoria of most dreams. They were, in effect, astonishing in that they were vivid enough to seem not dreams at all, but clairvoyant and claridian experiences transcending natural laws. Moreover, each dream impressed me sufficiently to impel me to set it down for my future reference, so that I might forget no single detail of the experience. My first dream, then, was as follows. Someone called my name. Claiborne, Claiborne Boyd. Claiborne, Claiborne Boyd. The voice was a man's voice, and it seemed to come from a very great distance, and from above. I saw myself wake from sleep. As I did so, the head and shoulders of a man appeared. The head was that of an elderly man with long white hair, clean-shaven, with a firm, pronounced chin and full lips. He had a Roman nose, and wore odd dark glasses with shields running along the side of the eyes as well. Since I awakened, he said no more but bade me watch. The scene changed, the head faded away and vanished. I, my bed, my room likewise vanished. The scene which came up in its stead was vaguely familiar. I passed along a street which appeared to be Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was away from the university, and in a district where professional people live. There was someone I was meant to see here, and presently I found him. It was a tall, gaunt man, dressed in black. He walked oddly, and wore a muffler and tinted glasses. Though he appeared to be a stranger in Cambridge, he knew just where he wanted to go. He entered a building and went directly to a suite of offices. The offices were those of Judah and Byron, attorneys at law. He entered the offices and asked to see Mr. Judah. After a moment of waiting, he was shown into Mr. Judah's office. Mr. Judah was a middle-aged man who wore pince-nez. His hair was beginning to gray at his temples, and he dressed plainly in gray. The suit was gabardine, the cut severe. I heard them talk. "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith," said Mr. Judah. "What can I do for you?" Mr. Smith's voice was very strange. It sounded muffled and distorted, as if he had a speech defect brought about by overproduction of saliva. He said, "I understand you represent the estate of the late Asaph Gilman, sir." Mr. Judah nodded. "Mr. Gilman was engaged on a work in which I, as a fellow scholar, have a deep interest. I made Mr. Gilman's acquaintance in Vienna over a year ago, and I was given to understand at that time that he had papers and notes about his progress in his work. These papers cannot be of any conceivable interest to anyone but a scholar similarly interested. Can you tell me whether there is any possibility of my acquiring them from Mr. Gilman's estate?" Mr. Judah shook his head. "I am sorry, Mr. Smith, but Mr. Gilman's papers have gone to his next of kin, at his special request. Perhaps I could arrange to purchase them from him. That is out of our hands, Mr. Smith. Can you give me his address, sir?" Though Mr. Judah hesitated, he finally said, "I see no harm in it," and gave him my name and address. The scene vanished, and the head of the elderly white-haired man returned. He told me to take care of the papers, to conceal them in a safe place. Then the dream ended. Now, in itself, such a dream would not be unusual, following my prolonged study of my great-uncle's strange papers. But its extraordinary vividness made such an impression on me, not only at my awaking after the dream had run its course, but throughout the following morning, that I was at last impelled to place a long-distance call to Mr. Judah himself, and ask him whether anyone had made inquiry for me. My dear Mr. Boyd, what a coincidence! His voice came over the wire, in precisely the accents of the Mr. Judah of my dream. "We had a man in here yesterday asking after you, or rather, after your great-uncle's papers. A Mr. Japhet Smith. We took the liberty of giving him your address. Probably a crackpot, but evidently quite harmless. He seemed to want to buy your great-uncle's papers, or at least to consult them." As may well be imagined, this confirmation of my dream had the most surprising effect on me. I had no longer any doubt whatsoever that Mr. Japhet Smith was not a fellow scholar at all, but a representative of the same malign cult which had brought about my great-uncle's death. If this were the case, he would certainly come to New Orleans after the papers. What then to do? He was not likely to be deterred by my refusal to sell them, but would undoubtedly take other means to obtain them. I determined, therefore, to lose no time in rearranging and packing my great-uncle's papers, and moving them from my quarters to some place of concealment, where Smith, or any of his fellows, would not be likely to discover them. I spent the afternoon, therefore, going through the papers once more, and in doing so, I came across two very curious jottings on the backs of envelopes. They were more than usually cryptic, and both made pointed reference to the same subject. The first, evidently made while my great-uncle was in Cairo, read simply, "Andrada, surely not." The second, made on his last visit to Paris, just prior to his fateful visit to London, read, "Ask Andros about Andrada." I recognized these jottings at last for a direction in which to take up my great-uncle's quest. But who was Andros, and where was he? I redoubled my efforts to find more information in the papers before me, some further clue to the identity of Andros or Andrada, but there was nothing. However, in view of the fact that both names were Latin in origin, it seemed fairly reasonable to deduce that their bearers lived in some Spanish or Portuguese-speaking country. And, since my great-uncle's travels had taken him only for the briefest of times into Spain and Portugal, It was far more likely that these late objects of his interest were residents of some other place on the globe, from the Azores to South America. That it was in all probability South America seemed indicated, since there were enough hints in my great-uncle's papers to suggest that his next visit would be made to some South American place. But I had little time to speculate farther, for the day was drawing to a close, and much work still needed to be done to make the papers ready for transportation. I was motivated not only by my curious dream and its confirmation, but by an even stranger conviction that I could not afford to lose any time whatsoever. I worked, therefore, with all haste, and by the end of the day I had finished. True, certain facts from my great-uncle's papers I had committed to memory, but all his books and papers themselves I had carefully repacked, and by the end of that day I had had them taken to the local express office, and committed them to 90-day storage, prepaying all charges, with additional payment to cover subsequent instruction, that, if the 2 trunks were not called for within the set period, they were to be shipped to the library of Miskatonic University in Arkham. Following this, I had taken all receipts and mailed them to myself in care of Judah and Byron, with a brief covering note of instructions sent separately. When I returned to my apartment, darkness had fallen. Was it my imagination, or had someone been skulking about outside the building in which I stayed? Surely Mr. Japhet Smith had not had time to reach New Orleans. I shook myself free of my fancies and grimly mounted to my apartment, half expecting to find evidence of unwelcome callers. But there was nothing, and I allowed myself a brief smile at the manner in which my great-uncle's odd papers and my strange dream had taken hold of me, because I remembered, if my great-uncle had been right in his speculation that the cult of Cthulhu had members all over the world, it was certainly not impossible that there were some in New Orleans, and that Smith might well have reached one of them by telegraph. And indeed, had not my great-uncle asked me to keep posted for any hint of strange pagan worship, by which surely he had reference to that of Cthulhu and those nebulous others. I put out my light and went to the window, standing behind the diaphanous curtains to look down into the street below. The quarter where I lived was one of the oldest in New Orleans. Its buildings were gracious, if old-fashioned. They were inhabited by artists, writers, and students, for the most part, and certain devotees of music from the Immortals to the Blues were likewise domiciled in the vicinity. The street, therefore, was likely to be lively at all hours, and now, between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening, a still comparatively early hour, there was no lack of people. It took some time to isolate anyone who did not seem to belong to the street. Even then, I could not be sure. But certainly there was one individual, not plainly visible, who might indeed be watching this house, and my apartment in particular. He walked slowly up one side of the block and down the other, and, though he never glanced in the direction of the house, he was aware of every opening and closing of the door. Of that I was as certain as if I had had incontrovertible knowledge. I was struck, too, by his gait, which was peculiarly shuffling, like that of Japhet Smith in my dream, and, more damnably still, akin to that gait ascribed to the Batracian followers of Cthulhu in various of the accounts accompanying the papers of which I had now temporarily disposed. I drew back from the window, my mind in turmoil. Lacking any knowledge, I could not proceed against a casual walker on the street, who might embarrass me by turning out to be a poet in pursuit of the muse, which would probably be as natural and readily accepted an explanation as any that might be given. It was not too far-fetched to suppose that some attempt to get at my room might be made. However, after sitting for some time in the dark trying to decide what I might do if our positions were reversed, I concluded that, if the fellow below were actually a watcher, the course of events must have been as follows. Smith had telegraphed to put a watch on me and my apartment. The watch had arrived fortuitously during my absence with the trunks, and would now stay, perhaps changing places with someone else for part of the time, until Smith himself could arrive. Presumably the members of the cult were not eager to create incidents, by means of which keys to their presence might be afforded anyone curious enough to look for them. Hence it seemed unlikely that any sort of attack would be made until Smith had satisfied himself that no other course was open to him. Nevertheless, I waited in the darkness until midnight. Only then, when the street below was deserted, and I could no longer catch sight of the watcher, did I venture to go to bed. That night I had the second dream, which was even more startling than the first, though its full import was not destined to come to me for some days thereafter. As in the case of the first, particularly after the confirmation of that first dream, I made a full and complete record of it. The dream began exactly as did the first dream. The gray-haired man with dark glasses appeared as before. This time there was more than a haze surrounding him. In the background rose what appeared to be a great building of some kind. It was not clear whether the background was an interior or exterior, but there was a shadowy representation of what seemed to be a massive stone table between the head and the masonry behind. It was masonry of utterly alien construction, a great vaulted chamber, if an interior, the stone groinings of which were lost in shadow above. There appeared to be a round window of colossal size, and monolithic columns beside which the head was incredibly puny. There were shelves holding gigantic books along the walls. Strange hieroglyphs were visible on their backs. Indistinctly, carvings appeared to stand out on the monstrous megalithic granite masonry, the pieces of which seemed to be convex-topped blocks supported by precise fitted concave-bottomed courses. No flooring was visible anywhere, but neither was any part below the chest of the individual who called to me. I was told to pay close attention. The scene faded. Once more a familiar street appeared. This time I recognized it at once. It was a street in Natchez, Mississippi, where I had pursued my studies prior to taking up the Creole study in New Orleans. I seemed to move along the street, but no one was aware of me. The post office came into view. I entered the post office. I went through the lobby, past the rows of boxes, into the interior of the post office. The postmaster and his assistants were at work there. No one noticed me. Now something very strange took place. The shelving into which letters were placed for shipment from the post office appeared to fade, and down behind the shelves I saw a thick letter. It was addressed to me, and I recognized the handwriting as my great-uncle's. It was postmarked London the day before my great-uncle's death. It was clear immediately what happened. The letter, like my great-uncle's last card from Paris, had been sent to my Natchez address, and forwarded from there, for it bore my New Orleans address alongside the scratched-out Natchez address. But somehow the letter slipped down and was overlooked. Now it was not seen by anyone in the post office. Once more I heard the voice of the man in black spectacles. This time he told me to mark his every word. "Mr. Boyd," he said, his manner friendly but urgent, "you must do precisely as I say. As you know, your apartment is being watched. Tomorrow Mr. Smith will call. It is not necessary that you see him. Sometime tomorrow, prepare to leave your rooms without the necessity of returning there. Make sure that you are not followed, and go to Natchez. Retrieve the letter in the post office. It is from your great-uncle, and it is clear enough to enable you to follow instructions if you are still determined to do so. Take the utmost care that this letter does not go astray." Then the voice faded away. It is a tribute to the vividness of the dream that I did not for a moment question its validity. From the instant that I awoke in the darkness of my room, I knew that my great-uncle's last letter lay lost in the post office at Natchez, and I knew, too, that with the coming of dawn I would set about to follow the precise instructions set down by my mentor in dreams. Go to Natchez and read my great-uncle's final letter with every intention of following any direction it might contain. Despite a gnawing curiosity to come face to face with Japhet Smith, I realized full well that once he knew of my unwillingness to part with my great-uncle's papers, it would be triply difficult, if not impossible, for me to elude pursuit. It was, therefore, with something akin to reluctance that I evaded my follower the next day, for I was followed. I had not the shadow of a doubt about that, and my follower was an individual of suggestively repellent aspect, wide-mouthed, squat-browed, lidless-eyed, and almost earless, with an odd kind of leathery skin. I had no difficulty doing so by means of one of the most time-honored methods of avoiding pursuit, going into one door of a building and out the other. In Natchez I could not, of course, hint that I knew of the existence of my great-uncle's lost letter, but I simply explained that I had come up from New Orleans to inquire after a letter I should have received, and prevailed upon them finally, after my earnest and anxious entreaties, to look behind the rack where I knew it to be lying. There it was found, amidst astonished apologies, and given to me. By this time I had long ceased to wonder by what agency I had been acquainted with this and the facts about Smith. That my dreams were not orthodox dream experiences was only too manifest, but by what power I acquired this dream knowledge I could not surmise. The tangibility of the letter in hand, however, overcame speculation. I opened it eagerly and read. A glance was enough to assure me that it was of the utmost importance insofar as my great-uncle's strange quest was concerned, and that it had been written at a time of great stress, when my great-uncle no longer had any doubt about the identity of his pursuers, and when he had some intimation of his fate. My dear nephew. He had written in a script slightly larger than his usual small writing, doubtless because of his agitation. I feel it incumbent upon me to take such steps as might assure me of some success in the search I have been conducting for many months, even if after death, for it is certain that my footsteps are dogged by some of the deep ones day and night. Some time ago I made provision in my will that you were to receive my papers, as well as a modest stipend to aid your work, whether it followed my own course or not. I make haste now to acquaint you with the nature of that work. Some time ago, let it suffice to say that it was after my retirement from Harvard, I stumbled upon a most curious and rare book, the Necronomicon, by an Arabian, Abdul al-Hazred, a book concerning which perhaps the less expounded the better, for it dealt with a very ancient worship, with cults and cult rites, weaving an entire mythology which seemed at first glance to parallel the familiar creation story, but which presently touched upon strange corners in my memory, so that before I knew, I was deeply wrapped in the mythology of which it treated. This was candidly because I knew of certain events which seemed most oddly to verify some of the things written about so many centuries ago, and I determined, therefore, to study the subject with closer attention, one of those impulses which often come to retired educators. Would that I had turned away from that accursed book and forgotten it, for not only did I unearth evidence of certain damnable facts concerning the book and allied texts which I studied, but I discovered that cults of peoples were devoted to serving ancient beings still in our own time, and I learned the truth of that strange couplet of the Arabs, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. There is far too little time to tell you all. Believe me when I say only that there would appear to be indisputable and damning evidence that this earth, in common with other planets and stars in this and other universes, was at one time inhabited by beings not altogether of flesh and blood, or at least of that flesh and blood we understand, and not entirely of matter as we understand it, beings called the Great Old Ones, whose marks are still to be found in hidden places of the world, the Easter Island pieces, for one, beings which had been expelled from the elder stars by the elder gods, who were beneficent, while the Great Old Ones or Ancient Ones were malign in intent insofar as mankind is concerned. I have neither time nor space to recapitulate this entire mythology to you. Suffice it to say that these Great Old Ones did not die, but were imprisoned or took refuge. This is not clear, but presumably it is the former, in great subterranean places on earth and on other stars, and legend has it that when the stars are right, which is to say, when the stars are once again in the position in which they were at the time of the vanishing of the Great Old Ones, a cycle, as it were, they will rise again, the way having been prepared for them by their servants on earth. Of these, the most dreaded is called Cthulhu. I have come upon evidence of belief in Cthulhu in all corners of the globe. In the far north, certain Eskimos carry on a ritual to the supreme elder devil or Tornasuk, an image of which bears a striking resemblance to those hideous bas-reliefs supposedly typical of the Great Old Ones in appearance. in the Arabian deserts as well as in Egypt and Morocco. There is worship of a fearful being of the sea. In queer, backward areas of our own country, there is a devilish adherence to an ancient belief in things half frog, half man, and so on, without end. I became convinced that worship of Hastur and Shub Niggurath and Yog Sothoth was less widespread than that of Cthulhu, and I set out to discover as many pockets of such worship as possible. Admittedly, I did so at first with the most impersonal of motives, but as the final dread knowledge came that these servants were preparing to open the portals of time and space to beings of which our own science knows nothing, and against which it is likely to be powerless, I ceased being impersonal, and I began consciously to attempt to learn the identity of the most potent of the groups following and serving the cult of Cthulhu, and the leader of that group, bent upon doing everything in my power to end the activities of that group, even if it meant exterminating their leader myself. Though I am close to learning his identity, I am yet too far away. Somehow those hellish frogmen or fishmen, whichever they may be called, known as the Deep Ones, who are among the closest servants of Cthulhu, have discovered my activities. I do not know whether they are aware of my intention. They cannot be, for I have not heretofore set it down or confessed it. Yet they are watching me, as they have been watching for months past, and I feel that I may not have much time left. There is no good in burdening you with further details. I want to say only that if you decide to carry on, I think the most likely focal point of activity now is in Peru, in the Inca country beyond the old fortress of Salapunco. The first thing you must do is to go to Lima. Call on Professor Viberto Andros of the university there. Tell him I have sent you, or better still, show him this letter and ask him about Andrada. That, apart from his signature, was the complete letter. Accompanying it was a crudely drawn map of a terrain utterly unknown to me, and with no identifying key. 3. Professor Viberto Andros was a short, thin man, venerable in appearance, with silky white hair and an ascetic face. His skin was dark, but not swarthy, and his eyes were black. He read my great-uncle's last letter with great deliberation, but with interest he made no effort to conceal. When at last he put it down, he shook his head sympathetically and expressed his condolence at my great-uncle's death, of which the letter was his first knowledge. I thanked him and asked the question I had to ask, regardless of such inner convictions as I had, whether, in his opinion, my great-uncle suffered from mental aberrations. I think not, he replied judiciously. Then he shrugged and added, but who is to decide this, as you call it, mental aberration? Neither of us, surely. You think it perhaps because of this. He tapped the letter and his papers, but I am much afraid these things are true, as he has written. I do not know to what degree, nor whether more or less. Your great-uncle was not alone in his belief, and there are books, manuscripts, documents, rare, well cared for in some of our great libraries, seldom consulted. But they are there, written by people separated by centuries in time, by space incalculable, all treat of the same phenomena. Surely that is not coincidence. I agreed that it was not likely and asked about Andrada. He raised his eyebrows. It puzzles me he should press you to ask about him. I do not know why he wishes to know. Andrada, Fr. Andrada, is a priest, a missionary among the Indians of the interior. In his own way he is a great man, possibly even a saintly man, though the Church hesitates to recognize him as such. The Church is exceedingly careful in such matters, as no doubt you know, and that is well advised, since it is presumably infallible in spiritual matters, and it cannot afford to be in error. Andrada has worked for many years among the Indians, and I understand his conversions are numbered well in the thousands. For some reason my great-uncle believed you could give me some information about Andrada which he sought. Would it be possible to see him in person? Is he in Lima? I am sure he would see you, certainly, but the problem is to find him. His work takes him into the remotest places of the country, and, as you know, we have many, since most of Peru is along the coast, and the mountains are difficult and treacherous, even for many of the Inca descendants. I went on then to inquire further about the myth patterns into which my great-uncle had been researching, and, in the course of our conversation, it occurred to me to ask my host whether he knew anyone fitting the description of my dream mentor. I had no sooner mentioned the distinctive dark spectacles than Professor Andros nodded and smiled. Who could forget him, indeed? A very wise man. I met him many years ago in Mexico City at a convention of educators there. I was much impressed by him. A South American, then. On the contrary, a countryman of yours, Dr. Laban Shrewsbury of Arkham, Massachusetts. But he is dead. I cried out involuntarily, "That cannot be." Professor Andros turned his black eyes on me and gazed at me steadily for a long moment before replying. "I wonder. I have said he was a very wise man. I do not mean merely in the assimilation of knowledge. He vanished, I think, and his house burned. But previous to that he vanished for 20 years and turned up again, after which he vanished once more, and his house was then destroyed. No corpus delicti was established. No part of any human body was discovered in the ruins of that house or elsewhere. I think a wise man would conclude only that his death was not proven." His eyes narrowed, and he went on. "But when you say it cannot be, you must have reason. What is it? Have you seen him, then?" Thus bluntly asked, I outlined briefly my dream experiences. He listened with grave interest, nodding from time to time. "The description is right." He said when I had finished, "The sound of the man seems right. I am fascinated by your description of his background, more than I can say. Ancient monolithic chambers, what a concept, and surely not of earth. How can one rationally explain such dreams?" I demanded. He smiled wearily. "My boy, how can one rationally explain oneself? Do not ask me." I took out the map my great-uncle had enclosed with his last letter and spread it before the professor, saying nothing. He looked at it for a long time, following the crude, hastily drawn lines, gazing intently at the little squares, those with and those without crosses, and the circles and rectangles. Finally he put a delicate index finger on the map and began to trace it. "Here," he said, "is Lima. This is the trail into the mountains to Cuzco, then there to Machu Picchu, and there to Sacsayhuaman. There is Ollantaytambo, and along there the Cordillera de Vilcanota. Over here, surely, is Salapunco. The object of the map would be the area beyond. The trail ends there. And what region is that? A country largely unknown and largely uninhabited. It is curious, this map. Right now there is much unrest among the Indians there, the kind of unrest which has no meaning, but which is ever menacing." He could not have known. But I knew intuitively that my great-uncle had known. How, I could not tell. And I was certain that I had not come to the wrong place, that my great-uncle's researches were leading him to the right source of the secret worldwide resurgence of the cult of Cthulhu. Somehow I must go into the interior. How will I know Andrada when I see him? I asked. Professor Andros placed an old photograph of the priest before me. It had been clipped from a newspaper and showed a man of burning, fanatic eyes and mouth, almost grim in appearance. His asceticism and intensity were manifest in every aspect of his features. "If you go beyond Machu Picchu, take care. You are armed." I nodded. "You won't need guides until after Cuzco." "You won't need guides until after Cuzco. I wish you would keep me informed of your progress. You will find runners at Cuzco, who can travel from your camp with letters which can be sent in the regular way from Cuzco. With letters which can be sent in the regular way from Cuzco." I thanked him and returned to my hotel, burdened with books he gave me, books containing transcripts of the Sussex manuscript, the Cellino fragments, and the cubes d'escules of the Comte d'Erlet, books which contained in their pages the incredible legendry of the elder gods, and their banishment of the great old ones from Betelgeuse, Azathoth, the blind idiot god, Yog-Sothoth, the all-in-one and one-in-all, great Cthulhu, said to lie dreaming in his great house in sunken Rayleigh, Haster the unspeakable, him who is not to be named, hidden on a dark star near Aldebaran, Nyarlathotep, abiding in darkness, Ithaqua, riding the winds high above earth, Seath Yua, who will return from Fomalhaut, Tsathoggua, waiting in Enkai, all waiting upon the propitious time, and upon the activities of their secret servants among men for a return to their dominions. A grotesque lore out of the remote past, but a lore with such an incalculable mass of supporting evidence stretching from the most distant times into the present, as to be blasphemously shocking in its suggestiveness. I could well understand my great-uncle's desire to encompass his purpose, and I understood his imperturbability in the prospect of facing death. The casual manner in which he could write of it against the urgency inherent in his desire to do all in his power to ward off the rise of Ul, whose minions. I read far into the night, long after the hotel was quiet, and even the drowsy hum of Leam, as night life had subsided. That night I had the third of the dream visitations of my mentor. Dr. Shrewsbury appeared as before, heralding his arrival by calling me by name. This time there was no change of scene, but only the single monolithic chamber of the previous dream, with the doctor's head and shoulders struck out against that weird and impressively unearthly background. He spoke to me at length, warning me to acquaint no one with my purpose in seeking Andrada, urging me to take the utmost care, and, once convinced of the object of my search, not to delay action. The leader of the cult must die, and as much destruction as possible must be wrought in the headquarters of the cult, which was deep in the interior beyond the ancient fortress of Salapunco. He went on to say to me that my escape from this country would be all but impossible. Yet there was one way in which it might be accomplished. I must wait to go on my trek into the interior of Peru until I found at my disposal 3 articles, which would be delivered to me within the course of a day or so. These articles were, first, a phial of a golden mead which would render me insensitive to travel in space high over Earth; second, a 5-pointed star; third, a whistle. The star stone, he explained, would protect me against the deep ones and other minions of Cthulhu, but not against Cthulhu or his body servants. The whistle would summon to my aid a gigantic flying creature, which would transport me to a place where my body would lie in suspended animation for an endless time, while my essence would join Dr. Shrewsbury far across the gulfs of interstellar space. After my purpose had been accomplished, and before the vengeance of the survivors could be wreaked on me, I was to drink the mead, carrying the starstone, blow the whistle, and repeat a strange formula: Iya, Iya, Haster, Haster Kayak Uglagen, Uglagen Uglagen, I, Haster, and submit to whatever happened thereafter without fear. Extraordinary as this dream was, what followed it was even more so. As the dawn approached, I was awakened, so I dreamed, by the sound of great wings. Then, at the window of my room, I saw a monstrous, horrible winged creature. From its back stepped a young man. He entered the room through the window, placed something on my bureau, and went out the way he had come. The winged thing, only a very small part of which I could see, carried him instantly out of sight, the sound of its wings diminishing with great rapidity. 2 hours later, when I awoke, I went doubtfully to the bureau, and there, exactly where I had dreamed, or had I dreamed it, lay 3 objects: a whistle, a phial of a golden liquid, and a little gray-green star-shaped stone. The exact duplicate of that stone among my great-uncle's collected pieces now reposing in storage in New Orleans. I shall start into the interior before the day is out. 9th November. Dear Professor Andros, I am encamped in the vicinity of Machu Picchu, and, though I have not been here more than 7 hours, I have already happened upon some curiously disquieting facts. It came about through one of the guides who was retained for me through the agency of the fellow Santos whom you recommended. Yesterday, while on the way to the ancient Inca citadel, I stopped some natives along the trail and asked them if they knew the whereabouts of Fr. Andrada. Crossing themselves, they gestured behind them, in the direction we were traveling, but could give me no precise information. However, the guide in question rode up not long after and confessed that he had overheard my inquiry, and that, if I did not fear to leave the trail at Machu Picchu, he would take me to his older brother, who lay ill at his mountain home not far away. I said I would not be afraid, so at the appointed place I rode with him perhaps 3 miles from the trail we followed, and found his brother as he had described. Both men, I need hardly say, are of Quichua Iyer stock. The brother, who appeared to me to be dying, was a convert to Catholicism, one of Andrada's, though my guide, a much younger man, was not. Learning that I sought Andrada, he was at first extremely reluctant to speak, but as soon as he understood that I did not personally know Andrada, and that I was not a follower of the priest, he began to talk rapidly, as if he feared he would not have enough time to tell me what he wished to say. I cannot reproduce his language here, of course. He spoke in garbled Spanish, and the gist of what he had to say was extremely puzzling. He confessed to a great admiration for Andrada, amounting almost to veneration. But Andrada, he said, was dead. He was no more as once he had been. Andrada was not Andrada. He was another, whose honeyed words taught evil things. He said he knew where a paper from Andrada was concealed, and if I could spare his brother, he would send him there to obtain it for me. It would take 2 days on foot from this place. Naturally, I assented readily, and the guide has now gone on his mission. I make haste to report this to you. I do not at the moment know what to make of it, but the old Indian was much agitated, and his sincerity is not to be doubted. Moreover, he seemed relieved to be able to tell someone who might understand. I have the opportunity to dispatch this letter by the hands of a party of American tourists who have just completed a guided tour through the Inca ruins. I am, yours cordially, Claiborne Boyd, 10th November. Dear Professor Andros, my guide returned last night with the paper, reputed to have been written by Andrada. I have read it, and I conceive it to be of such importance that I am entrusting it to the hand of one of my runners to be taken to Cuzco and mailed to you without further delay. The paper is evidently but a fragment of a larger account. I am at the moment about to remove my encampment into the gorge of the mountains beyond Salapunco, near which place, I have been told, Andrada is soon to conduct what I understand to be a revival, or mission, or some such similar affair. I am, sincerely, Claiborne Boyd, the Andrada paper in translation. Who this fellow is, or whence he comes, none knows. He is assuredly evil. He plays strange music on ancient pipes resembling flutes. Since he has come, there is unrest and wickedness abounding. Everywhere is evil, even in the clouds, and rising from the waters there are strange sounds, as if great creatures walked in subterranean places. I have inveighed against him, and I shall not cease my endeavors to overcome the evil teachings which are his. A great fear is upon my people. They speak to me of evil older than earth, of strange beings, and of one whom they name Cthulhu, or some such name, who will rise again out of the sea and become master over all earth, and in time over the entire universe. I have questioned some of them as closely as their reticence would permit, and it is not the Christ they fear, but a being not a man in their words, who is old as time before the teachings of Christ were made known to mankind. One of my people drew a crude picture of this being, as it was handed down to him from his ancestors. I thought I would see a representation of Pachacamac, to whom human sacrifices were made, or of Ilya Tis, Ivaracacha. But it was neither of these, though it might have been a drawing of one of the supernatural monsters in which the old Incas had belief. It was a bestial representation of a creature which was a horrible travesty on man, squat, anthropoid, with tentacles and a beard of serpents or tentacles, clawed paws or hands, and winged in some fashion, similar to bats. He has come preaching the worship of this being, and predicting his return. I asked my people whether any of them remembered Cthulhu. None did, but some confessed that their people in past generations remembered, but none had seen him. Many, I felt sure, concealed their belief in him. It is dismaying to observe this tendency among my people. I shall take steps to drive out this stranger, if need be with the lash. Yet I am not unaware of a strong aura of danger, of mortal menace which abounds everywhere, not the evil of Satanism, but a greater evil beyond that, more primal and terrible. I cannot define it, but I feel that my very soul is in the greatest danger. 14th November. Dear Professor Andros, I have seen Andrada, as yet only from a distance by means of my telescope. The guides told me it would be dangerous for me to approach too closely, so I took their advice, set up my telescope, and watched his gathering. The man I saw in the cassock was not the man whose photograph you were kind enough to show me. Yet he was singled out to me as Andrada, and he played the part of Andrada. That is, he harangued the natives gathered to hear him. I should estimate them at 300. And certainly his harangue was not a Christian sermon, for he had them groveling. What I found most disturbing was the resemblance between him and the Japhet Smith of my dream. Certainly they were not one and the same, I do not suggest it, but it is equally certain that there is a relationship between them. For the Andrada I saw by means of my glass has that curiously batrachian mouth, those lidless eyes, and the strange pasty complexion associated with Smith. Nor was there any sign of ears. I think there cannot be any doubt but that Fr. Andrada has been killed, and someone is masquerading as Andrada for a far more horrible purpose than one might believe at first glance. And it is not too much to believe that he is one of the deep ones, later, one of my native guides who mingled with the mission before Andrada, has returned and tells me that Andrada spoke in a tongue foreign to him, though it awoke something in memory. He says he may have heard it as a small boy. What has seemed to me most illuminatingly conclusive is a sentence he says was repeated over and over as a kind of chant by Andrada, and repeated by his listeners. He strove to reproduce it for me, and from his attempts I have no question but that it was the strange chant heretofore recorded in various places, and always associated with this dread worship: Funglui Meglui Naf, Cthulhu Relie, Wuga Nugai Fatagen, which has been translated to read, In his house at Relie, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. Next morning, Dr. Shrewsbury appeared to me last night, apparently in a dream. I put it apparently, because I am no longer so sure that I am dreaming. I now understand far more of this grotesque and shocking cult worship. It would appear, from what S. says, that he has made use of certain servitors of Heister, who oppose C. Thul, whose return, to effect opposition in fact to the minions of Cthulhu. Hence, the winged creatures of my previous dream experience. The mead, it would seem, is a soporific which has more than the ordinary properties of such drugs, but separates the self, the astral or spirit, I suppose one could put it, from the body, which is left inanimate, but living. The body is transported to a place of safety, and the self takes another corporeal form in another place, but not the form of a man, a place far removed from our universe, Salino in the Hyades. He is able to communicate with me at will by a kind of hypnosis. Andrada, he says, is as I suspect, but the headquarters of the cult is in a secret place of worship once used by the Incas, an abandoned temple cut into the rock of the gorge not far from our camp. Andrada survived a previous attempt Dr. Shrewsbury made to destroy the door to Cthulhu at that place. I am going there as soon as it is dusk tonight. Later, I found the meeting place. It lay at the end of a flight of steps which began behind a hidden stone door opening into the solid wall of rock out of the gorge, evidently an ancient Incan passage, for the rough-hewn stones were similar to those in Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman. The place of worship appeared to be an old temple of some kind, as described, but there was no opening to the sky, contrary to the religious custom. There was, however, a pool of some size. The room itself was of cavernous size, as I should have said at once, capable of holding, I should estimate, several thousand people, and from this pool emanated a hellish subaqueous green light. It would appear that the worshippers gather around the pool, for the ancient altar at the far end of the room has been long in disuse. I did not remain there long, for I was aware of strange stirrings of the water, and the sound of a distant music, as if worshippers were approaching, though, on my emergence from the meeting place, I saw no one. This is perhaps the last you will hear from me. Learning from one of my guides that an important gathering of some kind was to take place in the old temple room in the gorge tonight, I returned to the spot and hid myself, I had hardly completed my concealment in the recesses of the altar, when there was an ominous stirring and churning of that green-litten water, and something rose to the surface. What I saw there nauseated me. One glance sent me reeling backward. That I did not cry out and betray myself was due only to the fact that sight of the monstrosity risen to the surface of that subterranean lake paralyzed my voice. It was such a creature as can be dreamed of only in the wildest dreams of hashish eaters, a bestial travesty on humanity, a creature that seemed to have been once a man, with tentacles and gills, and a terrible mouth, from which issued a series of eldritch raspings, similar to the distorted notes of a flute or oboe. When I looked again, it had vanished. I thought at once that it had risen in expectation of someone's coming, and I was not wrong, for the sound of footsteps rang down into the cavern, and in a moment someone entered the strange glowing light emanating from the subterranean lake. It was Andrada, and in that light all those horrible batrachian characteristics of his features seemed most prominent. Without hesitation I shot him. What happened then is almost too incredible to set down. Andrada, mortally wounded, seemed to collapse upon himself. He fell, but the cassock hit him, for he collapsed inside it. And then there issued from beneath the cassock a horrible, misshapen thing, a mass of convulsed flesh, which slithered and hopped and flapped toward the water's edge, expiring as it sank out of sight, leaving behind it only sandals, the empty cassock, and the ornaments worn on it. A thing like a caricature of a frogman, arrested in evolution and molded together by some master artist of the terrible. Once again the water started to churn, but already I had begun to lay dynamite charges. I did not look back. I lit the long fuse at the entrance to the cavern and ran from that place. I have heard the explosion, and my guides are nervous. I have told them they may return without me, for I know that I have no chance at all of returning along that trail alive. There is left only Dr. Shrewsbury's way. I shall not see you again, and I hope only that this final communication reaches you in time. I know that what I have done is little enough, and much remains to be done in other corners of our world if we are to preserve it from the hideous and malign powers which lie in wait forever to return again. Farewell. Claiborne Boyd. 5. Lima, Peru. December 7 App. Despite an intensive search of the Cordillera de Vilcanota and the region around Salapunco, no trace of the body of Claiborne Boyd has been found. Boyd disappeared in mid-November, while on an expedition to study native customs and cults, according to Prof. Viberto Andros, whom Boyd visited in this city. The remains of Boyd's camp revealed only that Boyd left without taking his paraphernalia along. An empty phial was thought to have contained poison, but a chemical analysis of what remained in it revealed it to be only a serum of some kind, not fatal, though tending to paralyze and induce prolonged sleep. Investigators were unable to explain certain widespread marks about the tent, suggesting the marks of bat wings, greatly enlarged. End of Celestial Biochemistry.
The Empire of the Necromancers by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales. September 1932. The legend of Matmur and Sodosma shall arise only in the latter cycles of earth, when the glad legends of the prime have been forgotten. Before the time of its telling, many epochs shall have passed away, and the seas shall have fallen in their beds, and new continents shall have come to birth. Perhaps in that day it will serve to beguile for a little the black weariness of a dying race, grown hopeless of all but oblivion. I tell the tale as men shall tell it in Zothique, the last continent, beneath a dim sun and sad heavens where the stars come out in terrible brightness before eventide. Chapter 1. Matmur and Sodosma were necromancers who came from the dark isle of Nat to practice their baleful arts in Tinarath beyond the shrunken seas. But they did not prosper in Tinarath, for death was deemed a holy thing by the people of that grey country, and the nothingness of the tomb was not lightly to be desecrated, and the raising up of the dead by necromancy was held in abomination. So, after a short interval, Matmor and Sodosma were driven forth by the anger of the inhabitants and were compelled to flee towards Sincor, a desert of the south, which was peopled only by the bones and mummies of a race that the pestilence had slain in former time. The land into which they went lay drear and leprous and ashen below the huge ember-coloured sun. Its crumbling rocks and deathly solitudes of sand would have struck terror to the hearts of common men. And since they had been thrust out in that barren place without food or sustenance, the plight of the sorcerers might well have seemed a desperate one. But, smiling secretly, with the air of conquerors who tread the approaches of a long-coveted realm, Sodosma and Matmor walked steadily on into Sincor, unbroken before them, through fields devoid of trees and grass, and across the channels of dried-up rivers. There ran the great highway by which travellers had gone formerly between Sincor and Tinarath. Here they met no living thing, but soon they came to the skeletons of a horse and its rider, lying full in the road, and wearing still the sumptuous harness and raiment which they had worn in the flesh. And Matmor ad Sodosma paused before the piteous bones on which no shred of corruption remained, and they smiled evilly at each other. "The steed shall be yours," said Matmor, "since you are a little the elder of us two, and are thus entitled to precedence. And the rider shall serve us both, and be the first to acknowledge fealty to us in Sincor." Then, in the ashy sand by the wayside, they drew a threefold circle, and standing together at its centre, they performed the abominable rites that compel the dead to arise from tranquil nothingness and obey henceforward, in all things, the dark will of the necromancer. Afterward they sprinkled a pinch of magic powder on the nostril holes of the man and the horse, and the white bones, creaking mournfully, rose up from where they had lain and stood in readiness to serve their masters. So, as had been agreed between them, Sodosma mounted the skeleton steed and took up the jewelled reins, and rode in an evil mockery of death on his pale horse, while Matmor trudged on beside him, leaning lightly on an ebon staff, and the skeleton of the man, with its rich raiment flapping loosely, followed behind the two like a servitor. After a while, in the grey waste, they found the remnant of another horse and rider, which the jackals had spared, and the sun had dried to the leanness of old mummies. These also they raised up from death, and Matmor bestrode the withered charger, and the two magicians rode on in state like errant emperors with a lich and a skeleton to attend them. Other bones and charnel remnants of men and beasts, to which they came anon, were duly resurrected in like fashion, so that they gathered to themselves an ever-swelling train in their progress through Sincor. Along the way, as they neared Yethliriom, which had been the capital, they found numerous tombs and necropoli, inviolate still after many ages, and containing swathed mummies that had scarcely withered in death. All these they raised up and called from sepulchral night to do their bidding. Some they commanded to sow and till the desert fields and hoist water from the sunken wells. Others they left at diverse tasks, such as the mummies had performed in life. The century-long silence was broken by the noise and tumult of myriad activities, and the lank liches of weavers toiled at their shuttles, and the corpses of ploughmen followed their furrows behind carrion oxen. Weary with their strange journey and their oft-repeated incantations, Matmor and Sodosma saw before them at last, from a desert hill, the lofty spires and fair, unbroken domes of Yethliriom. Steeped in the darkening, stagnant blood of ominous sunset, "It is a goodly land," said Matmor, "and you and I will share it between us, and hold dominion over all its dead, and be crowned as emperors on the morrow in Yethliriom." "Aye," replied Sodosma, "for there is none living to dispute us here, and those that we have summoned from the tomb shall move and breathe only at our dictation, and may not rebel against us." So, in the blood-red twilight that thickened with purple, they entered Yethliriom and rode on among the lofty lampless mansions, and installed themselves with their grisly retinue in that stately and abandoned palace, where the dynasty of Nimboth emperors had reigned for 2,000 years with dominion over Sincor. In the dusty golden halls, They lit the empty lamps of onyx by means of their cunning sorcery, and supped on royal viands, provided from past years, which they evoked in like manner. Ancient and imperial wines were poured for them in moonstone cups by the fleshless hands of their servitors, and they drank and feasted and revelled in phantasmagoric pomp, deferring till the morrow the resurrectium of those who lay dead in Yethlerium. They rose betimes, in the dark crimson dawn, from the opulent palace beds in which they had slept, for much remained to be done. Everywhere in that forgotten city they went busily to and fro, working their spells on the people that had died in the last year of the pest, and had lain unburied. And having accomplished this, they passed beyond Yethlerium into that other city of high tombs and mighty mausoleums, in which lay the Nimboth emperors and the more consequential citizens and nobles of Sincor. Here they bade their skeleton slaves to break in the sealed doors with hammers, and then, with their sinful, tyrannous incantations, they called forth the imperial mummies, even to the eldest of the dynasty, all of whom came walking stiffly, with lightless eyes, in rich swathings sewn with flame-bright jewels. And also, later, they brought forth to a semblance of life many generations of courtiers and dignitaries, moving in solemn pageant, with dark and haughty and hollow faces. The dead emperors and empresses of Sincor made obeisance to Imatmuor and Sodosma, and attended them like a train of captives through all the streets of Yethlerium. Afterward, in the immense throne room of the palace, the necromancers mounted the high double throne, where the rightful rulers had sat with their consorts. Amid the assembled emperors, in gorgeous and funereal state, they were invested with sovereignty by the seer hands of the mummy of Hestaion, earliest of the Nimboth line, who had ruled in half-mythic years. Then all the descendants of Hestaion, crowding the room in a great throng, acclaimed with toneless, echo-like voices the dominion of Matmur and Sodosma. Thus did the outcast necromancers find for themselves an empire and a subject people in the desolate, barren land where the men of Tinnerath had driven them forth to perish. Rhine H.G. Supreme over all the dead of Sincor, by virtue of their malign magic, they exercised a baleful despotism. Tribute was borne to them by fleshless porters from outlying realms, and plague-eaten corpses, and tall mummies scented with mortuary balsams, went to and fro upon their errands in Yethlerium, or heaped before their greedy eyes inexhaustible vaults, the cobweb-blackened gold and dusty gems of antique time. Dead labourers made their palace gardens to bloom with long-perished flowers. Leashes and skeletons toiled for them in the mines, or reared superb, fantastic towers to the dying sun. Chamberlains and princes of old time were their cupbearers, and stringed instruments were plucked for their delight by the slim hands of empresses with golden hair that had come forth untarnished from the night of the tomb. Those that were fairest, whom the plague and the worm had not ravaged overmuch, they took for their lamens, and made to serve their necrophilic lust. Chapter 2. In all things, the people of Sincor performed the actions of life at the will of Matmur and Sodosma. They spoke, they moved, they ate and drank as in life. They heard and saw and felt with a similitude of the senses that had been theirs before death, but their brains were enthralled by a dreadful necromancy. They recalled but dimly their former existence, and the state to which they had been summoned was empty and troublous and shadow-like. Their blood ran chill and sluggish, mingled with water of Lethe, and the vapours of Lethe clouded their eyes. Dumbly they obeyed the dictates of their tyrannous lords, without rebellion or protest, but filled with a vague, illimitable weariness, such as the dead must know, when having drunk of eternal sleep. They are called back once more to the bitterness of mortal being. They knew no passion or desire, or delight, only the black languor of their awakening from Lethe, and a grey, ceaseless longing to return to that interrupted slumber. Youngest and last of the Nimboth emperors was Ilero, who had died in the first month of the plague, and had lain in his high-built mausoleum for 200 years before the coming of the necromancers. Raised up with his people and his fathers to attend the tyrants, Hilaro had resumed the emptiness of existence without question and had felt no surprise. He had accepted his own resurrection and that of his ancestors as one accepts the indignities and marvels of a dream. He knew that he had come back to a faded sun, to a hollow and spectral world, to an order of things in which his place was merely that of an obedient shadow. But at first he was troubled only, like the others, by a dim weariness and pale hunger for the lost oblivion. Drugged by the magic of his overlords, weak from the age-long nullity of death, he beheld like a somnambulist the enormities to which his fathers were subjected. Yet, somehow, after many days, a feeble spark awoke in the sodden twilight of his mind. Like something lost and irretrievable, beyond prodigious gulfs, he recalled the pomp of his reign in Yethliriom and the golden pride and exultation that had been his in youth. And recalling it, he felt a vague stirring of revolt, a ghostly resentment against the magicians who had haled him forth to this calamitous mockery of life. Darkly he began to grieve for his fallen state and the mournful plight of his ancestors and his people. Day by day, as a cupbearer in the halls where he had ruled aforetime, Hilaro saw the doings of Immat Mor and Sodosma. He saw their caprices of cruelty and lust, their growing drunkenness and gluttony. He watched them wallow in their necromantic luxury and become lax with indolence, gross with indulgence. They neglected the study of their art. They forgot many of their spells. But still they ruled, mighty and formidable, and lolling on couches of purple and rose, they planned to lead an army of the dead against Tinarath. Dreaming of conquest and of vaster necromancies, they grew fat and slothful as worms that have installed themselves in a charnel rich with corruption, and pace by pace with their laxness and tyranny, the fire of rebellion mounted in the shadowy heart of Hilaro, like a flame that struggles with Lethean damps, and slowly, with the waxing of his wrath, there returned to him something of the strength and firmness that had been his in life. Seeing the turpitude of the oppressors, and knowing the wrong that had been done to the helpless dead, he heard in his brain the clamor of stifled voices demanding vengeance. Among his fathers, through the palace halls of Yethliriom, Hilaro moved silently at the bidding of the masters, or stood awaiting their command. He poured in their cups of onyx the amber vintages brought by wizardry from hills beneath a younger sun. He submitted to their contumelies and insults, and night by night he watched them nod in their drunkenness, till they fell asleep, flushed and gross, amid their arrogated splendor. There was little speech among the living dead, and son and father, daughter and mother, lover and beloved, went to and fro without sign of recognition, making no comment on their evil lot. But at last, one midnight, when the tyrants lay in slumber and the flames wavered in the necromantic lamps, Hilaro took counsel with Hestaion, his eldest ancestor, who had been famed as a great wizard in fable and was reputed to have known the secret lore of antiquity. Hestaion stood apart from the others in a corner of the shadowy hall. He was brown and withered in his crumbling mummy cloths, and his lightless obsidian eyes appeared to gaze still upon nothingness. He seemed not to have heard the questions of Hilaro, but at length, in a dry, rustling whisper, he responded, "I am old, and the night of the sepulchre was long, and I have forgotten much. Yet, groping backward across the void of death, it may be that I shall retrieve something of my former wisdom, and between us we shall devise a mode of deliverance." And Hestaion searched among the shreds of memory, as one who reaches into a place where the worm has been, and the hidden archives of old time have rotted in their covers, till at last he remembered and said, "I recall that I was once a mighty wizard, and among other things I knew the spells of necromancy, but employed them not, deeming their use and the raising up of the dead an abhorrent act. Also, I possessed other knowledge, and perhaps among the remnants of that ancient lore, there is something which may serve to guide us now, for I recall a dim, dubitable prophecy made in the primal years, at the founding of Yethlarium and the empire of Sincor. The prophecy was that an evil greater than death would befall the emperors and the people of Sincor in future times, and that the first and the last of the Nimboth dynasty, conferring together, would effect a mode of release and the lifting of the doom. The evil was not named in the prophecy, but it was said that the two emperors would learn the solution of their problem by the breaking of an ancient clay image that guards the nethermost vault below the imperial palace in Yethlarium. Then, having heard this prophecy from the faded lips of his forefather, Ilero mused a while and said, "I remember now an afternoon in early youth, when searching idly through the unused vaults of our palace, as a boy might do, I came to the last vault, and found therein a dusty, uncouth image of clay, whose form and countenance were strange to me, and, knowing not the prophecy, I turned away in disappointment and went back as idly as I had come to seek the moted sunlight. Then, stealing away from their heedless kinfolk, and carrying jeweled lamps they had taken from the hall, Hestaion and Ilero went downward by subterranean stairs beneath the palace, and threading like implacable furtive shadows the maze of nighted corridors, they came at last to the lowest crypt. Here, in the black dust and clotted cobwebs of an immemorial past, they found, as had been decreed, the clay image, whose rude features were those of a forgotten earthly god. And Ilero shattered the image with a fragment of stone, and he and Hestaion took from its hollow center a great sword of unrusted steel, and a heavy key of untarnished bronze, and tablets of bright brass on which were inscribed the various things to be done, so that Sincor should be rid of the dark reign of the necromancers, and the people should win back to oblivious death. So, with the key of untarnished bronze, Ilero unlocked, as the tablets had instructed him to do, a low and narrow door at the end of the nethermost vault, beyond the broken image, and he and Hestaion saw, as had been prophesied, the coiling steps of sombre stone that led downward to an undiscovered abyss, where the sunken fires of earth still burned. And leaving Ilero toward the open door, Hestaion took up the sword of unrusted steel in